But you did this in a game where everybody played 37 minutes except for Jamal Murray. You got guys a little bit of rest heading into Game 6 on Thursday. At least more of a rest than what it's been over the last couple of games where they're playing 43, 44 minutes. But when Jamal is hitting shots like that, like you could feel it. He got the dunk as his first bucket of the game. And there was just a different attitude. The entire game, there was a different attitude with him. He was hunting. Whoever was in front of him, Jamal Murray said, "You're my B," for the next 24 seconds. Like every single time. God, that was fun to watch. Like, imagine me saying a Nuggets game was a blast to watch in which Nikola Jokic went 4 of 13 from the field for 13 points. But how many times do we kind of go over this? The Nuggets are better when Jokic isn't scoring as much because that means other people are involved. Jokic can have a 61, 10, and 10 game, and they lose. He goes 4 of 13 for 13 points, and they win. And you know who's happiest about that on this entire team is Jokic. He's like, are you telling me I don't need to carry the load for every second of the game for 48 minutes tonight? Thank you. No problem with that. But God, that is we've been kind of waiting for a couple of years for that moment, for that kind of Jamal game. And it's not that Jamal hasn't been good, but he hasn't been whatever that was last night. He just hasn't been that. Does that make sense? Like, it's not as if Murray has been bad. He hasn't. But we have become so accustomed to Jamal Murray in the playoffs, taking his game from here to here. And last year that didn't happen due to injury. And then he had the slow start to the year, and he had the weird Olympics over the summer, and like all these, and there was the delay on the contract extension, and are they going to sign him long-term or not? Like there's all these different questions. And then the bad start to the season. And then his year kind of turned around, but you didn't feel it because even though he was putting up some decent games, the Nuggets were losing. So all of it felt out of whack. But there's one thing that we all kind of know. That Jamal Murray in the playoffs is going to eat you up. Might not be every night, but it's going to be at least for a couple. And he goes 17 of 26 from the floor. 8 of 14 from three-point range. For 43 points is massive. By the way, because every team needs to have one of these. Every team's got to have somebody you don't like all that much. There's kind of 2 on the team right now that are taking most of that. I would say that Jamal's another, but that's certainly not going to be for today. Today's the kind of day, Nelly, where even if you've been saying for, I don't know, a couple of months, we need to trade Murray, this stinks, get him out of here. You aren't saying that this morning. You're like, I love that guy. Playoff Jamal. That's what happened. You know, you're going to do that this morning. The 2 guys in particular are Michael Porter Jr. and Russell Westbrook. MPJ, who I think is just doing an amazing job of grinding. Again, playing with one arm, he's 3 of 5 from three-point range. Playing with one arm, his plus-minus last night was the best on the team by 16 points at plus 34. So that's one. And the other is, it was the return of Russell Westbrook last night, who you missed the last couple of games. And Russell Westbrook goes out. Did he make a couple of mistakes? Sure. Did he turn the ball over a little too much? Yeah. But he also went 8 of 15 from the floor for 21 points in 25 minutes. Was 3 of 6 from 3 last night. And there's this notion out there, and I know it's a weird stat. I don't know what to do with it either, but I think the Nuggets are, 8-0 this year without Russell Westbrook in the game? But he's absolutely needed on this roster, if for nothing else, to give guys a break, to let them chill for a second. but it was kind of the game of the doubted, is the way I would put it. Doubted Jamal, doubted Westbrook, doubted a lot of people, doubted the Nuggets, for crying out loud. And those guys stepped up in an absolutely massive way. 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. What I said at the beginning was not hyperbole. Jamal Murray plays that way, you can win a championship. I mean, this team has really just like two key ingredients that are needed to win 7-game series. It's Jamal going crazy and Jokic being Jokic. And as long as those two things stay true, you can kind of get away with the other stuff. Do you need others to play well? Of course. But if I give you those two scenarios, Jokic is Jokic and Jamal Murray plays well. It's been the recipe for years of the Nuggets being this kind of unstoppable force. The year you won the title, you got that from Jamal like every single game. And it didn't matter if Porter had a bad night or Aaron Gordon had a bad night or KCP wasn't hitting his shots or whatever. Like, the bench didn't matter. Because that's all it came down to. But God, that was just fun. It was just fun to watch it again. It was fun to see Jamal just like in his element. You know, there's a difference here. And Jamal kind of represents the rest of the league in this way. When Jokic is in his bag, when he's at the top of his game, it's not flashy. It's not something that's going to make the highlight reels. It's not something that's going to light Twitter on fire. It's not one of those. It's just he's methodically killing you with, death by 1,000 paper cuts sort of feel to it. Jamal's going to rip your head off. Like, he has the highlight reel. Crossover, step back, mid-range J, boom, right in your face. Pull up three from the logo. Yep, he did that last night. Driving dunk with some authority to it and a scream afterwards. Yeah. By the way, when he knocked down, I don't know if you guys noticed this. When he knocked down, I think it was the logo three, he was about to give you a blue arrow, and then he had to run back on defense. Did anybody else see that, or am I crazy? He stopped, and he went almost like reached in the quiver behind him, and then they were running so fast the other way that he just had to sprint back on defense. Am I the only one who noticed that? I don't think I'm making that up. So if you guys saw it, please get in touch with us on any of the different ways that you can get in touch with us on this program. Twitch, text line, YouTube, Messenger, Pigeon, whatever.
Twitch.text.
I know. I started thinking the same thing. But I think he was going for the blue arrow, and then he had to run back on defense. But bottom line is this. Jamal Murray plays that way, you probably win. He plays that way for 4 games in a series, you're probably winning the series. But to see that in a moment where, let's be honest, you were at a fork in the road here for how this season was going to go. One road was going to take you to the offseason where major changes happen, where you're getting a new coach and GM at a minimum, and probably looking for a way to shake up this roster in a major way for guys who have big contracts. And I'm talking about Jamal and MPJ. Don't know if they could do it, but that's probably the direction they'd be looking. Road number 2, Jamal plays his ass off. You win game 5. You put yourself in the driver's seat to move on from this series with a series win. And then who knows? I'm not kidding, by the way. Oklahoma City's the best team in the Western Conference. They are. I think the Nuggets make a strong argument, though, when Jamal plays this way. I think if Jamal plays like this against OKC, I think you win. Because I think if Jamal plays like this against any team in the league, I think you win. Like, remember when me and Vic were like talking to brick walls yesterday about the Jamal thing where I said it's unfair to ask Jokic to do the 36, 20, and 10 thing every single night, that somebody else has to do it? And Vic said, well, Jamal played great defense in game 4. And I said, yes, he did. But Jokic is working his ass off on defense too and giving you stuff on the offensive side. And I just go, if defense is going to be the reason that Jamal scores 13 points, then the Nuggets aren't going anywhere. Jamal does this, completely different ball game. They had really one bad quarter, and it was the second defensively. But for the first time this year, what you got was a Nuggets offensive game. First time in the postseason, anyway. We've seen that the entire course of 82 games. And then the consistency on offense just kind of disappeared. So, I can't wait to talk more about this game. And I want you guys in here. Go ahead. Shunt Mazda text line. Get in touch with us, Voice of the People, on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Like, whatever you guys want. Now, it is an Avalanche Ticket Wednesday. Another day full of keywords on the 20. 620, 720, 820, and 920. So if you want a chance to get your butts in the Ball Arena for Game 6 against the Stars tomorrow, we'll have your first keyword next. If I was a musician, I would do the same thing as Jason Derulo. I would sing my name before my actual song starts every time. I like it.
What would you say? Brett Kane on the track.
Yeah, something like that. I think that's perfect. I need people to do me a favor and hear what I'm saying. Like, this is... Oh, yeah, I got to do the keyword first. So the first thing I'm going to say is the keyword, which is, if you want to go to Ball Arena tomorrow night to see the Avs in Game 6, the keyword for the 6 o'clock hour is Sam. No, I'm sorry.
Read your sheet a little closer there.
Sorry. It's not. Don't text that. That's not the keyword. The keyword is Marty. Marty. So text Marty in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Sorry, I was a page ahead. My bad.
What I should have done, by the way, is I should have bumped back from commercial with Barbie Girl by Aqua so we go, come on, Marty, let's go party.
Ooh, yeah.
That's the real keyword.
So text Marty in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The Avs need you at Ball Arena for a big Game 6 tomorrow as they look to stay in the series. Every fan counts, and don't miss your shot to get tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com. But if you'd like to win these, text Marty in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Okay. Here is the issue that I see, okay? I feel like maybe this is on me, Nelly, because I get into these sometimes, whether it's Vic, whether it's texters, where I say things and then they say a take back to me that I did not say. So, I'm going to try this again.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I can only do my best to communicate it. How you want to twist it and form your own opinion afterwards is on you. It's not on me. Here's what I said. If Jamal Murray plays that way, the Nuggets are totally capable of winning a title. If he doesn't, then I think their days are numbered. Do I believe that Jamal Murray is going to continue that performance repeatedly throughout the course of the playoffs? No, because he hasn't. That right now is the outlier. If Jamal Murray has been awakened, then we're talking about a different thing. But texter's calling me a flip-flopper. I'm a huge flip-flopper. Another one saying Brett thinks that he can do this for 16 games. I don't think that. I never said that. But I said if he could, as he did 2 years ago, then the Nuggets could win a championship. I don't even know if they make it out of this series still. They're going to go back to L.A. Here's what you got in this series. Are you winning a champ and a chip? A champ and a chip? Here's what you got. 5 games into this series, 3 incredibly close games, 1 blowout for the Clippers, 1 for the Nuggets. Everything's still even. Everything. Here's my guess. My guess is this goes back to L.A. and the Clippers win. And then it's Game 7 and anything happens. It's kind of the same feeling I have with the Avs. I think the Avs go out and they pace tomorrow. I think they win, with some breathing room. And then it's Game 7, and then anything can happen. But all I'm saying is, when Jamal plays that way, the Nuggets are as good as anybody. And I don't even think that's arguable. That has proven true for almost 5 years. Like, it's if you combine that with the Jokic game, what answer do other teams have? And by the way, Jokic wasn't good yesterday. That's what makes it even more amazing. Like the fact that Jokic had a 13-point game where he's missing layups at the rim, and you went out and won? Not just won, but won comfortably? There's only one way that happens. You understand? And the one way that happens is Jamal Murray does that. It's the only thing.
By the way, I like that texter said that they spelled it out. Sorry, bro. Your THEWORST flip-flopper ever. You should see if ESPN is hiring. So, Brett, that's the good news. Is you got a job in ESPN. Fly to Connecticut right after the show.
If the 4-letter is looking to hire, go ahead. All I'm saying is, I haven't flip-flopped on anything.
Anytime you make a bad point, by the way, all you have to do is go, that's right, I said it. $50 million in the bank.
Nelly, let's go back to yesterday. A big point of conversation yesterday regarding the Nuggets was me talking to Vic about this very thing. Was it not?
Basically, you and Vic were in a Mexican standoff where one of you was saying, you can't expect Jokic to put up monster numbers every game. And then the other one was saying, well, if he doesn't put up monster numbers every game, then they're not going to win. And the other was saying, well, you can't expect that because you need someone else to help him. And you guys were basically saying the same thing, that like in order for the Nuggets to win, Jokic has to have a good night, but someone has to help him out. I think that's what I honestly don't know what you guys were yelling about.
No, it was very simple. To ask Jokic to put up 36, 20, and 10 to get a win is too much. Because that will not be sustainable over the course of a 7-game series. And so the point was, you need to make it okay to allow Jokic to not have a top 10 all-time performance. It's exactly what happened yesterday. By the way, I didn't expect it. I thought the only way the Nuggets win is if Jokic puts up 35, 20, and 10. I could not imagine the game that we witnessed last night where he's 4 of 13 from the field for 13 points. And you win by like, you put the reserves in at the end? Are you kidding? But I want to take you through something here. Just to sort of like crystallize the point. Game 1, Jokic 29 points, 9 rebounds, 12 assists. That was a 2-point overtime win. Game 2, 26 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists. That was a 3-point loss. Game 3, 23, 13, and 13. A loss by 34. 36, 21, and 8. A 2-point win. Jokic in Game 5, 13, 10, and 12 on 4 of 13 from the field, and you won by 16. That's what I'm getting at. Jokic put up amazing numbers. He leads this series, by the way. The series. In points, rebounds, assists, blocks, and steals. He's number 1 in every single category for any player who's touched the floor in this series. And they were 2-2 in the games previous to him doing that. You get one game from Jamal Murray, and it's the blowout. That's all I'm saying. Now, again, do I expect Jamal to do that every night? Of course not, because it hasn't happened. It's the outlier of the series. Can he do it for 2 or 3? Because I think that might even be enough. But the point is, like let's keep the main thing. I haven't seen Jamal do that since Game 3 against Miami when you won a title. It's the last time I've seen that kind of game where he was that in control and that much of, I don't care what's in front of me. I don't care who the defender is. I don't care what the situation is. I don't care if it's a good shot, bad shot. It's going in. That version of Jamal has not existed for almost 2 years. And especially in a moment like that, a playoff game. So I know my job's communication. That's as clear as I can communicate this. The one game in which you had the blowout win was the game in which Jokic played his worst game of the series. Because he got help. And it wasn't just Jamal, by the way. Jamal is the main focus of this because he was incredible yesterday. But Russell Westbrook throwing in 21 points in 25 minutes. Pretty big. Aaron Gordon going out there for 23, getting to the line a whole bunch. Huge. Michael Porter Jr. continuing to stay consistent on his three-point shooting. Huge. 3 of 5 last night. Christian Brown, a little bit more involved in the offense. Really good on the boards. Like, all that stuff matters. But the games in which Jokic has dominated has been out of necessity because nobody else was doing it with him, and he had to. That's all I'm saying. So there is nothing better than what I saw last night. If they won that game, how about this, Nelly? If Jokic went off for 45, 15, and 12, and the Nuggets won 105-99, that doesn't feel nearly as good, does it? Because that would mean you need every ounce of Jokic to put up an all-time performance just to win a basketball game.
No, you definitely want the team effort. You definitely want the trial by committee if you can get it. And it just last night it just felt fun to watch. I mean, sometimes the Nuggets, as we know down the stretch, watching them was like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
Watching them was pain. And I think when Josh Kroenke said he wanted to squeeze the juice out of the Nuggets, and he thought they had some left, he was talking about games like last night. And man, when you got Russell Westbrook knocking down threes with no respect for human life, and then turning to the crowd and essentially doing the gladiator, like, are you not entertained?
Before he turns to the crowd, he makes sure to stare directly at that Clippers bench.
Oh yeah, he peers right into Harden's beard with those piercing eyes.
You don't think he's got a little bit of an attitude still about how he was treated when he was in L.A.? Watch him when he plays against the Lakers and the Clippers, and you get a look inside Russell Westbrook. A pretty easy one, I guess I would say. Because every time he knocked down a shot, the first thing he stared at was the Clippers, and then it became the crowd. But what a night last night. I mean, how cool. You just said something, by the way, Nelly, that I think is totally true. Use the word fun. It was as fun as I had watching the Nuggets in a long time. Like other games, fun, yes, but almost more like nervous energy, scared. That was just a blast.
The only thing I will say, though, because we like nitpicking after wins, it's the time that's best to nitpick. Sure. When they had, a 22-point lead, either at halftime or going into the fourth quarter. I remember they were up, I think it was at halftime, right? They were up 22.
They entered the fourth up 16. They got the lead up to, let's see here. Yeah, they got the lead up to 19.
Because at some point late in the game, I remember they had a double-digit lead.
No, they did get it up to 20. It was 108-88 with 10 minutes left in the game.
Because I remember at one point they had a double-digit lead, and then the Clippers started chipping away, and they got it down to like 14, and then Adelman called a timeout, and I went, oh, no.
Yeah.
Again, just, I was doing the Ricky Bobby. I was going, dear, sweet, 5-pound, 7-ounce baby Jesus, can the Nuggets please not blow a double-digit lead just once before I leave this mortal coil? Can I please ask that? And then they didn't. But I saw it happening, and that's the only time during this game that I didn't have fun, is when I watched history repeating itself.
So 20-point lead with 10 minutes left got whittled down to a 9-point lead. It was 116-107 with 4 minutes left in the game. And then that's kind of like, are you going to do something about this or not? And I'll tell you what happened. The next sequence was a Gordon dunk off a Murray assist. Murray makes the free throw from the take foul. If you remember, they took the ball away from Norman Powell. He fouls Murray, so he gets the take foul, free throw, and then Jamal makes a bucket. And then it was like, okay, you can breathe again. Shortly after that, Clippers miss a shot. Aaron Gordon makes a three-pointer. That makes it 124-107. Game is over. So, yeah, there was a moment, though. You're right. They're up 20 again in the fourth quarter. That thing gets whittled down to 9. And you're feeling that same sort of nervousness of, oh, boy, what's going to happen? But I'll tell you what happened. Jamal Murray made plays. He gets the steal. Well, he first gets the assist to Gordon. Then he gets the steal on Norman Powell. And then he makes the free throw. And then he makes the bucket. And then AG makes the 3 because of what? A Murray assist. Like, he was creating everything. And then, as the icing on the cake, Jamal's like, let me just go ahead and see this. How about a 30-foot transition 3 from the logo? Yep, I'm going to pop that one in too.
By the way, that conversation we were just having earlier, I respect the hell out of people in our business who could have watched last night's game and then exactly remember what I was trying to say, where they could have said, it was 6 minutes and 23 seconds left on the clock. The Nuggets had a 22-point lead, and then...
I got my cheat sheet up, though. I got the play-by-play in front of me, but I knew the moment you were talking about.
But when people remember that, like Nate Kreckman, he could probably tell you the exact inning that something happened in a Cubs game from 35 years ago. It amazes me when people can do that.
Well, you got some of those guys like LeBron has that memory where he can take you like moment by moment of a random possession they had from 2 weeks ago.
Or Sean McVay just calling out plays from his time with Washington.
That too. But I'm telling you, that version of the Nuggets, and we love to see Jokic go crazy with the triple-doubles and the 45 points and 20 boards and stuff like that. That version of the Nuggets is my favorite, the one that we saw last night, where everybody's involved. You had really 6 rotational guys last night. DJ got 10 minutes. P-Watt got 8, but it was a 6-man rotation, essentially. Not a single one of those 6 played poorly. Actually, the worst of the 6 last night. Lord, forgive me for what I'm about to say. The worst player, the most inconsistent player of the 6 last night was who? Jokic.
You what?
It's true. Now, Westbrook made mistakes, but he made some really good plays too. So, take that for what you will. One last reminder, keyword for this hour, if you want a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Game 6 Avs game against the Stars tomorrow, text Marty in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. All right, I want to talk about the Avs in just a couple of minutes. Reminder to you guys, the head coach of the Colorado Avalanche, Jared Bednar, will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. So stay tuned for that. Pretty bizarre what happened last night preceding the Nuggets events. So here's what you had. The game before the Nuggets was one that featured the Milwaukee Bucks and the Indiana Pacers. The Bucks, backs against the wall, down 3-1, facing elimination. And there is a lot of questions moving forward about what happens with that team. Does Giannis stay or go? All these different things. So, like, the way that they perform is pretty big. They jump out to a 30-13 lead after the first quarter. And slowly that gets whittled away. A turnover at the end of overtime from Gary Trent Jr. leads to a bucket from the Pacers. They win in OT 119-118, eliminating the Milwaukee Bucks. They did so on a bucket from Tyrese Halliburton. Well, Brett, why do I care? After the game is over, Pacers pumped. Everybody runs on the court, starts to celebrate, including the aforementioned Tyrese Halliburton's dad. Where the first thing his dad does when he goes on the court, I don't know why he's on the court. I don't know if family is allowed just to walk out there afterwards. I doubt it. The first thing he does is walk up to Giannis, who's almost in shock, and talk trash. Holds a sign up in his face, starts barking at him, which then leads to Giannis walking up to Halliburton's dad, and he is in his face, pressing forehead to forehead with Halliburton's father. Now, here's what I can't tell. Tyrese Halliburton is obviously a tall man. He's an NBA star. His dad did not look tall. And I'm trying to figure out now, is that just because he's standing next to somebody who's 7 feet? But it is like borderline about to fight. People can't separate the two. They finally get them separated. Then Giannis comes back, and he's shaking hands with some players, and then grabs Benedict Mathurin by the head and starts getting into it with him. So he was just heated. Now, I don't know what happened between him and Mathurin and whatever. Watching somebody go at someone's father after a game is some wild stuff. Watching somebody's dad just run on the court as if he's part of the team and get in the face of the star player of the opposing team is also wild. But I'm here to tell you, the Mathurin thing's another issue. I got no problem with what Giannis did to Halliburton's dad. First of all, get the hell off the floor. Second of all, stop talking trash like you did something. So yeah, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube behind me, that is a mushing of the foreheads of Giannis and Halliburton's dad. It's kind of like, well, yeah, just that still shot does look like something different. But here's what I'd say.
He's about to get his Greek freak on, is what it looks like.
Yeah, he looks way too angry for that. When we had Malice in the Palace, I said, you know what? You can't jump into the crowd and hit somebody. World just because they're sitting in the bleachers and not on the court. So somebody throws a beer at Ron Artest. His biggest mistake that he made was he punched the wrong guy. If he went out and he punched the actual dude that threw the beer at him, then different story. Bill Burr had a great joke back in the day about that. Is that the guy who got punched originally was holding up his beer saying, it couldn't be me. I still have the cup in my hand. Pow, pow, pow. But when Ron Artest started punching the fans that were on the floor in front of him, no issue with that. It's like, get off the floor. Don't get in front of caged animals when they're angry. And I mean that in the nicest sense of the NBA players, because they're behemoths. They're scary. Every one of those guys is 6'8" and 240 pounds. You're 5'2", 130. Don't think you're going to get in a fight and win with these guys.
And I agree that if you run onto the field or the court or any sort of, if you run into any sporting event, whatever happens to you at that point, whether it's from a player or a security guard, you signed up for that. Once you cross that plane, especially if you start talking smack, you co-sign that lease.
Dude, my neighbors, they got two they're puppies right now. And these are still big. He's got Cane Corsos. If you don't know what kind of dogs those are, look them up. They are terrifying dogs. If one of those dogs, or like my Shepherd mix, my German Shepherd mix, if it gets out of the house and bites somebody, that's my fault. You walk into my backyard, you walk into my neighbor's backyard with those dogs, and you get bit, it's not their fault anymore. And Halliburton walked into the backyard of Giannis, and if he caught a straight right from him, then that's on you, bro. I mean, Halliburton said as much after the game. Halliburton said in the press conference, yeah, I talked to my dad afterwards. What he did was not okay. Of course not. But here's what I'm trying to think. Like, Nelly, just because you're a family member doesn't mean you get on the floor. Because there's been a few instances throughout Jokic's tenure here that if his brothers were just allowed to walk on the floor after the game, I think something bad would happen.
Right.
You know, like the Phoenix Suns game from a few years ago, maybe?
You mean when they would snatch Ishbia's soul for snatching the basketball?
Well, I was thinking more of, if you remember, when we had the campaign incident that Jokic took a swipe at him when they were getting swept, and then there was a video of those guys that were on the edge of the court, like having to be held back from getting in the scrum. Or, I don't know, the Miami Heat.
There you go. Exactly.
Remember, they were all waiting for Jokic at the locker room, and the Jokic brothers were like, all right, well, maybe we can be the escort for Jokic back to the locker room and see what happens then. Have you seen Strahinja, by the way, the big Jokic? They're both big, but the biggest Jokic brother?
Is he the one that he has that sleeper build where if you look at him, he's not, his muscles aren't defined, but he's just huge. He looks like the mountain from Game of Thrones.
That's it. He looks just like the mountain.
Yeah. No, that guy has, I wouldn't say he has a sleeper build because he's the biggest human ever made, but he's one of those guys, he's got that offensive lineman build where he doesn't have a six-pack, but he probably has an absurd amount of muscle under him. Yeah, no, that guy is, I would never want to be in the same zip code as that guy if he's angry.
No, I actually, Nelly, when I went to Ball Arena earlier this year, I was on the elevator. I was taking it up to the level that our room's at. And I was the only one in the elevator. And then right before it closed, a hand grabbed it and kept it open. And it was him. He walked in the elevator with me. Let me tell you a story about this. I said one thing to him. I said, "Good evening, sir." That's all I said. Because a man that large, I will call sir at any given time. Secondly, when I tell you, Nelly, that when he stepped on the elevator moved, I'm not joking. Like, I can't describe to you, he's the same height as Jokic, but he looks big. Keep in mind, Jokic is 7 feet tall and he's around 300 pounds, right? And Jokic still looks like a guy who's in shape. Think about how big his brother looks, and he's the same height. So I don't know what kind of poundage he's working with, but it's got to be at least 350. Got to be at least. You aren't messing with that guy.
Side note, in honor of the forehead mashing contest between Tyrese Halliburton's dad and Giannis Akakachuchu, Nevada on the text line sent in a question. Who would be your prize fighter in a mushing of the foreheads contest? And I swear to God, the first name that popped into my head was Peyton Manning. And then I opened his text fully, and he also said Peyton Manning. So I think that's all you need to know.
No, there's got to be, like, Peyton Manning's got a long forehead, but it's not a thick forehead. Just long.
Right. It's like a boxer's reach. Peyton Manning's forehead reach could probably go toe-to-toe with anyone. Scalp to scalp.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I think I might just stick with Jokic's brother, though. Yeah, I think there's meat to it too.
You're thinking more about the neck pushing the forehead.
Yeah, it's the neck. it's the neck strength. That's what you need. Anyway, you can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. At Safeway, get everything you need to make mom feel special. Mother's Day's around the corner. Safeway has you covered with fresh fruits, gorgeous flowers to help mom celebrate. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the channel today. What a win for the Nuggets. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Denver's got a 4-on-2. Cross-court passes Murray for 3. Let's go! 17-point lead for Denver in Game 5. Up the left sideline is Jamal Murray. He's guarded by Jones Jr. Gets a high pick there from DeAndre Jordan. Shoots a 3. Buckets. Jamal Murray is a man among boys. Little floater blocked by DeAndre Jordan. Loose ball Murray. He's got a breakaway against Kawhi. Dunk with the right hand. Jamal Murray, you the man in game number 5. 35 for Murray. Timeout Clippers. Murray throws it over to Gordon for 3. Yes! Buckets. Denver leads it by 17, 124 to 107 with 2:35 to go in the game. And this thing is over! Rebound down to Jamal Murray. Now the Nuggets can get it down to 159 and still get Murray 3. Why not? Jamal Murray's got 43 in game number 5. And the Denver Nuggets lead this thing by 20. Kill clock or do that, I guess. Bogdanovic 3. That one's no good. Rebound down to Jokic. He's got a triple-double.
Best Jamal Murray game since Game 3 of the Heat series. Best one. And I can't remember, well, I can remember, but the feeling of Jamal Murray having a game like that, this is what's crazy, boys. It was the worst Jokic game by far in a long time. 4 of 13 from the floor. Couldn't make even easy bunnies last night. And it was the biggest blowout that the Nuggets have had this entire postseason.
You know, two things. First of all, it seems like when Joker's more distributor than scorer, the Nuggets play better. All right? He had the most assists in the game last night. But you yesterday, Brett, unknowingly, you really foretold the theme of that game. I remember you saying on the show yesterday, why can't the Nuggets give him some help? Why can't Jamal Murray be Bubble Murray? And I said, hey, man, they're not going to win unless Joker is otherworldly.
Yeah.
You know what? They can win.
But not only did they win, Vic, they won comfortably.
They found another way to win. And the reason why it's so surprising is because it's become so rare.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
It's become so rare that Nikola Jokic was the Nuggets. Moj, do you realize he was their 5th leading scorer last night?
Oh, I know.
No. 6th. Tied for 5th.
He was basically a non-scoring factor.
But it's okay. He still had a triple-double. He still did what he had to do. But if you had told me that he shoots the way he shot last night and the Nuggets blow out the Clippers, I'd say, what, are you crazy? You've been milking cows with Brett? They did it. They did it. They found another way, and that other way is simply Jamal Murray.
We got to get to this game.
Finds a way.
Yeah, we got to get deep into this one because my theory was thrown out the window. But before that, you ducking me, Vic?
Huh?
You ducking me?
Again, this is when you start saying things.
Are
nobody
you
on the show.
ducking me?
Okay.
Question mark.
Brett, do you have?
I have no idea what this is. No.
Okay, so I have no idea what he's talking about. You
know-
have no idea.
you
The
know what?
listeners sure in the hell don't have any idea what he's talking
Well,
about.
he's not in studio today like he was yesterday, and he knows I'm dying to choke him
Oh,
out.
when we were talking about the Jamal yesterday, he said he wanted to fight you when he comes back. So he thinks now that Jamal had a good game.
No, I said I wanted to choke him out.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh.
say I didn't
Jamal
say
had a
fight
good
him.
game, so now you
I
didn't
wanted
come to the
choke him out.
studio, so
No.
you can't be choked out.
Well, I got to head to the airport right after the show.
Oh, sure you do. Okay.
What do you mean? Sure I do.
Okay, but Moshe, hang on a second.
Going to L.A.,
'Cause
baby.
Here's the. I think this is true. It's the best game Jamal's had since Game 3 against the Heat. Where
100%.
he had the 30-point triple-double in that game, and it kind of like got you back on track after losing Game 2 to go on and win the finals, right? But I'm going to say something that's going to sound nuts.
And I'm going to say something where I'm going to take full accountability for my stupidness.
We watched Nikola Jokic have a 61-point triple-double this year. We watched him put up 40-point triple-doubles. We've seen him do a 20-20-20 game. We've seen a whole bunch of different performances. Let me tell you something right now. That was the most fun I've had watching the Nuggets in a long, long time. And it was the game in which Jokic had 13 points. It was as fun as I've had watching them as a team play in forever. And the whole reason behind that is, the thing that we were getting into yesterday with Jokic and Jamal and all this different stuff was, I said, God, it's unfair for you to be like, the only way we win is Jokic needs to go for 35, 20, and 10. Like, it's too much pressure on one human being. And I'm not saying every single night. When you're the best player, you need to do that on occasion because that's what you're built for. But every once in a while, you just got to have something else happen. And it wasn't just Jamal, by the way. The return of Russell Westbrook, as much as people get really antsy about what Westbrook's going to do on the floor, he was incredible off the bench. Gave you an oomph there.
He was really, really good. Vic, they shot nearly 56% from the floor, and they shot 51.5% from three-point range last night. I felt like a bad human being when every time they made a big three, the Aaron Gordon three was huge, by the way. He only made one, and that was it, but it was gigantic. But every time they made a big bucket down the stretch, I was surprised.
Well,
and I got mad at myself for why would I be surprised that this team is actually making buckets?
Because
they're actually consistent from the outside. I felt bad, though. I'm telling you, Vic, I'm like, golly, I shouldn't doubt these guys like I am right now, but they're raining threes down on people's heads, and I like it.
Well, you're surprised because they're not a three-point shooting team.
Russ
what
was
they do.
Russ was 50% from three-point range, and I doubted him. I'm like, don't shoot it. Oh,
okay,
thank God.
Let's calm down on the doubt. Would you expect the Nuggets to hit 17 threes again Thursday night in L.A.?
No.
That's not what they do. That's why it's surprising. And it came at the perfect time. Because, I don't know if you're like those of us at the arena, hands like myself, Dancy, we're watching this game. They're up by 22. They're up by 18. At no point in that game was I pain-free. I was in pain the entire time.
Yeah.
Were you in pain?
When it got cut down to 8?
How much pain
was it 8? Was it 8 or 9?
They got a 20-point lead in the fourth. They cut it to 9.
9.
Yeah,
okay.
Zubats hit 1 of 2.
Yeah, he
at
won
no
2 free
point
throws.
did the pain go away. The pain was constant.
When
the pain left when Gordon hit the 3.
I was still in pain.
Well, my hands were clammy. When Zubats is at the line to try to cut it to 8, that's what it was. And he makes he makes the front end, misses the back end, and my hands are I'm clammy. I'm like, don't. I mean, it got down to single digits, and I'm like, Like, I don't know why I'm so panicky about it.
Can I offer this? Everyone is going to look at this game, and rightfully so, after I got Jamal Murray all riled up the day before.
Yeah, good job, Vic.
No problem. Good for Jamal, man. You know what?
Yeah, what did you do?
I asked him a simple question, and he seemed annoyed, and great. We'll do it again. Who do you want me to target next? The point is, Jamal is Jamal. He is capable of doing that anytime. And last night, he was a bad man. But you know what? There's another element to this story that people are going to overlook. I'm not. You don't win without Jamal Murray, clearly, throwing 43 up. But what Christian Braun has done to negate James Harden the last 2 games has been phenomenal. Phenomenal. Not only just shutting him down, pretty much shutting him out. He is not even looking to score. He had more turnovers, James Harden, 4 turnovers last night, than he had field goals made. 4 turnovers, 3 field goals made. Brown is not letting him turn the corner. He has stifled him. He has suffocated him. He is slapping him around out there.
And he's getting mad. Like he's frustrated, obviously.
I think what I like best about Christian Braun's game, well, it's just one aspect of it. But late in that contest, when the Clippers were making their run and so on, then the Nuggets got the 3 from AG, and they sort of righted the ship, deep breaths. Brown started picking him up in the front court. Excuse me, in the back court, I should say, not allowing him just to walk up to the front. He's on him immediately, and it was very dynamic defensively.
They did that a lot.
Running around.
They were trying to jump in front of just inbounds, off a made bucket.
Well, the Murray steal late was just like that, too. I mean, he read that really, really well.
And that's where I want to give Jamal credit. I think the thing that we were talking about yesterday, Vic, with Jamal was Jamal only had, was it 13 points in game 4? Is that what it was? Something like that, 13?
I think 15.
But he said, but he played great defense. And I go, I know he did.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't have like one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
If you're paid like that, you're the second best player on this team. You're supposed to be the Robin to Batman of Joker. I need you to do both. And
Well,
let me give you something last night. Just
they
quickly.
weren't playing defense last night outside of. Come on.
No.
That was not a defensive effort win. That was an offensive win.
Yes, I would judge their defense. I guess I'm still judging it off the regular season. They gave up 115. Really not bad if you're going to play offense that way.
In the playoffs, that's a lot.
Understood, but I'm just saying if they played the regular season game, which is we put up 130 points and we'll give up a little bit more on the other end.
Yeah.
But the point is this. So that lead gets cut down to 9, and you have that sinking feeling again of what we felt last year in Game 7, what you felt in Game 4 before the tip-in, right?
Puke.
And what happens next? You get the ball, and this is all Jamal, by the way. Jamal makes all of this happen. He hits Gordon for the layup to put you back up 11 points. Very next play. Norman Powell loses the ball. Jamal gets the turnover. He gets that take foul, so he gets the free throw. After that, he makes a mid-range jumper. Gets you another bucket. Then another missed shot from the Clippers, and he sets Gordon up for the 3, which ends the game. And then just, oh, by the way, as the real bleep you candle on this birthday cake, I'll pull up from the logo just for fun and knock that down. In which, you guys all saw the same thing I did, right? Jamal, for the first time in years, he paused and reached for the quiver, but they were running on offense so fast they had to get back on defense. We were going to get a blue arrow after that. We were going to.
It's been a while. It's been a while. You know, those nights when you can feel he feels it, they're wonderful. The fact that he did his part in the first quarter, 10 points in the first, and then here comes Russell Westbrook in the second, 11 points from him. They carried him. Those two guards, the 2-point guards, carried them. And the outside shooting is all they're getting on most occasions. You saw again last night what they're doing every time Joker touches it in the key, in the lane. You see what they're doing? I mean, it's suffocation alley. Everybody's coming around trying to guard them. They got to make their outside shots, Moshe. And they made them last night.
They certainly did. And they've got a 3-2 series lead. It's awesome.
And even with the 3-2 series lead, how do you feel?
I feel nervous as heck.
Brett, how do you feel with the 3-2 series lead?
Here's how I feel. Honestly, that the Clippers are going to win Game 6, and this is going to go 7 games, and I don't know who's going to win. Just like I feel the Avs are going to win Game 6 tomorrow night, and then it's going to go Game 7, and then I have no idea who's going to win. Both series feel this way.
The best thing the Nuggets have going for them is history of what happened 1 year ago when they had the same exact thing happen. When they won Game 5 in blowout fashion, and they were up a game on Minnesota, and we all assumed, all right, well, they got this series. And then what happened, right?
Yep.
Never assume. Man, if I'm David Adelman, and I know what he's telling his team, I know exactly what he told them last night. Do not let it come down to Game 7.
No.
Do not.
I dig that.
Do not. I say you go full as hard as you can Thursday night.
But realistically, we're dealing with a 6.5-man rotation because DeAndre's going to get just a little time in there. And so the rational part of me, and there is, don't look at me like that. There's a rational part of me. The rational part of me says, man, what can they really do with a 6.5-man rotation? Long-term wise. But I don't want to think about that, but I guess that's part of the equation here.
Well, here's what we got for you guys today. Obviously breaking down a whole bunch from this great Nuggets win yesterday. That puts them up 3-2 in this series. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning to give us a little preview of Game 6, what's gone right, what's gone wrong so far in this series. And then we have another ticket giveaway. So if you want to be in Ball Arena tomorrow for the Avs Game 6 against the Stars, keywords on the 20s of each hour. So 7:20, 8:20, and 9:20. Another keyword coming your way next.
What do you do if you have a bad ankle? You go get it fixed, right? What if you got a bad elbow or shoulder or something like that? Yeah, you take care of it. You should do that too, guys, if you're suffering with any sort of form of erectile dysfunction, because you can change your life for the better. Just get done with the frustration and the embarrassment that ED can cause and get to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%, and they've served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men have been successfully treated, and it could be you if you're dealing with any kind of ED. Schedule a consult today. The visit's only $99, includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, you get a test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, your appointment is absolutely free. But it's going to work, and you're going to be better. You're going to have better intimacy, everything. Don't let those devastating effects ruin your relationship. Call today, 720-440-7900. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Again, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, say my name. Well, that reminds me. There's a keyword that's a name. And because it's an AV Playoff Ticket Wednesday, you can win a pair of tickets to go to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena if you text SAM in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is SAM in your first and last name, 303-504-0925. The Avs need you at Ball Arena for the big Game 6 tomorrow night as they look to stay in the series. Every fan counts, and don't miss your shot. Get tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com. But again, text SAM in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Coach coming up here in just about 40 minutes. Quick question, though, and I've seen it all last night. I've seen it all this morning. What in the wide, wide world of sports is Tyrese Halliburton's dad doing on the floor?
Ooh.
Yeah. Hang on to that, Moj. I want to stick with the Nuggets for a little bit longer,
Okay,
but
okay.
that's
I thought while we were in the NBA mode that
That's
maybe I could
as wild.
squeak that in.
as wild as anything I've seen in a long time.
What does that guy do? What's he doing?
Well,
I'm glad you guys talk about what we're going to talk about on the show when you're standing next to each other.
Well, Moj came in singing "Beat It" after getting a Diet Pepsi.
Oh, so he's in that mode where you can't control him.
You told me that you would become around
Can't
here.
control him.
That's what it sounded like.
He's in one of those uncontrollable states.
But here's the situation. I want to hear from David Adelman after the game because this is. Can I just bring something to you guys? Here's Jokic so far in this series. You guys ready? 29, 9, and 12. That was a 2-point overtime win. 26, 11, and 10. That was a 3-point loss. 23, 13, and 13. That was a 34-point loss. 36, 21, and 8 was a 2-point win. 13, 10, and 12 was a 16-point win. The worst Jokic game, I think you could argue, out of all the starters last night, the most inconsistent player on the floor was Jokic.
I don't think there's any doubt about
Well,
it.
shooting, yes, but the rest of his game was sublime.
Sure. But I'm just, Jokic, if I told you he scored 13 points, Vic, you probably aren't feeling great about the Nuggets'
course
chances.
not. Yeah.
So, David Adelman on getting the full team effort last night.
Really proud of it, and cool to see the trend of, losing a really tough game 2, getting embarrassed in game 3, absolutely bringing it in game 4, and then really almost, losing it in the fourth quarter. So there's all these ups and downs to it, and you can see, you were talking about it earlier, but the team is connected because they went back and saw the film. They saw where they get better, and that's what you have to do. You have to have extreme honesty in these playoff series because the next game is going to be its own thing, and all you can control is how you can get better, just a little bit better, competitively, schematically, and stay together and give yourself the best opportunity to win a fourth game.
You didn't have a single player last night that played poorly. Even the guys who played a few minutes coming off the bench, I thought DJ and P. Watt's defense for the limited time they were on the floor was fantastic.
Who had the big rejection late in the game?
That was DJ. DJ rejection that led to the Jamal Murray dunk. Do you know the non-Jokic minutes finished dead even? Dead even. If you finish dead even without Jokic on the floor, that's a win. That's a dub.
Yeah. Just hang on. Everybody look at me. Look at me. Vic, look through your camera. Moj, look at me in the face. The leader in plus-minus by 16 points last night was who?
Michael Porter Jr. plus 34. We had it on the postgame show.
Plus 34 for MPJ.
What? Who led all players in rebounds last night with 12?
Christian Brown.
Christian Brown. Crazy stat game.
Yeah. I still think it's with the way that these first 4 games have gone, and I want to keep things together here. I was accused of being a flip-flop earlier in the show because I said this, and I think it's just an obvious thing. If Jamal Murray plays like that, you can win a championship.
Well, it's over. But, I mean, to ask a guy to score, 40-plus.
Right. Right. I'm just saying, like, if he plays that way, you can beat anybody, and you probably will beat anybody in the NBA. But in the grand scope of this series, here's what you got. Close game. I'm sorry. Yes, close game. Blowout win by the Clippers. Close game. Blowout win by the Nuggets. Mm-hmm. Everything is still even across the board in this series.
Yeah,
Everybody's got one of something.
Expect another close. I don't know about tomorrow night. Let's see what the Nuggets bring. I do want to.
The clip joint. I will say this: the clip joint is a 6.5-point favorite going in. They were a favorite last night on the road.
They've been a favorite in every game.
Yeah, but even game 1,
except for game 1.
Yeah, I was going to say
they've been a favorite in every game since game 1. Who cares? You know what? The one reason the Nuggets to win this series is because I am so sick of this entire theme. If you watch, I wasn't going to bring this up. I wasn't going to cry about it, but it just ticks me off. Everything is from the LA perspective. The narrative is from the LA perspective. Everything. Watch the national stuff. It's all from an LA perspective.
Mm-hmm.
It always starts there. Why? What have they? What have the Clippers deserved? What have they won? Who are they? They're the Clippers. You're always going to be the Clippers. Somebody remind them that they're the Clippers. I don't care that they have Kawhi or Harden. They're the Clippers. This is who they are. And let me give you another thing. They've lost more games in this series, as many games in this series, 3, than they did the last 2 months of the regular season.
Yeah.
They're the Clippers. And I think they're looking in the mirror and finally saying, oh, yeah, that's right. We're the Clippers. Enough.
You know, if you just listen to Vic, if those words were just put on a piece of paper that he just said, and not necessarily coming from Vic.
Right. I mean, it's like hearing the Lakers again. Remember when the Lakers played the Nuggets? Oh, well, it's still a close. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Everything. Watch the national shows. Well, the Clippers are. I hear, because I wasn't. Chuck at halftime last night said, the Clippers are in a great position. Really?
Yeah, I listened to that. Yep. He said that.
Everything's from the Clippers' perspective. Why?
If you listen to those words, though, that you said, if I was just reading them in an article, it would sound pretty disrespectful.
I mean to be disrespectful.
But that being said, it's not like I necessarily disagree with you on the whole premise of things. I think this is going 7 games. I think Saturday at some point, the Denver Nuggets are going to be home playing in a game number 7.
One thing is incredibly clear. Russell Westbrook hates that team. Every shot that he hit,
personal.
The first place he went was stare at the Clippers bench and then stare at the crowd. It was always them first.
I watched a pregame show on ESPN.
I like sports hate though, Vic. I like a good sports hate.
But I'm always curious at who rolls out the narrative. Like what producer makes the decision to go from this perspective. I watched a half-hour pregame show and they spent half of the time talking about Nuggets Clippers. And every theme that was trotted out there was about, well, how do the Clippers do this? And what does this mean for Kawhi? And how does Harden? And what about Zubats? And Tyron? I'm like, what about the other team? What about the team they're playing?
Guess I'm immune to it now.
But why do LA teams get that? Why even do I have to remind them who they are? You're the Mickey Mouse of the league. You're the Clippers. You've done nothing. You're much like some of these programs, some of these franchises in football who think they're bigger than they are. The Chicago Bears, you're nothing. You're a nobody. You've been that way for years.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
I think it's just market. It's that simple. I mean, I think that's why they do it. Now, I don't know how many Clippers fans, even in as big a market as LA, are Clippers fans.
Well, that's why
right?
I asked last week. That's why I asked. I said, Vic, learn me up here. Mm-hmm. Who is a Clipper fan? Like, who describe Clippers fans?
Well, I think
the guys who get free tickets to go to those games.
And then you said all the people who can't afford to go to LA Lakers games.
I mean, think about if you're Minnesota right now, Vic, you're up 3-1 in a series against the Lakers, and nobody's talking about the T-Wolves. It's all about the Lakers. Yeah,
it's the same thing. It's not about the franchises themselves. It's about the whole LA mystique. I'm so tired of it.
Well, you know what? A way that you can break through that is doing what you did 2 years ago, which is go on a run and force people to talk about you. And you know what? If they find a way, if the Nuggets can find a way to get through this series, and hell, if they can end it in 6, I mean, you're going to be talked about a lot because you're going to be taking on a team that's very, very good. Best team in the Western Conference at the end of the regular season, probably the best right now in Oklahoma City. And all it really is going to take, I think, is one more Jamal game. And that's why, you said earlier, Vic, you can't do that every night. Totally. You can't go, what was he, 8 of 14 from 3 last night? It's crazy.
He got out of the handcuffs last night of Chris Dunn. He found a way out of them, and he just got loose.
I'm like, can you do it twice, though? If you can give me 2 games like that over the course of a 7-game series, and then you're like, after that, can Jokic do enough for 2 other games out of 6? Mm-hmm. Or 2 out of 5 to make that. That's what it's going to take, I think. Because if Jamal gives you that just a couple of times, which he did, go back 2 years ago, He did that multiple times. In each series, he had games like that where he was just going crazy and throwing it and laying it on people. Then I think you could take this wherever you want to go.
Well, we also talked about it yesterday. I think it bears repeating that it sort of has to happen that way. And if it's not Jamal, it's got to be somebody else besides Joker getting off, right? And I thought AG
was great.
I thought he had a very nice game. Now, in terms of scoring the basketball, a very nice game. Didn't do a ton of other stuff, but a very nice game.
Played good D.
Well, yeah, he did. You're right. My bad. I mean, but he didn't pull down a bunch of boards and so on and so forth. But that being said, somebody else has to do it because they just don't have a deep enough rotation. So you're going to have that.
Like, let me give you something here real quick. This speaks to both Jamal's offensive night and the team defense overall. How many points did Murray have?
43.
43.
Kawhi had 20. James Harden had 11. Norman Powell had 12. You guys, can you do quick math?
11 and 12 is 23.
Points.
Yeah.
The
43.
big three for the Clippers scored 43 points. Jamal scored 43 last night.
Yeah.
I mean,
that works. I'll take that.
That's going to be a recipe for success. But that leads to two different things. It's number one, you get a great game from Jamal, obviously. But you were making life miserable for those three.
Well,
like, Kawhi might still get his 20 points, but they're a tough 20. They're a tough 20 to get.
Kawhi was just one rebound shy of a triple-double. So Kawhi actually contributed. James Harden has been a no-show for 2 games. And a lot of that is because Christian Braun is living in his pants. Christian Braun is forcing him to do things he doesn't want to do. And he's so frustrated. It's not just not scoring. It's not shooting. He's not letting him shoot the ball.
Yeah.
And if you look at a James Harden game in which he attempts, let's see, last night, how many shot attempts did James Harden have in that game? He was 3 for 9. 3 for 9. He only attempted 9 shots. That's not a James Harden game. He is so flummoxed. He doesn't know what to do.
By the way, Norman Powell has been held to 13 points or less 3 times in this series. He averaged 22 a game this year.
Every time I see him at the free throw line, though, I see his face.
Yeah.
Dude.
And I look at his angry, stone cold face.
Dude.
And I'm like, what do you do with that face? Norm, what are you doing with that face?
Dude. Bogdan Bogdanovic and Chris Dunn each outscored James Harden.
Nelly.
You're not going to win if that happens. If you're the Clippers.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don.
If that name is ever said on this show, that needs to be played immediately afterwards.
And I disagree with you guys. Mose, you were quick to go, well, it's going 7. And that's probably the fair assessment to this. I need the Nuggets to invest everything they have to end this series Thursday night and not even roll the dice on the Game 7. Because we've seen that before. We've seen that movie before. And I'm saying muck it up like you did in Game 4, where you defend like a bunch of hyenas and just let it all go Thursday night. Let it all go Thursday.
See,
I know you're going to get their best
You're saying
effort.
you got to get smooth up in you. That's what you're saying.
I just think Thursday, you guys write it off like, it's coming back 7. No, it doesn't have to.
It doesn't have to, but that's what it feels like.
I just think it's likely.
The trajectory that is going on through my body toward this series feels like a 7-gamer.
The last time I saw...
That's what it feels like.
Okay. Championship season. The Nuggets and Suns were tied 2 games apiece. It goes back to Denver for Game 5. Nuggets won that. And then for Game 6 in Phoenix, remember that was the closest series of that entire championship run.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what happened in Game 6 in Phoenix? In the first quarter of that game, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope went off. He went off. I think he had 13 in the first. They jumped all over the Suns and ended them from the get-go. Just stole their souls, snatched their souls. I'm not saying that's going to happen Thursday night, but why not? Just go crazy.
Well, here's my rebuttal, I suppose. That was the championship team 2 years ago. I don't think they're that. And you know what? Nuggets, do what you do best, which is prove me wrong. Prove people wrong.
Yeah.
That's where when they live in that space, they're a pretty damn good basketball team.
Well, and again, Jamal, maybe angry Jamal's just the way to go.
Yeah, kick him in the nuts or something next time you see him.
Vic, you just annoy the hell out of him.
I'm trying to think of another line of questioning.
Ask dumb questions.
Here it is.
What was the question that got him so fired up?
It was a compliment. I said, you guys have been in tough situations. You've been down in series before, but you find a way to win. And he took it as, it's 2-2.
I got it.
But you were down.
Vic, go up to him and be like, yeah, you had a very good game 5, but how do you get to the free throw line more? You only had one free throw in the game.
Dude, that's unbelievable. He had 43 points, 1 free throw, and albeit that free throw was a technical foul free throw, so it wasn't one that he earned on his way to the rim.
Foul.
It is the most points in a playoff game. Listen to the most points in a playoff game without a real free throw.
How about
That's unbelievable.
Something along the lines of, you had a 43-point game, but historically in these situations, the follow-up game by you is a down game.
You average only 18
right.
or something like that. Just make up a number.
Yeah, just he won't. I mean, he's looking for a reason to jump you, like I am. He probably wants to choke you out too. So oblige him, please.
But see,
Vic.
My question is complimentary. It's got to be complimentary.
You've been down in series before. People have doubted you before. You've gone through
It's
this.
2-2.
I know, but I'm just saying, before that game, how much does that experience help you?
So it was 1-0.
When it was 2-1, though, you had to come back.
It was also 1-0.
I know, but how much does it help you knowing that you've been down this road?
It's 2-2. It's best out of 3, and I'm excited to play playoff basketball.
Yeah,
Vic,
he's so done
4
with you.
Hubba Bubbas and just graze right in his
he
ear.
is so done. He is so done with you.
Do one of those numbers.
I really don't know what else to say. I mean, I thought it was a very benign question.
Well, you're going to be there.
Yeah. That gum good?
So tomorrow morning, just be you.
You know what?
And that'll probably be enough.
I talked to Christian yesterday about that gum thing. And we're walking down the hallway before the game. And he goes, everybody is sending me that video. And they all asked the same thing. What was I thinking at the time? And I said, why didn't you just say what you were thinking? He goes, I probably wouldn't be here playing in this game if I had said
exactly.
what I was thinking.
Well,
You know what? Let's just keep this simple. Vic keeps going, it was a benign question. It was being complimentary. You ever considered this, Vic? Maybe he just hates you.
Could be.
Yeah, like you just being in his presence pisses him off.
100%.
Yeah, maybe that's
That
it.
very much could be it. And then if that's the case, I will continue to be in his presence.
Yes, continue to
Who
do
you
that.
think I am. Front
Reminder.
and center. I ain't going anywhere.
If you want a pair of tickets or want a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs Game 6 tomorrow against the Stars, the keyword for this hour is Sam. So text that in your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock. Quickly, Moj, what?
The equipment crew just has to tape a picture of Vic's face inside of his locker on the road.
Uh-huh.
Just tape your face inside of his locker there at the Enormo Dome or whatever the hell they call it.
Have one
place.
grease board that's just got a picture of you taped on it.
Yeah.
Something like that. All right. Jared Bednar in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Damn, it's too much in my mouth. Huh? It's too
Here's the beauty of this, guys. When you're in these playoff series and maybe your team is seen as an underdog, it's a great time if you think they're going to win to throw some money on it. And why not on the Circus Sportsbook? So I told you this yesterday about the Nuggets. They were the underdog in the series price before Game 5. Well, now obviously they're the favorite. But take a look at the Avs. You think the Avs will win 2 straight and take the series against Dallas? Well, they're plus 170. You make some cash off that. So download the Circus Sportsbook, the best odds in the game, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service. Download the app now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Jared Bednar in 15 minutes. Now, to what you wanted to talk about earlier, Moj, which was a pretty wild sequence here. So the Milwaukee Bucks, they're going through one. They won the championship a few years ago, and every time that they have reached the postseason since, it's ended up in kind of disaster. If you remember the year the Nuggets won the championship, they were the 1 seed in the East, and they lost to the Miami Heat, who were the 8 seed in the first round. Well, they lose in 5 games this year in the first round. They lose Damian Lillard to a torn Achilles, which is going to keep him out for most, if not all, of next year. And they face real questions on whether Giannis is going to ask out. But at the end of this game, Giannis hits a bucket, puts them up. They get the ball back. They're up 1 with a few seconds left in OT. Pass to Gary Trent Jr. had a good game. Fumbles it out of bounds. Pacers get the ball. Halliburton drives to the rack. Layup good. And the Pacers win 119-118. Right after the horn blows, or clocks hit 0, buzzer blows, Tyrese Halliburton's dad runs onto the floor, stands in front of a sort of stunned Giannis Antetokounmpo, and gets in his face and starts barking at him, talking trash. That leads to Giannis, when I say face-to-face, like mushing his forehead against Halliburton's dad's forehead on the floor. They need to be separated. Giannis goes back, starts to handshake some Pacers players. Then he sees Benedict Mathurin. Don't know what he did, but grabs him by the head and does the same thing to him and starts to talk. I don't know what was going on. But the fact that Halliburton's dad, Vic, you know the rules. You're on NBA sidelines. Mm-hmm. Are family members just allowed to walk onto the floor like that?
I have not seen that before. I've
never seen Jokic's brothers on the floor after a game.
Can I pay a compliment?
I've not seen that before. I don't know what it is about these guys and their dads. John Morant and his dad, Halliburton and his dad. Let's go ahead and get helicopter dad out of there.
Yeah, great compliment to Giannis Antetokounmpo. He is a man of great restraint. He is a man of class.
Yeah.
He is an adult. He's all of these things.
You watch his interviews after they get eliminated from postseasons. He's incredibly mature about it.
He is. I would love him to be. If I can't have Nikola Jokic, I would want him to be the centerpiece of my team. Because I and Vic, you and Brett, you probably too, Nelly. I would have hammered that guy right in his schnoz.
Yep.
Like at the same time,
you don't belong here. What? Who in the world do you think you are?
Yeah. At the same
jumping
time,
on the floor and getting in Giannis's face.
Get off the floor. Get off.
No, Vic, I mean the game is just.
It's not Giannis's fault. It's not.
No,
I'm not blaming Giannis. But
run to the locker room like a little. Yeah, just like a little baby. Run to the locker. No, I mean he was stunned. They just turned it over. Halliburton makes the shot, and the game is over.
Hey, I do agree with him on this, and this is where I went sideways with what was happening at CU. And this is when I got into that fight we all did with the CU honks. How you win reveals a lot about you. How you win a game, how you react when you win a game, really tells me who you are, right? And Giannis's message after that is, you win, have some respect. That's all.
One thing I'll say is that I believe being humble in victory. That's how I am. Now there can be a lot of people out there that are like, no, when you win the game, you gotta talk and it's a green light for you to be disrespectful towards somebody else. I disagree. I've won the championship. They haven't. Okay, and that doesn't say anything. I'm not trying to minimize their effort, but I remember when I won, my mom that she's never missed the games from February 11th or 13th when she came in Milwaukee against the Knicks. She never missed a game. When we won the championship, I remember my mom, she was scared to cross. She was like, am I allowed to come and hug my son?
Yeah. I just
and
you
his
could
mom's
stop
like
that whole thing.
Yeah, but mom's
win
also
with respect.
Yeah,
just
she's
win
not,
with respect.
She's
That's
not
all
getting
you
in
need
the
to do.
face.
I can't hear what you're saying. You're talking. I can't hear what you're saying.
I'm saying she's not getting in the face, Vic. I want you to expand on that. She's not getting in the face of the opposition, the mom.
Is this the video behind you there, Brett?
That's just the still shot of them mushing foreheads together.
What is the dad doing? What are you doing, man?
Yeah, what if
What are you doing?
I got an idea. Giannis wins the chip. His mom crosses the court. Who'd they play? Do you remember who the Bucks played to win that championship back in
the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah, it was
Phoenix.
the Suns.
She walks up to Devin Booker and starts going double barrels. Anyway, this is a great point by a texter. There is a dad that constantly crosses the court. Bronny's dad does that a lot.
Yeah.
Constantly does it.
The fact of the matter is the guy was completely out of line.
You like getting nailed by the king?
At least not only did Tyrese admit it, said, look, my dad was completely out of line.
Yeah. And credit to him.
The old man said, you know what? I was completely out of line. I embarrassed my son and the team and everything. So everybody was aware that this guy, he must have just been caught up in the moment. But
Yeah,
I can't even imagine it. If I was Giannis, I probably would have crossed him.
Let me tell you something
now. If somebody's dad comes on the floor, it gets in my face.
I told Nelly this story. Giannis is 7 feet tall. He's 200 and what? 270? Probably 260, 270?
I'll look it up right now.
I don't know how tall Halliburton's dad is, but he looked 4'2".
Well, he's listed at 6'11" and 243.
I told Nelly this story when I was I went to a Nuggets game earlier this year at Ball Arena, and I stepped on the elevator to get to the level I had to get to. And right before the elevator closes, there's a big hand that grabbed it to keep it open, and it was Jokic's oldest brother. And when I tell you he's the biggest human being I've ever seen in person, he's the biggest human being I've ever seen. And I couldn't imagine, if the team that I loved beat the Nuggets and my first reaction was to get in the face of a human being that large. It just never would register, ever.
So the theme now in the NBA, and this is where I go, I don't like when I hear this. It just bothers me. I don't know why. The theme is, well, where's Giannis going to go? He's clearly going to leave Milwaukee. Why? Why? Figure it out. If it takes a couple more years, figure it out.
Well, Vic, Carlos Boozer had a great take. He should go to L.A. and team up with Luka.
Oh, I heard that. I heard that. Everybody's got to go to L.A., right?
He really, you know what? He dove deep in the recesses of his brain to come up with a brand new take that nobody's heard before, which is star players should go to the Lakers.
I want to vomit. I want to vomit.
But why does every time a marquee player, when that marquee player faces adversity, why is the automatic default, well, he's got to go?
Yeah, why? I don't know why that is. Because it's a smaller market.
Hang on a second.
Is that why?
Because that's what superstars have done for the last 15 years. KD didn't win, and then what did he do? He went to Golden State.
LeBron,
and then he went to Brooklyn. And then Brooklyn he didn't win, so he goes to Phoenix. And then James Harden was in one place, and he was in Houston. That didn't work, so he had to go to Brooklyn. And then that didn't work, so he had to go to, you know what I mean? Like, this is what guys have done.
It just blows my mind that the NBA pundits and talking heads can't wrap their heads around the fact that other markets exist.
And that
players may like actually living in that market. I sure as heck hope that Shea likes Oklahoma City, because, and as much as I would hate to see them be a juggernaut for the next decade, I mean, these smaller markets deserve to have players too.
I'll tell you why.
And not flee and one out.
I'll tell you why. Because when a guy that the media is deemed a liked star loses, what's the narrative afterwards? It's not his fault. And I'm not saying this is Giannis's fault that the Bucks are losing. It's not his fault. It's the organization is failing him. That's always what you go to. And so it's like, if the organization's failing you, then get out of the organization and go somewhere else.
It's always the media that's cultivating that idea. And the way I look at it is because I was reading some guy, national media, I cannot believe what Milwaukee's doing to Giannis. I'm like, what
they got
Milwaukee's doing to Giannis? What are you talking about? They've bent over backwards for Giannis. They've gone through 3 head coaches for Giannis.
Yeah.
They employ his brothers for Giannis. They brought in Dame for Giannis. They traded away a Middleton for Giannis. They've done a bunch of crap. I mean, what do you mean?
And again, I don't want to make this like I don't think they're losing because Giannis isn't good enough or anything like that. But sometimes this is just how sports go. You don't get the win every year. It's just how it is. Anyway, I got an idea. You can call me Carlos Boozer because I think Giannis should go to the Nuggets. Anyway, head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us to preview Game 6 next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, as we are joined every Wednesday by the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. You know, I know it's a huge game tomorrow, a must-win Game 6 that's in Ball Arena. But so far, this has been such a tight series. I'm sure you're aware of the numbers of the time that you've spent leading in this series versus the time the Stars have. What do you think is going really well for you, and what needs to improve heading into Game 6?
Well, I think I've liked our 5-on-5 play in this series. I like the fact that we are getting a lead and playing with the lead until last game. I think that's really important against Dallas because, as you saw in Game 4, say, like they get the couple bounces and score a couple of goals early, and they can go into this tight defensive shell, make it even more difficult on you than they do through regular play in a tie or in a game when you're leading. And then they've just got a really good counterattack. So as you start to press to try to get back in the game, they can be super opportunistic, and they don't need a lot of chances to score goals, as you've seen. So you get pressing a little bit, you make a mistake, and then they're going to come and put more on you, right? So I like that aspect of our game. Like, our forecheck's been rolling. It's been highly effective. We've done a better job as the series goes on about getting to the net front and causing some chaos and getting some dirty chances. They're not easy to get to with their big body D draped all over you all the time, but we're grinding in that area. On the other side of it, I think we definitely have to stay out of the box. Their power play has been lethal. Special teams is going to be big here. Has been the whole series, and we got to find a way to get more dangerous on our power play. Stay out of the box and try to do a job nullifying their power play, which we did at home in Game 4, which is one of the reasons why we had the success we did in Game 4. So it's a big one. Obviously Game 4 at home was pretty much a must-win, and guys came out and played their best game of the series, and hopefully we can do that again here tomorrow night.
Coach, we're spoiled in Denver. We have some superstar athletes, and they usually play like superstars. Why hasn't Cale Makar met that standard in this series?
Well, he's gotten there, in the last handful of games. I thought he was really good. It was a little bit of a slow start for him in the series. Listen, he played an incredible Game 1. I think it was 12 shot attempts. The problem is his sights were off in that game, and he misses the net more than usual, and that turns into a really tight game. He's getting into the right areas of the ice. He's got, again, last game, he had 3 or 4 shots right from the slot. Ottinger makes some big saves. I can't say that he's not playing well. Game 4, he was absolutely dominant horse in the game, and a huge difference maker in the game, him and Nate. But they're making it tough on those guys. That's a lot of times in playoff hockey, it's stars can nullify the other stars, and it's been difficult on them. But I feel like they've been grinding through it, and got to stay with it again for one more game. Hopefully they have a game 6 like they did Game 4 at home.
Coach, in game number 4, you had 48 shots on goal. And I don't know if it's a direct correlation or somewhat of a coincidence, but it seems like when you guys fire that puck and then retrieve pucks and whatnot, that's when you're at your best against this Dallas team. And I know you don't just want to throw pucks at the net and give up possession and have a face-off and so on, but how do you coach that? Is it, hey, just throw everything at the net, or is it throw more things to the net or be decisive? What do you say to your guys?
Yeah, it's calculated for sure. I think that your best, our message to our guys is our best ozone shifts usually start with the shot, right? You get in, you got to win that forecheck, or you got to get an entry possession, and then it starts with a shot. And then you get, we have a lot of speed and a lot of tenacious players in our forward lineup. And then it becomes about loose puck recoveries, races, battles to kind of sustain your ozone time, especially this time of the year. So shooting the puck is is major key, right? And it doesn't have to be the perfect shot. We're sending guys to the net. Forwards are doing a good job getting to the net, whether they're the ones shooting or we're using the low to highs in the offensive zone that starts with the D shot, and then everything's got to start firing from there with the retrievals, races, battles, recoveries, get them back to the net, and you kind of find a rhythm with your offense, right? And that's when I feel like we're most dangerous. Game 4, I think we had like 40 shot attempts from our D, which was awesome, and that's what you need to do. Like, if you're too selective, if you're not moving the puck quick enough to get those shots, if you're not winning enough races and battles, the shots become fewer and farther between, as we've seen in a couple of games in this series. So there was a competitive nature to our guys in Game 4, which was like just outstanding. We'll have to get there again. Like it's going to be a tough game, but I feel like like we liked our Game 1, we liked our parts of Game 2, we really liked Game 3 in a lot of respects and came up short. And Game 4 was kind of the pinnacle for us. And even in our 5-on-5 play last game, like we did a good job. We held more O-zone time than D-zone time. Expected goals for and some things that we really liked in there. Just couldn't solve Ottinger quite as easy, and penalties took their toll on us in that game.
You spoke about the penalties. I believe yesterday you were asked about the way that this series was officiated, because it's been a war zone out there. There's been a lot of physicality, and it feels like it's gotten really picky and choosy at times that they let them play and times that they don't. What are your overall thoughts on that?
That's the part I can't understand and I don't like. It's like it is like if you're watching our players away from the puck in the offensive zone, trying to get to the net and watch what's happening with their defending, and then like all of a sudden at the other end we'll do something and it's just like automatic penalty. And I just think like if you're gonna let them play and you're gonna let them battle the way that the battles have been going, then let them do that. Like you can't have the guys guessing at what's a penalty and what's not, and that was my frustration with last game. I just felt like it was. I didn't like the way it was officiated. I think like, if you're going to play strong and tough, then you got to play strong and tough on both sides of it, and let us play. And if you're setting up a high standard when it comes to penalties, then make it consistent from the drop of the puck. You can't just wait till game's half over and then start calling them. It's too late at that point because players have already kind of figured out your standard and what you're going to call and what they can get away with, and they just want it to be fair, like even playing field on both sides.
Coach, the game was largely over when Jamie Benn took that dive. I'm just curious, did the official come over and say anything to you? What did he see there?
No, they see the high stick and they call it. Not a lot of conversation going on with those guys. We talk to the supervisors in between games and, the officials occasionally during the game. But as you know, there's no change in their mind. There's no argument. It's too late once the call's made. The call on Sam Malinsky was the killer. Puck's there. He's coming over to play him. Their guy tries to jump out of the way and goes down. But that play is happening 30, 40 times a game on both sides of it.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, and, I guess we'll see if that gets rectified coming up tomorrow evening. Hey, Coach, we've talked about goalies a lot. Your goalies, opposing goalies, and whatnot, but you can always tell when a goalie's kind of feeling good, can't you? I mean, just by the way they move and the way they make their saves and that sort of thing. And I know their goalie on the other side felt really good in game number 5. So what do you want to do in terms of taking Ottinger's eyes away or getting in his kitchen? Is it sort of all hands on deck at the top of the crease at this point?
Yeah, with some depth and width. I think you got to get to the top of the paint, and you got to drag one of their D's. One of their D's going to be with you, so it's automatic that you got a little bit of traffic there, and then you got to have some layers to it, a little bit higher at the hash marks. And then when the puck goes there, you got to start converging to the net. And like I said, like our sort of dirty area scoring chances have built up through the course of the series. We didn't like them in game 2, but game 1 started out okay. Then we wanted to get there more, and through the course of the series, game 3 we got there a lot. Game 4 even more. Game 5 was about the same as Game 3. You know, it's hard to get there because they're mauling you and they're all over you, coming out of the corners and using their big bodies and trying to prevent you from getting there. Which again just kind of speaks to my it's borderline interference coming to the net all the time. You got to fight through it. You got to make sure you're evasive enough coming to the net front and you're delivering the puck there on time, and then you got to go to war for those rebounds, screens, deflections, and recoveries after that.
How confident are you guys heading into this that they win 2 in a row and they get out of here? I mean, I know there's always like a nervous energy when your back's against the wall, but they've been here before. What's your read on them?
Yeah, you got to play confident enough, like, to make plays and make sure you're using our skating to our advantage. Like, I feel like that on 5-on-5, we've been the quicker team. So I mean, it's the same way I felt after Game 3. Like, we're in a must-win situation, right? Game 4 was must-win. Game 6 was must-win. The guys showed up and played incredible, and we got to go do it again. Like, I don't see any reason, based on what we're doing here, to not be confident in our play. Certainly it's going to be a really tough game. There's no question. But, like, the guys have done enough in this series to show me that, like, we're here to compete and we got to go, play our best game one more time. And we'll go through we were off yesterday and traveling. We'll go through the game a little bit today, talk about some things that we really want to do exceptionally well tomorrow, and work on some special teams and get a little skate in. And mine should be to take, like I said, it takes a little bit of time to get over those losses because they all sting this time of the year. Everyone knows how important they are, and you got to reset your mind first and come ready to work today, and then tomorrow we turn them loose.
Coach, good news is your pregame speech is going to be pretty easy. I mean, what else is there left to say? Guys, we can't lose, and you got to say that twice. You have nowhere else to go. You got to win here.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's like that. We'll go over the tactical things today, and we'll give them little refreshers tomorrow in a couple meetings. But this is going to be about your want and will and desire to go win. Like that's. They've held the edge in that in a couple games in the series. We've held the edge in that in a couple games in the series, and the result is generally followed. So you got to go beat the guy across from you at this point. It's like such an evenly matched series that you have no choice but to go play your best and give it everything you got tomorrow night.
I know you love it, Coach. I know you do. I don't know why I do. Playoff hockey, it just seems abusive at times. Self-inflicted abuse, you know what I mean? Because the puck goes in off the Donoff's laces. And the only one that finds it is Johnston, and he just, from an impossible angle, Blackwood's there. I don't know how it gets through him. I mean, it's almost like, and then it goes up in the air, it hits the crossbar, hits his nameplate, and I'm thinking I could punch a dolphin at that point, and you're more even-keeled than me, but I don't know. It's just playoff hockey is so dang tough because when you look at these 5 games, I would argue all day and night that you've been the better team overall in this series, yet you're the one that's trailing, right?
Well, 5-on-5, we've played really well. The special teams got to be a difference maker for us tomorrow night. There's no question. That game was such a funny game because 2 goals that that you just never see this time of the year go in. You're behind the 8 ball. You're into the second period. You got to stick with your plan, but you got to create more in order to win, right? You get a couple of good looks. It's still 2-0. You start pressing a little bit as time's going through. They make it 3-0. That's on one of those ones where you're playing in their zone, and then they take off with numbers. You make a mistake, and it's in the back of your net. It's 3-0, and we go to work and make it 3-2, and then the penalties come, and it's like all over, right? So, a really good start here at home would help, no question. Getting on the board first would help, no question. But it's got to be foot on the gas, throw everything to the net, get traffic and rebounds and screens and tips and deflections at their cage, and we got to pick up some ugly ones, and then we got to be really sharp on our special teams. We got to come through on the power play if the opportunity comes, and our penalty kill is going to have to be really good like they were in Game 4 at home.
Two quick things here, Coach, and we'll let you go, and appreciate your time as always. I know the series and the wins are bigger than any individual story, but when it comes to Landeskog and the way that he's played since his comeback, is it better than you expected? Is it what you expected? I mean, how would you evaluate it?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's so good to have him back. It's like he comes back and you immediately remember why you were missing him so much in the first place, right? So I would say his play is what's been the most impressive, right? Because you just never know how that's going to go. What level is he going to be at with his play? Is it going to be 50%, 60%, 70%? I felt from talking with Landy that the health of himself, the conditioning, just the way he was going to feel physically, I felt really confident in that, and so did he. It was what's his timing going to be like when the pressure's on? He's coming back in. He's just not coming back in October, November, December. He's coming back in against the Dallas Stars, one of the best teams in the league. The intensity of it, the speed of it, the physicality of it, and he just looks so poised and relaxed, and it's almost like he never left, and I feel like he's only going to get better from where he is right now. The more he plays, the more it's going to come back to him. So I'm really impressed with the way he's played, in the series after being out so long.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Coach, always appreciate the time. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, fellas. Thank you. Bye.
That is head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach are brought to you by Quantum Fiber, internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com. Yes, I said we'll talk next week because they're going to win these next two games.
I want nothing more than to have a Coach Bednar show a week from today.
Mm-hmm. Vic, you said you were so mad at the puck. Like, why in hockey does this happen?
I don't like the puck.
I know you don't. But it is abusive, isn't it, a little bit? I mean,
did you say you want to punch a dolphin?
Yeah, I love dolphins. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying it would make me want to punch a dolphin right in his beak. Right,
your ass,
right in his.
I'd love to see you. I'd love to see you versus a dolphin and see who wins.
No, a dolphin would absolutely smoke me.
By the way, we're going to give away the keyword in a minute, so stay tuned for that.
I guess it depends. Are we on land? Are we on the beach? Are we in the water?
Have you guys done the dolphin thing? Where you get in the little pool and the dolphin pushes you around?
No, but I've seen a dolphin.
I did that once. I'm telling you, it was bizarre.
Yeah.
Where it was it was an excursion for this thing, whatever. And you get in this pool, and they say, stand straight and put your feet together. And the next thing you know, the nose of the dolphin at full speed is picking you up, and you're flying through the air. And all I could think to myself is, I want this as a pet. Every once in a while, I just want to feel like I can fly.
Well, you ever heard of Flipper Jack?
Well, I don't want to keep it as a pet. I don't want these things confined.
No, Flipper. No, man. Flipper lived in the wild. He did his own thing. But when Sandy goes zooga zooga zooga, right, bud? Zooga zooga, and the dolphin comes and zooga zooga zooga. Anyway,
from my angle, the zooga zooga looked like something different.
Okay. Anyway, they could call Flipper and he'd come and help him out and drive him to steakhouse and whatnot. No, but seriously, it's just the stupid puck. It does dumb things. I hate it.
Hey, quickly,
the Avs have been the better team overall in this series, and they're the ones trailing.
Who's your favorite dolphin ever? Mine's the dolphin from Ace Ventura. He can hit field goals. It's
that
guy,
cool. The guy could split the uprights big time. Yep. No doubt about it.
And they needed him for that Super Bowl.
I was going to say maybe Mark Duper.
Yeah, I was going to say
he was a good dolphin.
Probably Dan Marino's my favorite dolphin ever, or Larry Zonka.
I just want a dolphin that zoogas.
Hey, Flipper, come over here with the zooga, huh?
Hey. Brett, if we're done pets, I want Dr. Watson.
You want Dr. Watson?
Yeah.
That's his son's cat.
No, that's Mr. Bill.
Oh.
No. Right, just Gemstones. Have you seen this season?
Yeah, Dr. Watson.
Anyway.
Got to give away this keyword. If you guys want a chance to go watch the Avs,
Billy's Bubble Bunkers.
If you want a chance to watch Game 6 tomorrow at Ball Arena, text Nathan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is Nathan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Don't miss your shot. Get tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com, by the way. But again, Nathan in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Summer is fast approaching, and you know what that means. The AC, you want to make sure it's working. It's gonna get hot. It's been hot. Heck, man, it's time for the sprinklers at this point. If you need help with anything at your house, call AAA Home Services. HVAC, sprinklers, electric, it don't matter. They can fix it. And right now, they've got a $49 AC tune-up special. $49 to make sure the AC is up and running. Schedule an appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Why would you decide to have a full conversation with me as the intro music's playing to the segment?
The reason I wanted to, Nelly, if you could go back, please, and grab the first answer from Coach Bednar, the very first answer that he gave.
As Nelly gets that, reminder to you guys, the key word for this hour, you want a pair of tickets to the Avs game tomorrow, is Nathan. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
We've had a lot of the female persuasion texting in. Are they listening to our program, or are their husbands saying, hey, you text in as well, we want these tickets?
I met two of our female listeners over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Both have said, I force my husband to listen to you guys. They force us on their husband.
Like, yeah, there's a ton. I mean, there's a ton of women who text in. A ton. I love it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyway.
You're being forced on women's husbands?
Yeah. Their husbands are being forced on us, and hopefully they like it.
Zuga zuga.
It was yesterday that Vic, he just made me so mad. And Vic, I don't really want to choke you out, just a little bit, okay? Not full choke out.
You'd have to catch me first.
I understood.
You'd rip both Achilles.
But probably. But he asked me about the Stars and the way they defend when they have a lead, and you were just so smarmy. I ain't buying it. I don't buy it. Or something like that. It was along those lines, right, Nelly? He's like, I don't buy it. I don't buy into what you're saying. I said, well, you can buy it or not buy it, but it's the damn truth. Well, Coach Bednar just reiterated exactly what I was saying yesterday morning right here on this very program about how the Stars, the way they defend, it gets even tighter and more difficult. And I said to you, Vic, I said, it's not like the Avs won't get chances because they're too good not to get chances, but they're not going to be, and I said numerful. I was numerous and plentiful. I combined the word. They're not going to be as numerful as they were or would be.
Yeah, the thing is,
so you got to get a lead. You got to get a lead.
Okay, well, let's play this audio back in a little bit because I want to go back to the Nuggets. It's been a while since we talked about how great they've been or how great they were last night, and especially a game like, I'll kind of go back to the beginning. Like, the main thing that hit me was 1A and 1B. 1A was, that was as fun as I've had watching the Nuggets in a long, long time. And it came in a game that Joker scored 13 points.
But it was still nerve-wracking.
It was nerve-wracking, but Vic, I had a blast. Yeah. Because it was, for me.
Winning is fun, Brett. Thank you for that.
They've won 2 other games in this series. Didn't feel nearly the same way.
I know, but if they lost that game, you wouldn't have that much fun.
Duh. Yeah. What are you trying to get at here?
Hey,
I'm saying the way that the team played overall.
Hey, Brett, you know when you got a massage in the Dominican, right? You got a massage. That was way better than getting kicked in the Jimmy.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, what are you doing?
I guess I just don't understand that concept. If the Nuggets had won that game 72-70, that's fun. Winning is fun.
Okay. Shut up for a second, and I'll let you know what I mean.
It was Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
My apologies.
You do as fun as I've had watching the Nuggets for a specific reason.
My apologies.
Because it wasn't a one-man show. It wasn't just Joker having to carry everybody on his shoulders to victory, and you're like biting your nails. Here's what happened. It's the thing, the special sauce that ultimately summed up to a championship 2 years ago. Jamal Murray controlled everything. Like, Jamal Murray was playing the Jokic role last night. Yeah. He was distributing. He was running the offense. He was finding the open shot. He didn't fear a single thing in front of him last night, and he was kind of doing it all. Now, it's too much to ask him to do that every night, even though we asked Joker to, but he's not Joker, so you can't do that. But if he can do that a couple of nights during the course of a series, if he gives you one more of those in the next 2 games, you're moving on to OKC.
Vic, everything was going in. Everything. And so I love the way Jamal, when he gets on a roll like that, and then he pulls up from the logo and that kind of thing, you can tell when he's feeling it. It just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. I mean, he gets in that rhythm. It's a glorious thing to watch, and we've been sort of waiting for it.
I've watched every Jamal Murray game since he arrived here in Denver. Every single one. I've never missed a Jamal Murray basketball game, clearly. And someone said, well, what was the difference last night? To me, I saw a little bit of more speed out of Jamal Murray. I saw his legs looked healthy last
Yeah,
night.
there was a different gear he hit.
Yes. He looked faster. He got to his spots faster. He was more decisive. That's what I saw last night. So when people wonder, can he do it again? Well, is he going to be that fit again? Because he looked fit and fast last night. Did he not? That breakaway dunk when he ran away from everybody? Like he was running a 100-meter dash?
Yeah.
So good.
So you tell me, that's what I noticed out of that game last night. Scoring is one thing. The ball's got to go in the hole. But I saw him physically. That's the best he's looked in a long time.
You know what? With their backs against the wall there, because that's how it felt. You know, everybody's kind of nervous. Like, they're up 3-2 in the series. We're like, can they win this series? And we're like, I don't know, kind of coin flip. We'll see. If they lost that game, we don't think they're winning 2 in a row.
No, we do not.
So, here's what last night did for me, at least. Look, it gave you obviously some breathing room and some margin for error, which I think is necessary. But more than that, there was not a single player on that floor that didn't look confident last night. Not one of them. Everybody was willing to take the shot. When Christian Braun at the end of the third quarter, and Christian Braun's he's been great defensively, little rough with his shot during this series. Vic, when he gets that rebound with, I don't know, clock's ticking down 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and he's got a trailing joker that I think most of the time you probably kick it to him like, hey, you're pretty good at the end of the buzzer, at the end of quarters and the halves. You take the shot. What did Christian do? Took it down, pulled up from 3, and just drained it. When AG hits his only 3 of the game late, but it's the dagger, drains it. Porter, who's still playing with one wing right now, has been, was he 4 of 7 2 games ago from 3, and in this one he was 3 of 5? He's shooting the ball with confidence. Like, everybody's shooting confidently.
MPJ last night, I can't say enough about just his ability to overcome that injury and that pain. He went up with his left hand to save a ball.
I saw
and
that.
his left wing is hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, remember when he got knocked on the floor and they were about to lift him up like you would lift anybody else up? And he's like, no. And they had to lift him up by his pits, right?
What's so interesting is that when...
But did you see his face, though, when he fell? Because he went right on his shoulder, and he was...
Dude, there's no doubt in my mind he is gutting it out big time. And I love to see it. I mean, he's playing through it. He was a plus 34 last night. My God, what a game.
That's crazy.
Hey, but Vic, Jamal Murray with this Nuggets team, Nikola Jokic is the best player on the planet. We all agree with that, but he's not a contagion. Like when he's going good and doing it all, like everybody else just stands around and watches him do it all, right?
Yeah, kind of. It's been like that lately.
Yeah, yeah. But when Jamal Murray starts going off, what happens? Seems like everybody gets a little piece.
Yeah.
Everybody feels a little goodness. I mean, Russ was great last night shooting the ball. And Russell Westbrook is not a great shooter of the basketball. He was great last night. Christian Braun was great last night. Aaron Gordon was great last night. MPJ was great last. I mean, they all shot the ball. The only guy who wasn't great is the best player on the planet.
Crazy.
But Jamal Murray's that contagion. It's like when he gets that energy going, that vibe, and his hair's flowing, and he's got that snarl on his face. Like everybody's like, "Yeah, I'm going to get me some too. Let's do this." Right? That's how they have to win.
I can look at one stat. They were 17 of 33 from downtown. That's the number. That's the ball game. If you hit 17 threes, if you shoot better than 50% from 3, you're going to win in a playoff game. They won. That's it. That's all I need to hear. 17 of 33 for the Nuggets, who are not a great three-point attempting or shooting team.
The Nuggets had 6 different guys hit a 3 last night. 5 of the 6 all shot 50% or better from three-point range. The only one who didn't, Jokic.
Yeah.
That's it.
So
every player on the team last night from the field shot 50% or better. The only person who didn't, Jokic. Like, that is crazy town stuff.
The importance of Russell Westbrook is not to be lost in the 2 games in L.A., because he was hurt for half of one, missed the other. 2 games in L.A., the Denver Nuggets bench combined for 10 points in 2 games. 10. He had 10 in 1 quarter last night. He had 11 in the second. Finished with 21. I mean, it's a completely different beast now that he's back on that bench. It changes everything.
He does not like that Clippers team, Brett. You said it earlier.
Oh, I think I think when he was in LA, that's when the name Westbrook was created from their fan base. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he likes anything about LA except for his house, to be honest.
He's probably got a nice house.
Because I know he's got a house in LA.
Yeah.
But I think everything about basketball in LA, he kind of hates all of it.
Good.
Clippers, Lakers, everything.
Good.
A texture.
Hopefully he'll hate it even more coming up tomorrow night.
Texture writes this in. And I did want to ask you this, Vic, just quickly. He says, I've been very critical of MPJ, but dude is balling out with a Huggies diaper taped to his shoulder. He's a warrior. What is on his shoulder?
Yeah, what
It's
is
just
that?
a little extra padding. It's just padding.
Okay.
Little extra padding in case somebody comes down on his shoulder. I mean, it is awkward. I mean, I guess I would just wear a sleeve or an undershirt with some padding, but whatever works. Hey,
It does look like a Huggies, though. It does.
it looks like, well, I'm not going to.
What, you going to say maxi pad?
No.
Yeah, you were.
No, it's not.
Yes,
what I
you
was
were.
gonna
Yes,
say.
you were.
No, it's not. It's not what I was going to say. It looked like one of the Depends undergarments I wore after I had my surgery.
Yeah, adult diaper. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was not a full diaper. It was just like a half.
Looks like a kilo
I mean,
of
I can
Colombian
show you.
Bam Bam is what it looks like.
Taped underneath the car.
All right.
Guys, but let me say one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do not be lost on this. I know that we're all wowed by the 43 that Jamal had, and it's awesome. God, that's awesome. The reason why the Denver Nuggets, the big reason they've won 2 straight, is because Christian Braun has neutralized James Harden in 2 straight games. He has clipped the beard. He has frustrated him, irritated him, annoyed him to the point where Harden is not even shooting the ball. It's great.
Just for the record, James Harden took 11 threes in Game 2. He took 9 shots overall last night.
Overall, he had more turnovers, 4, than shots made, 3.
Harden, to be honest, Harden's only had one really good game. It's Game 1. Game 1, he had 32. Since then, it's 18, 20, 15, and 11.
CB's figured him out, dude. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if CB's got a big wad of gum in his mouth just chasing all over the court. Figured out the power of that.
He certainly got him earlier in this series. But again, it might have started when they got that scrap going on, right? Where CB's guarding him so hard, and Harden does that swing the arms up thing with the ball, draws a foul, and then that's what starts all the pushing, and then Harden throws a punch. He hasn't been the same since then.
I need the Nuggets to win this series just so we can point back to 2 still shots. It's Paul Millsap back in the bubble, and then it's Christian Braun in that little dust-up with Harden. And you can just say, hey, Clippers, whenever you do this in a playoff series, bad things happen afterwards. Anyway, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Back after this.
Hi, Vic. Before we get back to Coach Bednar momentarily, can you allow me to indulge on something?
I always get nervous on this. Moser says things like this.
If this is like a music thing, what is it?
No, when Moser says something like this, I always get nervous. Hey, when we come back, I got to say something.
Yeah.
Because that's all he does. I'm like, what do you want to say? He goes, you'll see.
What do you think his hit rate when he does this? What do you think it is? What percentage that's positive or just falls flat?
Just if we're being honest, we're all friends on this show.
Yeah.
It's not what it should be.
Probably about 8%. 8%, I give you.
It's more than 8.
All right, let's see if you exceed 8%. Let's go.
Okay. A former quarterback at Arizona State and Georgia, Jaden Rashada, committed to Sac State. Okay, which is crazy that you would have a Scadaboo went from Sac State to Arizona State. You got a former Georgia Bulldog quarterback playing at Sac State. Weird. Mike Bibby agrees to become the head basketball coach at Sac State. Remember that group that was raising all that money? Where do you think it's going? So Bibby becomes the coach. Shaq's kid is playing there, right? So Shaq is now the GM of Sac State basketball. The hell's going on? Not only that, former high school phenom and blue chip recruit Mikey Williams has committed to Sacramento State. He played at UCF. He committed to Memphis, never played there. Played at UCF. Now he's going to Sacramento State. Had some troubles in college and whatnot. But this guy is like one of the highest recruits in the country 3 years ago. And now he's going to Sac State. What is going?
Money. Me money.
I mean, this is look. I not only did I go there, I did games there. I could never in a billion years imagine. I mean, Mike Bibby, maybe he likes Sacramento. He played basketball for the Kings, so maybe he's got an affinity for the town. But what the hell? How does Shaquille O'Neal end up as the GM of Sac State basketball
because his kid
in the
plays there?
Friggin' Big Sky Conference?
Because his kid plays there.
I know, but it's in even for a guy like me, a Hornet, with my stinger heavily up. It's bizarre. It's just it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me.
Have you contributed to the Sac State NIL fund?
You in that slush fund there, Moj?
I used to could. Now I contribute with my tears.
So you wanted to say just Sac State is weird?
What? I mean, if they can listen, let me tell you something.
I mean, if I had to make this a story, I'd say this. Is anybody capable in college athletics now of just coming out of nowhere and being a contender?
That's exactly it.
100%.
If by any means Sac State can actually, they've never been to the NCAA tournament ever. Not one time ever. If they could ever get to the tournament or, God forbid, win the conference, anything, then it can happen anywhere on planet Earth.
I'll tell you what, that's probably, if you want to get your name out there as a school, like if you're a smaller in school like a Sac State or like UNO or a DU or whatever, right? If you're a smaller school, the way to get your name on the map and in front of the biggest amount of eyeballs, if you try and turn a school that's not a football school into a football school, good luck with that. You are going to need insane amounts of money to do that. Just go basketball.
Yeah, you can do it in basketball.
Win a bad conference, get an auto bid into the tournament, have a couple of good players, maybe win a couple of games. Like, who knows?
Look what Gonzaga's done.
Yeah,
right.
Look what Creighton.
Yeah.
Look what Creighton has done. You can be a small school in the middle of nowhere and become a damn good basketball program. It's much easier. You're exactly right.
Yeah, but dude, you don't understand how bad Sac State sucked.
Okay, but Moj, the bottom line is you get enough cash to roll through there. You get the right sort of guy. Like, let's be honest here. CU kind of did this with football 2 years ago. Didn't they?
Yeah. Bless you, Brandon.
I mean, they were a 1-11 joke of a college football team, like worst in the country bad.
They would, and I'm not, this is not even hyperbole. I believe they would have been homeless like Oregon State and Wazoo. I believe that.
But then you make a phone call for a giant name, and things can kind of change quickly. You know, their win-loss record is what it is, but they were really good last year. But I think in basketball, Dude, you grab some team that's, I don't know, you Sac State, and you just throw enough money at it, and you get the right kind of guy. Like, again, why is Shaq there? Because his kid's there. Like, I would be hunting, like, legacy children from huge names and get them in. That's what I'd be doing. Like, just try and think here. Hey, Hakeem Olajuwon, you got a kid who's 18 years old? Because I'll sign him. And then you're the GM of the team now. Like, I think that's a really smart way to go about putting your name on the map.
It's just, I mean, they played in the crappiest gym. I don't want to get into all this stuff. But watching Shaq.
Like, Joker's got a son now, doesn't he, Vic?
Yeah.
DU, give him an offer right now.
Watching Shaq roll around the campus at Sac State is going to be hysterical. Anyway, that's all I got. Thank you for indulging me. But it just goes to show that, I guess if you have the money, you can get Mike Bibby. You can get Shaq. You can get a former Georgia Bulldog quarterback. You can, get this blue chip phenom. It's mind-boggling.
Okay, as we're on the topic of kind of nonsense. So TMZ had this yesterday.
What?
Oh, man. I know where you're going, and
UNC is concerned about Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, as she essentially took on the role of Bill's manager. Quote, there is a growing sense that this could become a problem.
Is Bill Belichick being held hostage?
What is going? Yeah, you know what? This took a turn from, well, look at this big age difference between him and his girlfriend to what the hell is going on? It's almost like a conservatorship or something. It's getting weird.
All the coaches coached and players played.
They've been dating for a while. Like, it's been over a year.
Why won't she let them explain how they met?
Could this have been, like, weirding out? Remember when he was going through interviews with teams? Like, he interviewed with the Falcons multiple times, and he didn't get the job. And I was like, God, that's weird. Why would you, if you're Atlanta, why would you not want Belichick? Like, you just decide against it? Could this have been a reason why? Could they be like, I don't know what's going on with these two. She's always here, though. I don't like this.
Can I answer your question by asking you a question?
Sure.
Would it weird you out?
Totally.
Moser, would it weird you out if he showed up at a job interview with a 23-year-old girlfriend?
100%. Not only that, I have no ties to UNC whatsoever. But it weirded me out watching her on the field during spring practice.
That's the thing, though. I think
what is going on?
The oddest part about this, Bill Belichick has been the poster boy for no nonsense, all football, nothing else. All football, all the time. If you want to try something else, you shut up. You don't say anything to anybody else. It's all about football. And his girlfriend's like on the field during practice doing things.
When we work on football, we work on football.
He is being held hostage. This is a hostage crisis.
By whom? By her?
I don't know. There's something going on.
Well, look. If his son was dating this chick, I would say the son is too old. It's just the whole thing is she's out there in like knee-high boots with a UNC cloak in the huddle. What the hell is going on?
If Ozzy Osbourne started dating a 25-year-old and then he came out with a gospel record, you know what I mean? Like, it's that. You're different. You're totally different from what you were before.
Couple things. When we come back, the NFL has come down pretty hard on the coach who had a phone number of Shedeur Sanders. His son got a hold of it. We'll tell you what happened there. The NFL has issued a fine. But I want to express my deep, heartfelt condolences to Jeff Spurbach and his family, the longtime marketing agent for John Elway. I think Jeff joined us on our show years ago, maybe before you got here. I used to play pickup basketball a lot with Jeff. He has been John's right-hand man for a long time. In case you guys haven't heard, he was involved in an accident in Palm Springs. Allegedly, John was driving the cart. Jeff fell out the back of the cart, and now he's on life support.
Oh, jeez.
And I am just gutted by this, absolutely gutted by this news. So my best goes to Jeff and his family, and I'm sure John is in is in deep mourning right now. That whole thing, the entire story just makes me sick to my stomach.
Do you know how many times I've jumped on the back of a golf cart?
Sure.
A billion.
Yeah.
Not even thinking about it, but you know what? It's pretty damn.
It's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's dangerous.
I
can tell you about all the golf cart incidents.
Yeah.
Just sad.
Hearts go out to him and his family, and hopefully get better news here soon. Again, we have a lot to get to here. Got one more keyword in the 9 o'clock hour. A chance for you guys to go to Ball Arena tomorrow to see the Avs and Stars. Game 6. Stick around.
You know, back in the day, there weren't places where guys could just go and get help and get fixed, but there are now. That's so great about 2025. Talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they are fantastic. And they've been in Colorado doing their thing for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men who are dealing with low testosterone or erectile dysfunction, whatever the case may be. For me, it was low T, and I'm like, golly, what do I do? Well, I gave them a call, and it's been awesome. If you're feeling sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns are off, a lot of these things can be due to low testosterone. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. 10 simple questions. Schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes, all with Colorado licensed medical providers. It's fantastic. It's only $99. Includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. You can have higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, wake up feeling refreshed, not tired, more productive at work, all these things. Most men wait a year or longer. Do not do that. Get it done today. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. They've got 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So, again, last night, the Nuggets take a 3-2 series lead after their best performance of the postseason so far. So, to recap through 5 games, it has been a nail-biter, a Clippers blowout, a nail-biter, and a Nuggets blowout. That's why I'm not feeling like I'm not riding this, hey, the Nuggets blew this team out. They got it figured out. This is over in 6. I don't feel that way. I think it's going to jump right back to a close game where it's whoever gets the last bucket seems to win. I mean, that's kind of how this series has been. Each team with one game where they've kind of dominated the other. But I will say this. If Jamal can do even 80% of what he did last night, then the Nuggets are going to have a really good shot.
And maybe the Nuggets in Game 6 go to the recipe they employed in Game 4, and that is an all-out, just rabid dog defensive method. Because, you have to change it up. And that's the one thing I admire about David Adelman. He even acknowledged it. You can't give the same look. You can't. You may have noticed last night, because I know Bill Hanslick did, the Nuggets did not employ that same in-your-shorts tactic on every possession. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so they sort of eased, and then they got into it on occasion. And maybe that's by design, right? You can't do it the same way. They'll figure it out. So I'm hoping that in Game 6, listen, man, I am not messing around. Last season scarred me mentally. I don't want it to go to a Game 7. I don't want to roll the dice Saturday at Ball Arena. I don't. I want to go. I hope they do everything they humanly can to end the series in L.A., and it's not going to be easy. I know. Back against the wall, literally the wall in L.A. I get it. But get it over with.
Yeah.
Get it over with.
They got a shot. They got a shot to do it. Again, if you look around, this is what's crazy, Moj, is that so in the Western Conference in hoops, the Thunder swept the Grizz. The Lakers are down 3-1 to Minnesota. The Rockets are down 3-1 to Golden State, and the Nuggets are up 3-2 on the Clippers. In the Western Conference in hockey, every series was tied 2-2 up until the Game 5s for all these different teams, like neck and neck in each one of those. And so it's hard to predict in those. Could any one of these teams that we mentioned come back from down 3-2? Sure they could.
But by the way, Moj, my estimation, because we're going to have another conflict diamond on our hands tomorrow night, with the Nuggets and Avs going opposite each other around the same time, all right? So conflict diamond warning. Saturday, if the Avs go to a Game 7, which we hope they do, if the Nuggets go to a Game 7, I anticipate the Nuggets game being an afternoon game on ABC simply because the other series in the first round might be all done by then.
Yeah.
And this will be the featured game. And if that's the case, ABC will snatch that up, maybe throw it in their 1:30 window. So that's what I'm anticipating for Saturday. Hopefully they don't play head-to-head. I mean, because I just – tomorrow night's just going to kill me.
Just let the Nuggets win tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Get that out of the way.
When they go to Game 7, talking about the Avs, I feel good about tomorrow night. But when they do, I don't know who it would be on Saturday, but either TNT or ESPN has the right – in a Game 7 situation to take it exclusive, which means that if you got 4 Game 7s, they can take 2 of them exclusive. I would imagine that they would be champing at the bit to take the Avs and the Stars, which means I would not be doing the game with Riker and Kiefer and Rachel and Johnny and everybody else. I don't know what time that would be because this is clearly due to the national television people deciding what they want. In fact, got the word last night that, hey, listen, if Toronto wins, then our game time on Thursday will be this time. But if Ottawa wins, our game time on Thursday will be this time. Like, it's all depending on national television. So right. I'm completely in the dark. We all are at this point.
Hey, just some breaking news here from the NHLPA. As voted on by their fellow players, former recipients Nikita Kucherov and Nathan MacKinnon for the Ted Lindsay Award are joined by first-time finalist Cale Makar.
Really?
So Makar and McKinnon, 2 of the 3 finalists for the Ted Lindsay Award.
I like it.
Which explain to the people what the
Ted
again? Lindsay is.
Well, Ted Lindsay is a former. It basically, he's a former Art Ross winner. It's the
you
most
just explained something with another.
Okay.
You explained it without explaining.
Okay, it's not the Hart Trophy, but it's like the Hart Trophy for players.
It's the players vote on this. It's the most outstanding player.
So it's like the Hart Trophy that's voted on by the media,
Gotcha.
but this is the players who do it. The NHL has a lot of different awards. A lot.
So
right?
which one do you think the players value more? One that's voted upon by their peers or one that's voted upon by the media?
That's a great question. I would say by their peers, probably.
So then why do we make a big to-do about the Hart and not the Lindsay?
Because those are the official awards handed out by the National Hockey League.
Yeah, I think it's the Hart because that's the official.
Well, maybe, but to have your peers say you're the most outstanding player in the league is pretty cool.
Yep. Champing at the bit, by the way. That's an old farm term.
Old horse term, isn't it?
Boys, we've talked about it, and there are a lot of you out there that seem to think we have no sense of humor, that we're a bunch of old boomers and we don't think things are funny. Let me tell you something about pranks. Boomer. I come from a family of pranksters. Moser, tell these people about the pranks we pulled in my family.
I've got a lot, and they're good.
And the lemon by your face?
Oh, my God. Well, it ticked my ear. That wasn't really a prank. That was more like assault. But hang on. But I've got a prank that I'm going to play on Vic at some point.
Good.
Brett, I can tell you about it. In fact, Vic's brothers know about it, but Vic doesn't know about it. But it's going to kill. But this has been
like literally kill me?
No. But it's going to be hysterical.
Dude, if he killed you, that would be such a funny prank.
Such a great prank.
I gotcha.
Baby!
Okay, so there are pranks, and then there's what happened.
By the way, Brett, I'll tell you what it is during the break.
Then there's what happened with Shedeur Sanders and the kid who called in from Ole Miss, which, yeah, you can call it a prank, all fun and games. But at that time, I considered it one of the dumbest things I've ever witnessed. How dumb do you have to be to prank a guy who is the storyline of the draft? Everybody, it's revolving around Shedeur at that point. And then you put your face on social media like, hey, check us out. Look what we did. What do you think's going to happen, dummy? If I'm that kid's father, I yank him from school. I yank him right out of school.
Did you see the fines, Vic?
Well, today the NFL has fined the Falcons. Jeff Spurbach, who is the Falcons defensive coordinator, the former interim head coach of the Jets, it's his son who pulled off the stunt. It's his son who got the phone number of Shedeur from Ulbricht's iPad. It's his son who had jeopardized his dad's NFL job. His son did all that. Some prank, huh? Well, the NFL has fined the Falcons $250,000, and they fined the father, Jeff Ulbrich, $100,000. That cost his dad $100,000. Yank that kid from college. Go to work. Go get a job. You're paying for your own school. Have fun with that prank.
That's a tough one.
Can you imagine?
That's a tough one.
Can you imagine if your kid just cost you $100,000? And like you said, Vic, I'm sure the old man's paying his. I'm sure the old man's
boys be boys. It was funny.
Paying his freight to Ole Miss. That kid would be working. That kid would be working their life to pay me back.
Look at some of these people. I just went to Twitch. Oh, gosh, Vic, cry about it more. It was fun. Ha ha. Fun. I'm going to stop talking. You guys give me your rendition of what you thought about the prank.
There has to be a certain level of professionalism involved in the National Football League. They don't look upon it. You may think it's funny. The NFL does not think it's funny.
Here's the thing.
It was cruel.
It wasn't funny. Like, he basically hit him with the "is your refrigerator running?" Okay? It wasn't even, if he said he's Mickey Loomis, sound like Mickey Loomis. It wasn't even clever.
Yeah,
you
just
know
that guy that does the Nick Saban voice? You know that dude. Now, if that guy called and played it all the way through,
You mean that blonde kid? The blonde kid? The blonde kid who does the Saban stuff?
Joey, whatever his name is?
Yeah. That's what I don't, it wasn't.
But see, I'm taking the prank. You're first of all, you're stupid to put your face on social media by doing the prank. You're just stupid. Now you're just looking for glory. You got glory, all right. You got $100,000 off your dad's bank account. It's jeopardizing your dad's job. You know, my beautiful baby boy has come on the show several times. If he ever jeopardized my job, it'd be a different story. If your beautiful baby daughter jeopardized your job, I don't think it's a prank anymore. My beautiful baby boy.
Here would be a funny prank.
All right.
You call Shador. It's the 5th round. Say, 5 big booms for 5 rounds. Boom! Boom! That, whatever. Anyway, it's stupid, and...
You know what? Maybe my prank on Vic is going to be dumb, too. I think it's going to be good.
No, maybe this was like a 4D chess move. The prank was not pranking Shador Sanders. The prank was pranking your dad by having him lose $100,000. That's a good prank. That's a good prank now that I think about it.
What's his... Arthur Blank owns the Falcons, correct?
They have to pay $250.
$250. Hey, listen, man, I know he's a billionaire, whatever he is. $250,000 is $250,000.
How about this?
My God, if I cost my company $250,000 because my kid was an idiot, I would be fired immediately.
Like, do you know what I think here would have been the difference? You guys tell me. If they called Shador and they said, "Hey, Shador, it's Jerry Jones, the Dallas Cowboys." Like, it did something like that. Maybe that's better. They just put no effort into it. It was disrespectful to the art form of pranking, to be honest.
What's your point? What's your point?
What you're saying is if it was really good, maybe you could stomach the $100,000 and the $250.
You got to do an imitation of somebody. You got to do something. He spoke in his normal voice and just said, "Hi, this is Mickey Loomis."
You're right. It was a disrespectful prank. Like when we pranked Kyle and got his tea time erased from Overland.
That was great.
That was really good.
But we played the role. We went all the way through it. This guy just sat there with his buddy in his frat house going,
I even said I had a bad burrito and had diarrhea. I mean,
see,
Nelly, you don't recall that? You don't recall that, Nelly?
Well, Nelly wasn't on the show yet.
I mean, I took it to another level. Dude, diarrhea is a whole nother level.
And Vic almost ruined the joke because he just jumped on out of nowhere. Like, it was 2 guys with a landline. "Hey, Dad, the tea time's at 11:40, actually." It's like, Vic, shut up! Let Moser cook!
My cousin reminds me of the time that when Keith and I did a show, we called my uncle's upholstery shop and asked my aunt how much it would cost to reupholster Kyle's dog.
I remember Chad Brown. The Chad Brown one is probably the best one of all, right?
So, hey, don't accuse us boomers as not having a sense of humor and not enjoying pranks. We love pranks. This was stupid.
I actually think that's it, though. I was. First of all, it is mean, but pranks can be mean, okay? It was the lack of effort. They just got a phone number and called it. That's all they did.
Did you ever hear Kyle, as Horace Ramey, call Chad Brown?
It was
dude. Well, he's called this show as
it's one of the greatest. It's one of the greatest pranks I've ever. And Brown
Steve,
was.
You gotta find it.
Chad was awesome. It's one of the greatest. I was like I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard.
He asked him to mate. He asked Chad Brown, who owns a reptile store, if he could mate his lizard with his snake. And then Chad went into great detail how it was not possible.
My God, I got to mate that lizard with that snake. Dude, it was his. And Chad's like, look, they're different species. Well, but different dogs can mate. Dude, can you find it? Nelly,
I have no idea where those are located.
Okay,
but
yeah, whatever. I don't think there's any way he's finding that.
It's one of the greatest bits in radio history.
We had C.J. Anderson thinking that he made the Thornton Professional Bowling League, and we gave him a choice to continue playing football with the Broncos on Sunday or playing for the Thornton Whalers bowling team.
Yeah, here's the other thing, by the way, because you guys are talking about, imagine your son costing you $100,000.
I can't even
bad,
imagine
right?
it.
Imagine your son costing you $100,000. And then you have to go to your boss and explain as to why they lost $250,000.
I got the dumbest kid on the planet. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
See my kid here? Well, he's 21 years old. He's really dumb.
Anyway, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Again, Nuggets with a huge win yesterday. We talked to Jared Bednar. If you guys missed that,
I want to play
Bednar mentioned something.
I want to play that one cut when we come back.
Bednar mentioned something we'll get to in just a second, along with a keyword, a chance for you to go to Ball Arena. All that coming your way next.
You may not work for Greg Larson at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, but right now you don't have to get employee pricing. That's right, employee pricing right now, and awesome deals on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles. The value there is unsurpassed. It's amazing, and they're ready to hook you up. Do yourself a favor. Shop online at sthmotors.com. Then get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth in Broomfield and see exactly what I'm talking about. I've been all over that lot. It's fantastic. In fact, there are multiple lots, so bring your walking shoes and see all the awesome vehicles they have. Maybe you want something new for spring, you want to let that sunshine in, go to sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership. We have so much ground to cover, so many things to do. Brett's dancing. He's got his
I like that song.
dancing shoes on. Hey, we've got a problem that's going to have to be addressed at some point.
I got a problem too, so what's yours? Oh, wait, we have a different problem first. There's a keyword. Thank you, Nelly, for the reminder.
I got a big problem.
Is it an underwear dilemma? The key word for this hour, the final key word before we draw a winner at the end of the show is Devon. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is Devon.
As in Devon Taves?
As in Devon Taves to 303-504-0925. The Avs need you at Ball Arena for a big Game 6 on Thursday as they look to stay in the series. Every fan counts, so don't miss your shot. Get your tickets at coloradoavalanche.com. But Devon in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Okay, Moj, go ahead.
We've got a real problem here in town. The 1899 Cleveland Spiders went 20-134.
Mm-hmm. Rough year for the Spiders.
Rough year for the old Spides. Dude, the Rockies are 4-25.
Be honest. Be honest. I'm going to stop you right there.
And I'm being serious here, Vic. I'm being serious. I'm not a math. I don't know what they have to do to get to 40 wins.
Yeah.
But dude, they're going to set a modern record for the worst season in the history of baseball.
Okay. I'm not trying to be mean.
And I'm not either. But this is a problem.
I always want local teams to flourish. I do. I root for all local teams. This is not being mean. This is not. But does part of you, and I ask this of all people listening, are you rooting for history to be made?
No, not like this,
because
Vic,
well,
because
this is if you're going to lose,
this is too painful though.
But if you're going to lose, what's the difference? You might as well lose historically.
The Avs' 48-point season, dude, was just diabolically horrific.
Look what was born of that seed.
Understood.
You put that seed in the ground, and look what sprouted.
Understood. I got you. A champion. You sprouted a champion.
Yeah.
You and I both know that ain't happening here. We both know that.
Okay, but I'm curious how many people about town listening to the show right now. The Rockies are 4-25. It's almost beautiful. And I don't mean that again. Please do not misinterpret me. I don't pull against the human spirit. I don't want anyone to fail.
I know what you're saying.
But you know where I'm going with it?
Vic,
It's like
I've done this before in my life. In 2008. The Lions were 0-12, and I said, just do it.
Just do it. Get it over with.
Just go an entire season without winning a football game.
Just go. Go get it.
My brother, because that was 2008, so that was my senior year of high school. My brother was in college. He had an art class.
Wait, Nolan had an art class?
In college, yeah.
What a dork.
So they had to do those little, what are those, the canvases, right? So he drew, painted a Lions helmet, and on the bottom it says 0-16, yes we can, and we hung that in our basement in the middle of that season. We're like, dude, come on. Now remember Dan Orlovsky running out of bounds for the safety?
It's so fun. What a funny story.
Vic asked. I'm giving you an example of
what
what I've done this before.
I am not alone here.
Your brother, the friggin' Picasso?
I am not alone. There are people.
I'm sorry. Can I hear about your brother-in-law's shorts again? Can we do that one?
There are people out there, even the most loyal Rockies fans, even season ticket holders, even those who go to you're not going to be competitive. You're not going to make a difference. The season is already lost. The season's over, and we're not. What date is it today? Where are we?
The 30th of April.
Okay, we're not even in May. I just want you to consume some information here. Please consume
this.
We
are in May, aren't we?
Can someone consume this for me?
It's the 30th.
If you're driving around, please consume this.
Consume.
It's not the month of May, and Rocky season is already over.
I think they're just hitting their stride.
I want that to be consumed, and I want that to be understood and digested. It's not the month of May, and the season is over. So if the season is already over, go big. Let's go.
The modern record, we all know the New York Mets in 1962 were terrible. They had 120 losses. The Rockies are on pace right now to blow that out of the water.
Are we on
Go big.
Should we do this?
I don't want to hear about any, like some big June run where they win 5 out of 6. That does nothing for me.
Should we do like the countdown to 120? Should we make that about this season? Like, let's just do a tally every day that they play.
But that just seems cruel. It just seems, that seems like
Well, you got to, to
seems
Vic's
unnecessary.
point, Moj, what are you going to do? Get mad every single night? You got to embrace it. You got to embrace the suck.
The Rockies have the 24th highest payroll in baseball. Only teams behind them are Cleveland, Washington, the A's, Tampa, Chicago, the White Sox. They stink in Miami. All right, but Rockies they've been in the teens or even high. They've been up there before. There's no reason to be 4-25. There's no reason to, again, unless things dramatically change. They're going to set the all-time modern record,
Listen,
and I don't take great pleasure in that. I just think it's a problem. In fact, you've got national pundits now talking about, is this a problem for Major League Baseball?
I was just going to say, PTI was talking about the Rockies yesterday, and their headline was, "Are the Rockies a problem for baseball?"
I'm convinced of this, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about this because we have two playoff teams emerged in some intense playoff runs here.
Yeah.
I don't want to spend too much time talking about this, but Moj, you've heard my take. I think you can take the Dodgers lineup, their rotation. You could take the entire Dodgers team, move them to Denver. Yeah, you'll have a couple good years. Eventually, it'll wear out. I just don't think it's normal baseball, normal rosters, whatever you want to call normal. I don't think it's sustainable here. And I think you got to think so far outside the box to win here on a consistent basis that it requires the creativity. We haven't seen it yet. I don't know what the answer is. I don't think you could sustain an annual contender here. You can't do that here based on where you play. I just don't think it's possible.
But it doesn't have to be this.
No, it doesn't have to be. There's no excuse for this. I just don't think it's possible to enjoy sustained success here because the altitude for that sport does more to that sport than any other sport here. Go one by one. Does the altitude affect football? Yeah, lungs. Does the altitude affect hockey? Yeah, lungs. Does the altitude affect basketball? Yeah, lungs. Does the altitude affect baseball? More than lungs, it affects the actual sport itself. The sport of throwing, of spinning, of hitting. It affects the elements of the sport. No other sport is impacted by altitude more than baseball.
Yeah, it's not like the puck does weirder things because of the air density.
Yep. It's like golf. It's, playing golf at altitude. Why do you think it's so hard for the PGA to get married with Denver on a golf course, on a golf tournament? A lot of those players don't like to deal with the change of altitude. It affects the ball spin.
They were in Mexico City last weekend.
I know.
Hang on. Here's the other thing.
Mexico City's higher than Denver.
Hang on. What's happening here?
What?
I like the guy. 91 losses, 87, 94, 103, 101, and now 25 out of 29.
Talking about Bud.
What's happening?
I don't know.
Well, let's say you replaced Bud with Bruce Bochy. What would those numbers look like?
Maybe you'd have 11 or 12 wins.
This is the same battle I always get into, though. Like, people just think that it's a fantasy. No, I'm just saying for everybody listening out there, people think the manager is just a fantasy baseball lineup thing. Like, that they don't really do anything and it's all about talent. And I go, well, then why are managers having success in different places all the time? How is Tito Francona going from the Red Sox to the Indians and bringing both of them to a World Series? How is Bochy going from San Francisco to another team and getting to the World Series? Yeah. No. I'm just saying for the record.
Yeah.
How much different is it? I don't know. But, Vic, my point is, why the hell not try it?
Would you put a gold-plated steering wheel on a jalopy?
No.
Okay, I mean, it's a jalopy. The jalopy's going to run no matter what, right? Having a sweet steering wheel and a great radio system.
Nobody in the world uses jalopy anymore. That term.
Is that just a?
That's an old.
Is that a boomer term?
Yeah, it's an old dude term.
But here's the thing, like, maybe he's just not good at development or something. You know what I mean? Like, the roster's always bad. Okay, well, why aren't guys getting better? Or why?
Most, who's the greatest manager in baseball history? Who would that be?
I don't know. It goes back to the 1800s.
Christy Mathewson. I don't know.
Earl Weaver, Joe Torre. I don't know.
But Billy Martin,
greatest manager in baseball history on this team.
Sparky Anderson. Oh, on this team. On this team.
Yeah. What do you got?
Well, I mean, I guess.
What do you got?
Well, Jim Leland actually won outside of the Rockies, but Leland won. I don't know, Don Baylor, the original. Buddy
Hurdle,
Clint. I don't know.
What are you getting at?
I am, until I see different, I am going to live and die by the credo. It is so hard to win consistently here that you have to completely dismiss every notion that you've ever used for how to win a baseball game and like clean everything out and start again. You have to have such left field thinking. I don't know what else to say. How do you build a pitching staff that's going to stay relatively healthy? How do you do that here?
I don't know. I don't know the answers to these.
Anyone?
I don't know, Vic. I can give you
position players.
I didn't.
They've had position players. I mean, a position player after position player. That's easy.
I
Anybody
understand.
can hit the ball here. I'll trot Nelly out there. Nelly play the hot corner. Go ahead.
I did not mean to bring us down in the midst of big-time playoff talk. Obviously, tomorrow in the program, we're going to be all Nuggets, all Avalanche with the double dipperoo tomorrow night. But when I look at this, and again, they had a lead yesterday, and they blew the lead, and I'm just like, you got to be kidding me, man. I mean, it doesn't seem possible to go 4-25. It doesn't seem like it's a possibility. You had a lead, you lose 8-2. I mean, you've lost now, what is it, how many in a row? And one Royals game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
Whatever.
just it's disturbing is what
Well,
it is. It's
go
not
get
even
the
funny.
record.
It's not even
Go get
funny.
it.
Yeah, it's not even funny. It's not they can get the record. This is just really, really awful.
Again, we talked to Bednar earlier today, and that's a team that also needs to win. You know what I mean? They need one, or else the season's over tomorrow. And he sounded as if, there should be no reason why the Avs would lack confidence or something like that. For the first time really all series, Moser, felt like they got beat up for a majority of the game. That hasn't happened in the previous 4. So they've dictated a lot of what this series is. It's just a couple of late mistakes have hurt you and all of that. But the main thing is, and I guarantee, he said it to us, he's probably harping on it with them over and over again. The special teams feels like it's the difference maker.
Yeah.
In this entire series, it feels like it's the difference maker. If you're just a little bit better on the power play, maybe that series is over in 4 games. Who knows? You know what I mean? But if they want to come back from down 3-2, the only way I see that happening, Moj, is what he kind of mentioned, which was power play's got to get working and stay the hell out of the box because that's killing you.
5-on-5.
You felt like you were coming back to win that game 5, and then you take a penalty. PK gives up a goal, and the game felt over after that.
5-on-5, they've been really good. And again, you got to get the lead tomorrow night.
Yeah, I was going to say, how important is that first
Yeah,
goal,
in
Moshe?
fact, let's listen to Jared Bednar talk about it. Brett, it's on your board right there. Let's listen to talk about it from this morning. And this is what counteracted what Vic had to say yesterday.
I've liked our 5-on-5 play in this series. I like the fact that we are getting a lead and playing with the lead until last game. I think that's really important against Dallas because, as you saw in Game 4, they get the couple bounces and score a couple of goals early, and they can go into this tight defensive shell, make it even more difficult on you than they do through regular play in a tie or in a game when you're leading. And then they've just got a really good counterattack. So as you start to press to try to get back in the game, they can be super opportunistic, and they don't need a lot of chances to score goals.
I told you that yesterday. And you came at me with, I don't buy it.
No, he said the biggest play of the game wasn't the first goal. Was it the second goal? The biggest moment in the game, he said it. In fact, find it, is when they cut it to 3-2 and they called a soft penalty on Malinsky.
Agreed. But
that's what he called the biggest play of the game, not the first goal, not the second goal.
Right. But what Dallas does defensively, Vic, is they go into an even tighter shell when they have a lead.
Yeah, and the Avs still score 2 goals, even with that shell.
Exactamundo. And when you force them out of that style of play, when you have the lead and you force them to take some chances. You're going to be able to open it up even more if you're the Colorado Avalanche, like you did in Game 4 at home when you were awesome.
They have to, heading into tomorrow, I think everything's important. I don't want to give the Stars a single ounce of hope in that Game 6. Come out early, get on top, and then have it look a lot like Game 4. You know what I mean? Where it's just, you lay it on them early, and there is zero chance, that they feel like they're going to come back and win that game. And I, to be honest, I think that is going to happen. I do. I think that it's going to be backs against the wall, heart of a champion type stuff. You're on home ice. You go out and that building's going to rock.
I think they're going to play their butts off, no doubt. But that stupid puck.
Create your own.
That's agreed, but that stupid puck.
Why did those first 2 goals happen for the Stars?
Because they shot the puck.
They shot the puck and something happened. You know what I mean? Like, do that. Match that. In Game 4 when they dominated, how many shots did they have? Was it 48? Yeah. Do that again.
I don't know how the puck went in on the first goal. I don't know how it did.
Yeah.
Never could find an angle. We couldn't find how it got through. Blackwood's on the post. He's leaning on the post. How did I don't know. Stupid puck sometimes, man.
Final reminder to you guys, the keyword for this hour, we're giving away a pair of tickets here in about 15 minutes. The final keyword, though, is Devon, like Devon Taves. So Devon, in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is 303-504-0925. Fact checker next.
But let me win it now.
All right, so if you guys missed it, Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning joined the program leading into Game 6 tomorrow.
Dude, tomorrow's going to be off the hook. Vic, I'm already jazzed to get to the rink. I'm nervous. I got that nervous energy. I know you're going to be heading to the airport because you're ducking me. I don't blame you for ducking me. But you got to go to the airport because you've got to go to L.A. or some crap that you made up. But tomorrow night is going to be awesome.
You know, you go all year, Moj. You work all year. You got 82 games. You got 6 months of just travel. Going to bed at 3 a.m., waking up 2 hours later to do this radio show. And it all comes down to 3 days.
I know. God dang.
The next 3 days. The finality of a season hits you, Moj, to use an expression from Moser, like 10 pounds of meat right across the face. And you want to wait on that meat. Mm-hmm. Wait as long as you can.
Well, sometimes if you can win it all, man, you get to eat the meat. Doesn't hit you. You know, you have a nice steak. You know what I mean?
I don't know what we're doing here.
I don't
I'm
either.
not showing up for
but
dinner.
it's moments like this in all of my sports career that I both love and dread at the same time. I love these moments because some of the greatest accomplishments have come when you get kicked and you're down, right? And you must win. Some of the greatest things in the world have happened in that situation in the world of sports.
Moj, how do you deal?
But then there's also so much heartbreak that has happened in those situations.
It always amazes me how calm the players are. Like the players, they're just calm, right? Because they're playing. It's always that way. And then everybody else that's involved in these intense series is just walking on anxiety, just one anxious day after another. And in our situation, Moshe, how do you, like last night, I'm watching the game, I'm at the arena, and all I could do was pace. They're up 22, and I'm still pacing, just pacing. Can't sit, can't enjoy. I don't like people. I don't like anybody. I'm just sitting there looking at the 22 points, and I'm like, that's not enough.
Yeah.
How do you deal with it? Because I know you think the same way. I know you do.
I do.
I just want to lay down. I don't want to see anybody. I don't want to talk.
That's it.
I just want to lay down.
I got to call the game, but I kind of want to just duck behind the desk a little bit and hide a little bit.
Just lay down.
Yeah. Like you're doing one of these?
You should do that tomorrow night. Just lay down.
Okay.
During.
How crazy is playoff hockey? Ready for this? Toronto has a 3-0 lead in the series over Ottawa. 3-0.
Mm-hmm.
Sens win game 4 at home. It's 3-1 series. Now they got to go back to Toronto. And they played great last night. They won 4-0. Had a couple empty netters, but they had a shoddy. But they won 4-0. And now the pucker factor for the Maple Leafs going back to Ottawa.
Oh, yeah.
For game number 6.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you could not pound a nail right now.
Okay, so let me
playoff hockey is just, it's the greatest thing in the world, and it's also the thing that wants to make you barf the most in the world.
And this is where it's a question I have to ask you.
Sure.
There's a big difference. Do the Avs have a pucker factor tomorrow night, or do they have,
no, I think
we've been here before, we know how to deal with
We've been here before, we're going to go kick some major butt. The blueprint is right there from game number 4. Did you see the Wild in the Golden Knights game last night? Vegas won in overtime, but Minnesota took a lead late in that game 3-2. Offside by that much. I mean, by the hair of the chin. Offside, no goal. It goes to OT and Vegas wins it. I mean, this is
so close.
It is funny,
this
though,
is
isn't
stuff,
it?
Man, it's stuff. Hey, how about Edmonton? Down 2-0. They've now won 3 in a row against the LA Kings. It's craziness.
It is funny what you mentioned, though, Vic, and this is the weird thing about 7-game series, especially when they're 3-2. Everybody prefers to be up 3-2 because you can lose a game and still play again. But if you do lose that game 6,
then the pressure's on you.
All of it.
All
of it's on you.
I totally
if the
agree
Nuggets
with you.
lose tomorrow,
yes,
you are going to be terrified of game 7. If the Avs win tomorrow, you're going to feel like, oh, dude, the Stars have to be bleeping themselves right now, right?
The pressure, the momentum of pressure is real, and it's so funny how quickly it shifts. That's why I'm telling you right now, what the Avs are hoping to do is the opposite of what the Nuggets are hoping to do, clearly. I want the Nuggets to go full bore to try to end this thing tomorrow night in L.A. And I mean just send everything at them. I don't want a Game 7. I'm scared of a Game 7.
Right.
I'll be honest with you. I don't want it. I've seen that show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want it. Keep it away from me. Here. Keep it away.
You got it. The 8179 says, Operation, quote, wait on that meat. Is that a good operation?
You're right, though, Vic. It's... You lose a Game 6 when you're up 3-2. You are horrified by the prospect of a Game 7. Horrified. Whereas the team who wins Game 6 is like, dude, bring it. They feel like they have your number at that point. Like, I got you right where I want you.
Well, not necessarily your number.
You know what I'm saying, though? Like, they got the momentum.
They play with more of I got nothing to lose.
Yeah, a freer sort of feeling.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, after the Avs won Game 6 in New Jersey in 2001, to tie the series at 3.
They knew.
Bobby Holik was crying in the Devils' dressing room.
Because he knew?
He knew.
Yeah.
The cup was in the building. He had tears in his eyes because he knew they let it slip away and they were not going to win in Denver. He knew it.
Just to the other side of things real quick. Going back to last night. It's as vintage Jamal, playoff Jamal, as we've seen in 2 years. He's had bad games. And I want to reemphasize something. Jamal hasn't played poorly. Okay? But he hasn't had that, whatever that was last night, of just the unconscious, I don't care what's in front of me, I'm making a bucket no matter what sort of stuff. I haven't seen that since they won the championship.
He had a vibe about him last night.
Yes, he had.
He had the angst and the smirk.
Controlled the game.
There was an extra gear to him. It felt like he was moving quicker.
He looked stronger. He looked more explosive.
He was decisive.
Yes.
He was not hesitant. He was all those things that make the playoff Jamal game so special. He had that last night. And God, I wish you could just bottle that and put it into Game 6, because he does that in Game 6, it's over. In fact, he does that in any game the Nuggets are going to win. Proof of that is Jokic had his worst game of the postseason. By far. He was 4 of 13 from the field. He did other things well because he's Joker, but just from a scoring perspective, 4 of 13 from the field for 13 points. I tell you that heading into that game, you're thinking no shot the Nuggets
dead.
win. 0.
Absolutely dead.
Jamal Murray last night,
it was as good as the Nuggets looked at as a team all postseason.
What's amazing to me is when this stuff happens, there was a couple seasons ago, Jamal Murray had 50 points in Cleveland and did not attempt a single free throw, which is unheard of. Last night, Jamal Murray, 43 points, 1 free throw attempt, which was a technical free throw, not from a foul. That is the most points in a playoff game with only 1 free throw in NBA history. I repeat, if you're scoring 40-plus in an NBA playoff game, you're usually going to the foul line a lot.
You're shooting 14 free throws.
Yeah.
You're
going to the foul line
or
a
more
lot.
than that. Yeah,
a lot.
Exactly.
He attempted 1 freebie, and it wasn't the result of a foul. It was the result of a tech.
It was the take foul.
If you guys remember, by the way, in 2021, Jamal was the first player ever to have a 50-point game with no free throws. If you remember, he was 21 of 25 from the floor that night.
Did he just pull a Vic?
Oh, sorry. I was looking up the stat. If you just said that, that's my bad. Okay.
Just say I pulled a Vic.
Well, I was researching for the show, but I pulled a Vic. I was.
And the difference is,
right
you're researching for the show. Vic is fighting with a guy on Twitch.
I would like to make that one distinction. But yes, I pulled a Vic.
I didn't need to research. I had it in my brain.
Well, yeah,
I also can't trust you. I also can't trust you.
Yeah, he feeds it all.
You can't trust your stats either. So then make that a fact checker on Vic.
Yeah, you're acting like you're some sort of above the law kind of guy right now, and you're not.
Listen, don't fight with me right now. I'm not in a fighting mood today. I'm in a laid back, peaceful mood. Just want to chill. Going to L.A. I'm going to go on the Santa Monica Pier. And here's my bit that I'm going to do for the game. I'm going to interview random L.A. folks, and I'm going to invoke the Nuggets. I'm going to say, what do you think about this Nuggets-Lakers series? This is how absent the Clippers are in L.A.
That's good, actually.
That's really
I like
good.
They're all going to go, I like the Lakers. They're not even going to That's you watch.
They're not even
gonna
going to know. Yeah, those people are not even going to know.
No clue.
The Nuggets are playing.
Hey, what do you think about Luka in this Nugget series?
That's a hell of a bit. Who are you taking, Bob?
I'm going to take my little phone.
You're going by yourself.
Here.
Okay.
Take this little sucker.
Well,
I'm gonna do my thing.
Typically, that's a Bob Nikolai operation.
That's
you want it done right.
That's one thing that Vic has that whatever that is in your brain that I don't, which is you have no fear in thrusting a phone or a camera in somebody's face who's unassuming. I can't do that to people.
Kyle Keefe is also the kind of guy that will
I would
just
feel
talk
like I'm
to anybody
intruding.
anybody on the street, and they'll get him to actually say stuff.
Like just walking around, and it's like the man on the street thing. Like, yeah. What do you think? And just like random guy.
Well, when you're on the Santa Monica Pier, it's public ground. It's fair game. If you're gonna walk around, then I have the right to talk to you and thrust a phone in your face.
You know what, Brett?
Don't be walking around.
We did not get you to the Santa Monica Pier.
I've been there.
With who?
I went to the Santa Monica Pier because I got there like a day before you guys when we went to LA. Me and Jesse, we were cruising. When I stayed at the same hotel room as the Rapids.
Oh, did you guys get the bikes?
We were on the Santa Monica Pier. That's where we got the bikes. We rode them down to Venice.
Okay,
Yeah,
my bad. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, then you know the kind of audience that Vic is going to confront at the Santa Monica Pier.
Okay, hang on a second. I have a winner for the tickets tonight, and I feel like Nelly, did you just lean on your keyboard? How do I say this?
Your guess is as good as mine, brother. That's the name that they set in.
All right, so the winner of the Nuggets, or I'm sorry, the Avs tickets for tomorrow is Itai Orozco. That's as good as I can do. I'm sorry. You know who you are. If you're
Any relation to Jesse Orozco, the former Mets pitcher?
No, it's spelled different. This one has a Z in it, but there's plenty of vowels, dude. There's
Ittai.
Yeah, there's 3 vowels in the first
Itai?
name.
Itai?
3 vowels in the second name. Yeah.
That's tough, right, Mose?
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, it just felt like Nelly went like this. Send it to me.
Yeah, his real name is Jeff, but no big deal.
All right, Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier today, Moser told the coach of the Colorado Avalanche that playoff hockey is so frustrating it makes him want to punch a dolphin.
Yeah.
Brett and Vic, I was curious, when you're frustrated by sports, what cute animal would you like to throw hands at instead? Or do you agree with the dolphin?
I don't like fish.
Dolphin's a mammal, bro.
Yeah, but it smells like fish.
Water.
It smells fishy.
I'm not going in the water.
Bro, a dolphin is a mammal.
I get it. I'm not going in the water chasing your
Oh,
little
I got
cartoons.
it. This is easy. I'm punching a goose. Geese suck. They suck.
You hit one on the golf course.
And I
you
was
had
happy about it.
you had no remorse whatsoever.
Now, if that was a duck, I would have nursed that thing back to health. I would have felt terrible. Ducks are awesome.
Dude,
Geese are terrible.
I saw a goose and a duck swimming together in this little river yesterday. It was so cool. They just hung out together.
Dude, last time I played last week, there was a little stream separating 2 sides of the course and 2 herds of geese, and it was like a turf war. It was like Bloods and Crips. They were honking at each other. They're stepping up, puffing their chest out.
Ooh,
yeah.
Baby.
Moral of the story, geese stink. Punch one in the face if you're mad. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast.
Please don't harm any animals.
Go to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. That's all you got to
I
do.
got this email, and I'm not on LinkedIn. I don't know how it is. It says, Vic, stumbled on your LinkedIn. Your customer success background is really cool. Would you be interested in a new career challenge in Guatemala?
Doing what?
I got one that says, would you like to subscribe to my OnlyFans? That's weird. Yeah. All right. Have a great day, everybody. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
What just happened?
Denver's in the front court. Brown has it up the right sideline. It's 5-on-4 until Simmons gets back. Alley-oop. Dunk, 2 hands. Peyton Watson. 10 on the shot clock here for Russ. Westbrook gets a pick there. Now he's 1-on-1 with Batum. Shoots a 3. Jumper's good again. And now he's really yapping at the Clipper bench. Denver's got a 4-on-2. Cross-court passes Murray for 3. Let's go! 17-point lead for Denver in Game 5. Nuggets got to keep the pace going here. Up the left sideline is Jamal Murray. He's guarded by Jones Jr. Gets a high pick there from DeAndre Jordan. Shoots a 3. Buckets. Jamal Murray is a man among boys. That's 33 for him in game number 5. Rebound down to Jamal Murray. Now the Nuggets can get it down to 159 and still get Murray 3. Why not? Jamal Murray's got 43 in game number 5. And the Denver Nuggets lead this thing by 20. Inbound goes over to Eubanks. There's the horn in Denver for game number 5. A blowout win for the Nuggets. Jamal Murray drops 43. Christian Brown, double-double. Nikola Jokic, triple-double. And Denver wins it 131 to 115. One more to advance.
We said we were feeling it yesterday. A vintage Murray flurry. 43, 5 and 7 on 8 of 14 from 3. 17 of 26 overall for the Nuggets guard. Jamal Murray drops 43 in a Game 5 victory. The Nuggets have won 2 straight. They've got the Clippers on the brink of elimination going into Thursday night's Game 6 out there in California. His 3rd highest scoring playoff game of his career. His 2nd best game score behind just the loss to Utah back in 2022. The Nuggets were phenomenal as we welcome you guys into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson on a special playoff ticket Wednesday on the 20s all day long. We are giving away tickets to get you inside Ball Arena to go see the Avs in an elimination scenario where they have to win or they go to the golf course on Thursday night at Ball Arena. Keywords on the 20s, all of our shows. We will give away a pair of tickets coming up at 11:45, but we start with the Nuggets and Jamal Murray, a vintage masterclass.
It was beautiful. And you remember the word of the day yesterday that I was throwing out there, both for the Avalanche that's coming up on the Double Dipperoo on Thursday, and certainly for the Nuggets. It was the word respond. How are you going to respond to success? In the case of the Denver Nuggets, who played a fantastic Game 4, well, they responded the way we wanted to see it, man. And a lot of times the hardest type of response for a team and for an individual is when everybody starts patting you on the back a little bit, right? And you start getting that feeling of contentment, of complacency. This team looked anything but a complacent outfit or a group that just felt like they could breathe a sigh of relief after what appeared like Game 4 might have been their season had they lost that game. And in fact, the Nuggets went out and played their best, most complete basketball game of the entire year. That was the best Nuggets basketball I have seen.
Sure was.
It looked like the 2023 series against, say, the Phoenix Suns. That's what it reminded me of. That was vintage Denver Nugget basketball.
It was solid defensively. I think the only thing that the Clippers saw was unstoppable was Zubac. Like, even when Joker's on him, like I can't believe he missed 4 shots in the game. Like, every time he got the ball somewhere around the block, I was like, all right, well, here he goes to his right hand. No one's going to be able to stop it. He's a really good player.
Really good player. He's the kind of player that through this series, we've talked a lot about the punchable faces that the Stars have, and we know James Harden is the ultimate punchable face. Norman Powell's played himself into that role. I respect Kawhi Leonard, and I really respect Ivica Zubac after this series.
If LA wants to win Game 6, that dude has to have like 24 field goal attempts from inside 7 feet.
Yeah.
That was the only thing they had going.
Or Kawhi Leonard's just unconscious, which he was not last night. You held Kawhi Leonard to 1 of 4 from the 3-point line, just 20 points. And I love this stat line, man. In 35 minutes of play, the grotesque beard known as James Harden had all of 11 points and was minus 16, leading all players for the Clippers in the worst plus-minus net rating.
The only thing that Harden could do yesterday was tuck the ball underneath his left elbow, put his head down, and hope that Christian Brown was going to foul him on a drive. That was the only thing he could do. defense was great. The hustle from Michael Porter Jr. was phenomenal. And at the same, you had multi heat check players at the same time in the first half. Like Russ takes a three, back-to-back grown threes from the crowd, and he hits both of them. Heat check. Jamal Murray's taken, run up. The fact that he doesn't get the one that ends the first half was funny. He started laughing. He knew just how hot he was. That was an unstoppable version of Jamal Murray. And for them to have simultaneous heat checks in the second quarter was unbelievable. That version of the Nuggets makes you feel like 2 years ago. Version.
Do you want to hear?
I don't know how repeatable it is, but that version's awesome. Like 52% from three. You're not gonna lose many playoff games when you shoot 52% from beyond the arc.
Russell Westbrook he was good last night. No doubting that. He was very good.
He was much better in the first half than he was in the second.
As much as people want to start throwing the glazing at Russell Westbrook after last night's performance, and listen, I've been a bit of I think this team needs Russell Westbrook in a healthy amount of dosing. Like you can't just say, give me all of the Russell Westbrook, because we've seen that experiment. But in 25 minutes, do you realize that Russell Westbrook was -4 in the plus-minus in a game that you won by 16 points and led the entire game? The Russell Westbrook minutes were ultimately a -4 on the net. He did have the 4 turnovers.
15 shots in 25 minutes is hilarious as well. But again, he was feeling it.
He was good.
He was feeling it.
He was good, and you know what?
The first half, he was infinitely better in the first half than he was in the second. The third quarter was, you looked at Russ out on the court in the third quarter, and we're just looking at David Adelman like, get him off, and finally he did. Adelman had a short leash on him in the third quarter. He wasn't like, all right, he's hitting from three, he's hustling, we're just going to leave him in. There were back-to-back turnovers from Russ where he couldn't get the ball into the block to Joker, right? Because he's getting draped by Clippers defenders. And Russ forces the pass in, and I think it was 2 out of 3 possessions, it gets knocked away. And Adelman immediately goes and points at Michael Porter Jr. and gets him in the game. I love that from the coach.
Can you believe this stat? And I don't want to get too much statty nerdy guy, but if I were to tell you that there was a player on the Nuggets that was +34 on his net, who would you think that would have been last night? +34.
Probably Jamal or CB.
It was Michael Porter Jr. He was a +34 net. You know what Michael Porter Jr. is doing in this series? He's becoming grimy, gritty right before our very eyes. He's doing a lot of the things that a lot of times you never think and associate Michael Porter Jr. doing those types of things. He's doing a lot of the hustle plays. It's the grimy plays. It's the tips that don't even show up on the stat line. He only ended up with 2 rebounds. He only had 1 assist. He had 1 block shot.
But he impacted the game.
He impacted the game dramatically, and he hit his 3 3-pointers, man. And if you get 3 3-pointers out of Michael Porter Jr., and he's playing good basketball, and I'd say he's playing some of the AG type of role where you're doing things that a lot of people don't want to do, you're going to win basketball games. It was awesome to see. +34, man.
That little fade 3 that he hit on the right wing in the first quarter was dope. Like just fading away from left to right. I think you knew when he hit that, you went, all right, there's something special going on for the Nuggets in terms of scoring. That's the offense that we've been waiting for the whole series.
Season.
Well, no, not. That's the game you've been waiting for all season. That is not the offense has been there. The offense looks like that.
Would you agree though that the offense, even during the regular season, didn't seem vintage core of the Denver Nuggets of 2-3 years ago, where it just is flowing,
where everyone's buzzing?
You want to know why though? You want to know why? Because it all comes alive when Jamal Murray is hitting shots and playing that way.
The reason why you feel like that, it's because despite having a playoff triple-double, Nikola Jokic kind of sucked last night.
Which is usually great news for this basketball team. Make it make sense. The greatest player on planet Earth, who is our beloved Serbian that loves horses.
You knew it 5 minutes into the game.
Somehow, some way, we all want him to not score as many points in games?
Oh, no, I'm not that guy. I want him
because
to score.
they don't lose When he has a triple-double and his point total is between 14 and 22, this basketball team does not lose. Like if you look, I guarantee if you look at the stats of his overall point total, the higher it is versus the lower it is, if you add the rebound and assists being over 10, you win basketball games. And frankly, you're in the playoffs. Do you care about what Nikola Jokic's numbers are at this stage? No.
No, I don't care about the number. Although David Adelman did. I was yelling at the TV. So I was kind of nervous until Aaron Gordon hit his fourth quarter three. And that puts the Nuggets up like 20-something at that point, or 17, something like that in the fourth. When AG hit that three, I'm trying to find it. It was late. Aaron Gordon, the three at 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in regulation, put them up 17. I was nervous until then. I was like, all right, something crazy is going to happen. Obviously, that 8-0 run that LA goes on to cut the lead down to single digits gets me nervous, but you come back, Jamal hits a big-time three, and then I started to breathe a little bit more. I was yelling at the television from that point on, get the starters out of the game. And he was keeping them in because Jamal needed to get to 40, and Joker needed a rebound to have a triple-double. Luckily, they got it early, so that the rest of the guys can come in and finish off garbage time. I was not thrilled that they were out there just hunting milestones.
Yeah. I think all's fair, and I think everybody comes out of the game healthy, which is ultimately a good thing.
Right.
Last night was a bit of a revelation for me. We all love Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic is the engine that drives every aspect of this franchise. But the piece of the puzzle that makes the Denver Nuggets that make us all warm and fuzzy, it is last night's version of Jamal Murray. Period, point blank, end of story. When that version of Jamal Murray is playing on the basketball court, you're unbeatable. You will beat the OKC Thunder if you get that. You know what those games are? Those games make the contract worth it. Those games make you forget about the regular season and the inconsistency and is Jamal Murray healthy or is he in shape? Those games make the contract extension worth it. We'll see if they can close it out on Thursday, a vintage Jamal Murray game. It's a special edition Avs playoff ticket Wednesday on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Your first keyword is coming up next on Altitude 92.5.
It's a special playoff ticket Wednesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and you can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena. Text the word Logan, Logan, that's Logan, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. The Avs need you at Ball Arena for a huge Game 6 on Thursdays. They look to stay in the series, and every fan counts. Do not miss your shot. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com, and to win those tickets to tomorrow night's game, again, text Logan along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Logan with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck and go Avs. Jared Bednar joined the morning show, had this to say about the officiating in the series.
That's the part I can't understand and I don't like. It's like, it is like if you're watching our players away from the puck, in the offensive zone, trying to get to the net and watch what's happening with their defending. And then, like, all of a sudden at the other end, we'll do something and it's just like automatic penalty. And I just think, like, if you're going to let them play and you're going to let them battle the way that the battles have been going, then let them do that. Like, you can't have the guys guessing at what's a penalty and what's not, and that was my frustration with last game. I just felt like it was. I didn't like the way it was officiated. I think, like, if you're going to play strong and tough, then you got to play strong and tough on both sides of it, and let us play. And if you're setting up a high standard when it comes to penalties, then make it consistent from the drop of the puck. You can't just wait till game's half over and then start calling them. It's too late at that point because players have already kind of figured out your standard and what you're going to call and what they can get away with, and they just want it to be fair, like even playing field on both sides.
Totally agree with this. It's one of my biggest frustrations when I've been a coach and even in the college football game is when you go in and out within a game or even within a series, which you don't get in football. But in the case of the Colorado Avalanche, when it does, Raj, go in fits and starts of we're going to let them play, it's going to be physical as all get out, and then all of a sudden, no, we're going to control this game. The thing I really worry about for the Colorado Avalanche and in just hearing the tone here of Jared Bednar is the tone was set in game 5 with regards to how they're going to officiate that game. Are they going to swallow their whistle in a elimination game? Are they going to wait till game 7 to swallow their whistle? Where does it happen?
I think it waits till game 7. I said it yesterday. I do believe that referees, they watch their film. They understand the conversations that are being had around either their series or a series that they're about to jump into. They are spoken to by their referee supervisors after every single game. We heard that Bednar was, talking to the supervisors after the game. That's apparently the best route to go about, like, hey, what the hell's going on with these calls and why are they happening in one situation and then not in another? Why are we not getting the Rupe Hintz cross check on Nathan McKinnon's head just because we're up on a power play, but a bang bang play in front of the net that happens a million times a game gets called at a crucial time after we've wrestled all of the momentum back and come within one goal in a game that was pretty much dead. Like, why is the call on Sam Malinsky being whistled down? The referees, I do believe going into game 6, I firmly believe the Avs get the benefit of the whistle. And in order to make that work, you have to score on the power play. I think the Avs have gotten the better whistle throughout the series. Now, the timing of the whistle in game 5 really hurt you.
Yeah.
But if you look at the timing of the whistle in game 3 and game 4, it couldn't have come at a better time. End of regulation, a double minor on Mason Marchment at the end of regulation the very next game, and you fail to capitalize on either of those. If you capitalize on one of those, Colorado's up 3-2 in this series. And that would have been a closeout game in game 5 against Dallas. So while you can complain about the poor officiating in game 5 and the snap back of the head of Sam Steele and the gutless play from Jamie Benn, the Avs haven't done anything with it. And that's been where the series has hinged. The power play has gone ice cold. And not only has it gone ice cold, it has gone from a momentum builder. Like if you look at the power play goals throughout the series, I think Dallas only has one more power play goal than you do. But every single opportunity, outside of like the Logan O'Connor shorthanded goal that he scores in Game 4, it feels like Dallas is grade A scoring chance every single time. And they build momentum on these power plays, even if they don't score on it. When the Avs go and man up, they lose momentum. And that matters. That matters. A 2-minute penalty kill in the playoffs to get your team juiced up and say, all right, next 3 minutes are ours. That's everything. And Dallas, for the majority of the series, has had that working for them. And Colorado's been shooting themselves in their foot.
Do you look at the Avs right now in going into this incredibly important Game 6? I mean, it's a do or die. Dallas is going to throw their Game 3 game plan at you. They did it in your building. That was the game that obviously Gabe Landeskog was back in the building, and you got really mucky. You mucked it up. It was a game where the puck possession for the puck management, puck possession for the Avs was nowhere near where it needed to be. But largely that was due to the back check and forecheck of the Dallas Stars. Is that the hockey that they're going to play, and how do you counter it? That's my question. How do you counter it?
The way that you counter neutral zone traps is by chipping pucks. And you have to
chip and chase.
You have to chip and chase. You have to make defensemen turn. That's the only way to beat a neutral zone trap. It's one pass through the neutral zone, chip it past the defenseman, and the guy who chips the puck is typically not the one who's going to make first contact. You have to have an F2 through the middle of the ice, reading when that puck's being chipped. And in Game 3, not only did they not have the second forward ready to jump into the offensive zone to go make a 50-50 battle behind the goal line, they just simply weren't getting the chips through. Like, they weren't handling pucks. A lot of it started in the offensive zone where Cale Makar, who is a finalist for the Ted Lindsay Award. Like, the Avs have 2 finalists for the Ted Lindsay, which is like the MVP as voted on by the players. Nate won it last year. Kucherov is the other finalist. McKinnon's a finalist this year, and Makar's a finalist. Nathan McKinnon has been playing like a Ted Lindsay Award finalist. Cale Makar has not. Cale Makar has had, without a doubt, his worst playoff series of his career. And I heard Bedsy on with the morning show going, well, yeah, he's had a lot of shooting opportunities. He's just missing the net. That's part of playing well, is hitting the 6x4. Like, you have to find a way to hit the net. And if you don't hit the net as a guy who is a shot-producing defenseman, a point-producing defenseman, your value as that D-man starts to drop exponentially. So it's not just like, oh yeah, he's getting to the right spots. You got to find a way to get the puck to the net. There's a lot of layers in front, right? If the Avs go to the front of the net, that means there's another layer of Stars defending that is going to the net. Those are big dudes, 6'3", 225 pounds. It's tough to get those things through. But if you're a Norris Trophy winner, if you're a Ted Lindsay Award finalist, and you want to stay in the playoffs, Cale has to have a game. Like, we said it yesterday. If the Nuggets want to take a commanding 3-2 series lead, who has to show up big time? Jamal Murray. And Jamal shows up with one of his greatest postseason performances ever. If the Avs want to stay alive, if he wants to guarantee his head coach's safety in his job right now, Cale Makar needs to show up. He has to find a way to hit the net. I'm not saying he's been horrible. He's been fine.
He hasn't been a
not
top
good
5
enough.
player in hockey.
No,
in
he
this
is
series.
not.
He hasn't
No,
been a top 25 player in hockey. Cale Makar needs to show up and do what he does, and that's impact the game.
Yep.
Both in the physical nature of what he does, but most importantly in the shot making ability. I mean, he's got to let some volume go in the direction of the net somehow, some way. More volume. When you look at Game 4, when frankly backs were against the wall in Game 4 for the Avs. They're down 2-1 in the series. They lost at home with the ability to take a stranglehold of home ice. The adjustments that were made by the Avalanche, by Jared Bednar, were what? That led to a picture-perfect Game 4. And why is there a chance that you can see more of that? Because this series to me feels like it is a back and forth between Peter DeBoer and his adjustments and then the on-ice players and their adjustments for the Colorado Avalanche. What was it in Game 4 for the Avs that just seemed to dissipate in Game 5?
You moved Landeskog up to the top 6. That changed from Game 3 to Game 4. You moved him onto the power play, which made sure that even though the power play wasn't awesome in Game 4, it It didn't kill you. It didn't sap your energy. Now, you didn't change anything there. While I don't think the Avs managed the puck well enough to win the game in Game 5, 6-2 didn't feel like the score. Again, timing matters in sports, and it matters so much in the playoffs. The 9 seconds into the game bounce is brutal. The bounce off of a blocker and your goaltender's back with under a minute to go in the first, where you were still in a hockey game. You were down 1-0. And you had a bad power play. You killed off a penalty. Like, you were fine in the first period. And then at the worst time possible, you go down 2-0. You feel like, what is going on? Like, it should be 0-0 at the worst right now, and it's 2-0. I thought the timing killed them, and then as a result, right, just look at the timing of the penalty that gets called on Sam Malinsky. If that doesn't get called there, if they go into the third period down 3-2, and at the 17-minute mark, Malinsky gets called for interference, elbowing, whatever the hell it was in front of the net. If he gets called for that then, I think the result of the power play is drastically different. Drastically different.
I was wondering with Peter DeBoer's hockey genius, and
he didn't change any. Dallas didn't really change much from Game 4 to Game 5.
Game 5, the 9-second goal, to me, looked like something that was a designed. I know it was lucky. I know there was some, but
Tell me what about that play was designed.
If you see something, like I think about this almost like on special teams. If you're a special teams coordinator in football and you see something in a special teams play, be it, say, kickoff, and a team that you're scouting on film on kickoff return gets a little bit complacent at the kickoff point, you can squib kick it. You can get it. You can do the surprise onside kick.
I don't know where you're going here.
Off the power or off the face-off. To get the puck deep immediately off the face-off. It looked like a play design from Peter DeBoer. Right up.
Dude,
right.
I don't know what your eyes are looking at. The reason why that play was so crazy, why the bounce was so crazy, teams chip the puck in off of every face-off all the time. The Avs do it. The Stars do it. That was not a, hey, let's draw this thing up. It hit off the top of a guy's skate and went 25 feet up into the air. That was not part of the game plan. Was not, hey, let's throw the puck off of our guy's blade, chip it up into the air, and then hope to throw one off the side of the net from below the goal. I think you're looking into the genius of Peter DeBoer way too much.
Well, all I know is that
chipping the puck, sure. Is it part of the game plan to like chip the puck past Avs defenseman right off the opening faceoff? Yeah, that's a forecheck. That was not a genius mastermind play. It was a weird bounce and then a no-angle shot that Blackwood saves 99% of the time. That was not something that they go, hey guys, we got something up our sleeve here. That's not the Philly special.
There is complete 100% pure unadulterated luck. Nothing to do with any type of game plan.
No, part of the game plan is chip pucks into corners and be physical. That was what that was going to be. The puck was going to go into the corner. It was probably going to wrap around to the far side, and then you're going to have Cale Makar, I would assume, on the right side, meet up with whoever the weak side forechecking player is. I think it was probably Rantanen at that point. That's where that play is meant to be. It's supposed to go all the way around. It was just a chip in that had a crazy 25-foot bounce on it, and then Johnston goes, well, all right, I've got the puck. No one's here. Let's just throw it at the net. Hopefully something happens.
Where my mind is a strategist is looking at, if all things are even and you're not playing from behind, the Colorado Avalanche are a better hockey team.
Oh, yeah.
The best weapon, somehow, some way, with how the Dallas Stars play hockey, which is muck it up, is play with a lead. Play with an early lead.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be it is going to be do or die to either play with a 0-0 tie going into the second period, or you play with some form of an advantage.
I think it's a race to 3. I think it's a race to 3 tomorrow night. I do think you're on the right track of like, okay, is it part of the game plan to immediately make Cale Makar turn and have to feel some sort of physicality rather than let's try and possess the puck into the offensive zone? Yes,
correct.
You are 100% right there. But I don't believe that like the result of the Johnston play was them drawing something up.
There's no like, you run a post pattern, you run the dig, and
that wasn't it. Nothing like that. It was just a weird bounce at the wrong time. And again, while I don't think the Avs were good enough to win the game, if you take away those two bounces and the call against Malinsky is timed at a different point or just simply not called because it hasn't been a penalty kind of the whole series, you're in a one-goal hockey game at the end of regulation. Kind of anything can happen off of a bounce for you. Dallas wasn't the better team in Game 4, or rather in Game 2, and they came away with an overtime victory. Now, they've found a way to win games when they haven't been the best team on the ice. I think the Avs have won their 2 games when they have clearly been the best team. They must clearly be the best team in Game 6, and then Game 7 is a crapshoot.
How can the Avs avoid what happened in Game 3? Where it is the Dallas Stars playing on their terms.
Manage pucks, make the D turn, cycle pucks down below the goal line, and then once you do so, to get up to the D, you have to take one step to the middle, and you have to have at least 2 players going to the net front. And one player is coming out from behind the goal line, so he's facing the puck, and the other one has to be cycling high so that he's crashing down in on the goal when it inevitably hits a shin pad and bounces back out. You have to have someone moving toward the goal mouth rather than looking at a puck, and then having to react to a block coming from in front of you, and then you go out and get that puck. Does that make sense?
It does.
That's when we talk about layering, that is the layering in hockey, is a net front presence watching the puck, and then a second net front presence, which is coming down and barreling in on if the puck gets to the goal and bounces off of a goaltender's pad, or if it gets blocked 15 feet out, you have someone with momentum carrying that puck toward the goal line on a rebound opportunity. They did not do that enough in Game 4, or rather in Game 5. They did not do that enough in Game 3. They certainly did so in Game 4.
Net front presence. It's 2 players that we're talking about.
Nichushkin and Landeskog.
Amen. Those two have to, they got to get parked up front. And you got to be able to manage the puck well enough to give those 2 players the opportunity to get net front.
Your keyword to win tickets to Game 6 is Logan with your first and last name, 303-504-0925, and you'll be entered. That's the word Logan with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. That keyword goes away in about 30 seconds. Get on it.
It's OC! He's playing, baby!
Happy spring. We all know that the spring temperatures are heating up. If you're like me and my family, I'm going to be heading out of town this weekend. So I'm going to Las Vegas for my dad's retirement from high school football. And I will be stopping by, if indeed the Nuggets and or Avs are playing in a Game 7, I will be stopping by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. And you need to download the Circa app, because right now on the Circa Sports app, you can get the tightest money line splits. And it truly is the way sports betting should be. You got exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. And whether you're looking for playoff futures, Game 7 action, which is going to be going on in both hockey and in basketball in the NBA, we got all of your things covered here at circusports.com. So it must be 21 or older. Download the circusports.com today. If you got a gambling problem, always remember, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rebound down to Jamal Murray. Now the Nuggets can get it down to 159 and still get Murray 3. Why not? Jamal Murray's got 43 in game number 5. And the Denver Nuggets lead this thing by 20. Inbound goes over to Eubanks. There's the horn in Denver for game number 5. A blowout win for the Nuggets. Jamal Murray drops 43. Christian Brown, double-double. Nikola Jokic, triple-double. And Denver wins it 131 to 115. One more to advance.
One more following a vintage Jamal Murray playoff game, his second highest game score in the playoffs of his career, third highest point production of his career with 43 last night in a pivotal game 5, one of our favorite parts of the week. Chris Dempsey's NBA Baseline as we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Demps, first off, welcome in. How are you?
Oh, I couldn't be doing any better.
I'm sure you couldn't. Walk us through what you saw out of Jamal Murray. We'll get into the rest of the team, but he was as good as we've ever seen him.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of reminded me of the game in the bubble against Utah, the couple of games when he was kind of dueling back and forth with Donovan Mitchell, going 50 plus. When Jamal Murray really puts his mind to it, like when he's really ready to rock, he can do what he did last night. It was just kind of a masterclass on everything. Obviously, shot making, 8 3-pointers is just out of this world. But I think also the playmaking obviously gets lost in a 43-point performance. He had 7 assists. Really was just in control of everything on the court. Couldn't put him in a space on the court where he couldn't operate. And also, you couldn't force him into a space on the court that he didn't want to go. And so I just think from all of those aspects, it was just a stellar performance. And the Nuggets really needed it in the game. Game 5 is a pivotal game, obviously, in each of these series.
Debs, my hypothesis is that true Nuggets basketball, as we know it and love it, it is as a result of Jamal Murray playing out of his mind basketball. That's when it looks right.
Yeah.
What are the keys to get Jamal Murray to do that repeatedly in this postseason? Because he looks healthy.
It's a good question. I've kind of pounded the pavement a little bit over over the course of the season, which is I just want to get this guy to 20 shots every single night. Like get him to 20 every single night, and don't let the defense take the ball out of his hands and then him not get the ball back at some point. Because the Clippers, I believe that they're going to do that in Game 6. They're not going to sit back and let him do whatever he wants to do. I'm sure they're going to blitz him on every ball screen and get him passing the ball more than shooting the ball. But I think, I think for Jamal, it's the ability to say, take this 43 points, don't take it personal, but I'm going to give you another 43 points in 2 days, and you're going to have to take that one too. And I just think there's just been times during the course of the season where he would have a really big game, then take a little bit of the foot off the gas, turn in a little bit, kind of a blah performance, then be mad at that performance, which then, motivates him to have another great performance. And so the issue for him is keeping his mindset in a very aggressive space.
Altitude TV's Christopher A. Dempsey, our guest here after the Nuggets take a big Game 5 win over the Clippers. They can close out the series on Thursday night on the road. You can hear that game on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Demps, are the Nuggets better when Nikola Jokic doesn't shoot well?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I thought that was a very interesting game for Nikola Jokic because, he started off, he took 7 shots in the first quarter and then just basically said, you know what?
I'm good.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Jamal's going, Jamal's blazing, Russell Westbrook's blazing. I'm going to sit back and play, make, and rebound and do all these other things. And so, I think in Game 6, it's going to require Nikola Jokic to score up over 20, or probably up over 25 points for them to get out of there with a victory. I think this was the perfect storm for him. The Nuggets shot over 50% in the series for the first time in that game. The Nuggets offense, to me, looked more connected than it has in a long time. They have answers, and I think those answers allowed Jamal Murray to catch fire and allowed Russell Westbrook to just catch fire. And because those two guys were catching fire, Nikola just said, okay, cool, I can play a support role to these guys here today. I think that just flips right back. I don't think that the Clippers are doing anything that they haven't done to Nikola the entirety of the series that he hasn't already been able to score right through. And again, I think that's going to be required of him in LA tomorrow night.
Christopher A. Dempsey, just a little less than a week ago, we were concerned about Michael Porter Jr. even being able to finish out this series.
I know.
What can you say about it's almost the unstatable, the things that can't go on a stat line that Michael Porter Jr. did in this game last night? He was plus 34 in the net. Make that make sense in a game that you won by 16. How important has Michael Porter Jr. been?
His presence out there gives the Nuggets two things first and foremost. One, they have to have him out there for the Clippers defense to not just crowd everything into the paint. And you need to stretch that defense a little bit thin. They honor him. They don't really leave him out there alone at all at the three-point line. So your spacing is great. Two, if he's going to hit three-pointers, which he did yesterday, then you're getting obviously the added benefit of three-point makes as well. But I think from a rebounding standpoint, he's been really, really good. And then he's just fought defensively. The injury probably, his activity on the basketball court probably takes his mind off how painful that shoulder actually is. And so he keeps himself super active on the court. But I want to give him his flowers because that is an injury. That's a 5-week injury. That's what it is. And very few, if anybody, ever plays through that, not in basketball. And so for him to just do whatever it is that they're doing to get him to go out there, and not necessarily in this last game, but certainly the game before, looked like he was definitely playing with one arm. That's crazy. That's crazy. And it's crazy good. And the Nuggets need him. And hopefully he can kind of, get that shoulder to whatever the best space possible is for that shoulder to be in, for him to repeat that tomorrow night.
Two possible closeout games in the West tonight. The Lakers at home facing elimination against the Timberwolves, then Golden State on the road in Houston to take on the Rockets, looking for the second time in 3 years to get rid of a number 2 seed that feels like they're young and upcoming and fun, and then they walk into old man Steph Curry's house and they can't find a way to win games. Do we see both of those series end tonight?
Probably. Yeah. Well, look, you guys know I've been saying that the Lakers are not as good as it appeared they were for a long time now. And I'm going to be right about that. They will not win this series, even if they win tonight's game.
But Debs, what will Windhorse and Kendrick Perkins do for the remainder of these playoffs without their beloved Nugget or Lakers?
Talk about Giannis to the Lakers.
Yeah, correct. That's exactly right. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad to turn on the TV and we'll have to watch that all the time. But look, I think that Minnesota defensively really, really good. And if they're going to get Julius Randle to play like that all the time, they're going to get Dante DiVincenzo and Naz Reid. Like if I were them, I would just start Naz Reid tonight. I wouldn't even worry about the Rudy Gobert piece as much. It's just not the series for him, given how small and athletic the Lakers play all the time. You just want a guy to be out there with them that matches that athleticism anyways. Then you have Houston, and I think for Houston, they just can't score the way you need to score to win in the playoffs. And Jimmy Butler takes this Golden State team and makes them very formidable. So that side of the bracket, guys, is very interesting, man. Like, a couple of days ago, you could have just taken any of the 4 teams and been like, one of these 4 is going to make it. Any of these 4 can make it to the Western Conference Finals. Looks like we're headed for Minnesota and Golden State. I would expect Minnesota to win that and find themselves in the Western Conference Finals. So we shall see.
Watch him on Altitude TV. Follow him on Instagram at Chris A. Dempsey. Game-by-game breakdowns and recaps, the biggest highlights. Those are the best parts of the post games for the Nuggets, or your little ones that you throw on social media. Demps, we appreciate you, man. We can't wait to watch you on Thursday night as the Nuggets look to advance to the second round and take on the Thunder.
Yep, no doubt. All right, guys. See you guys.
Your weekly NBA baseline report from Christopher Dempsey. Your next keyword to get you guys inside Ball Arena for Game 6 for the Avs and the Stars is coming up in just 20 minutes from right now. It's the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers, and you can go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Special thanks to Chris Dempsey for joining us for his weekly baseline report to recap Jamal Murray and MPJ and Russell Westbrook and a huge Game 5 victory for the Nuggets, which guarantees at the very least that two teams will not be eliminated on Thursday night. And I was very nervous about that because of what happened last year, right? We had the Friday, Sunday, or the Friday, Saturday, the worst weekend in sports that we could have had last year in round 2.
It was a bloody Monday.
It was bloody Monday.
And I was really, really scared yesterday when we threw the show over to DMac and Polumbus and Hastings. I said, well, Nuggets, we need you. We need you tonight. Otherwise, we're staring down the barrel of another bloody Friday.
The Avs, they've been the better team in the series, and that's what gives me hope. That's what gives me hope for if they get it to 7, you can go into Dallas and get it done. Now, there's a lot of things that have got to go your way in terms of like beating the Stars in Game 7. Peter Boer famously has never lost a Game 7 in his career.
Ooh.
He's also never won a cup in his career, so take that with a grain of salt. The Avs, when starting a playoff series on the road as the lower seed, when being down 3-2, have never won a playoff series. Ever. Not once. So you're going to have to overcome some historic mountains. You're going to have to find a way for a Jared Bednar coach team to win 2 elimination games. And it's not even like they're inept in elimination games. They're not the Toronto Maple Leafs. You've seen what's happening with them. The Toronto guy, if you haven't seen this stat, it is amazing. And if you listen to Between the Pipes, there's something that I say about the Maple Leafs. Coach, have you caught on to it? What my saying is about the Maple Leafs? They are built to lose.
Okay.
They haven't won a cup famously since like 1967.
So unlike the Avs with their playoff slogan,
where they're built
different. They are built to lose.
It would be funny if the league built to lose.
Where's Austin Matthews going to end up?
Oh, he's signed there for a long time.
So there's no way that anybody.
I mean, I wouldn't trade him. Trading Austin Matthews is like trading Luka Doncic.
Is there any chance that Austin Matthews, the great American, wants to get the heck out of Dodge and wants to win something?
Who knows? I'd be pissed off up there too. Now, they had a 3-0 series lead on Ottawa. It is now 3-2 after Ottawa blanks them 4-0 last night in Toronto. Since 2004, the Maple Leafs have won one single playoff series. It happened back in 2022-23 when they beat the Tampa Bay Lightning in 6 games. In that course of over 20 years, in playoff clinching scenarios, the Maple Leafs are now 1-14. They've lost 14 of 15 games. 13 of 14 games rather. They're 1-13.
My apologies as I look out the window here at our studio and see our friend Rob Trigilio walking by. Are the Toronto Maple Leafs the equivalent to the Buffalo Bills?
They sure might be.
And they're neighbors.
They sure might be.
They're fairly close to one another.
Something going on in the water up there at Niagara Falls, man.
Not too far away from one another.
It's the ineptitude for them to win playoff series clinching games is insane. Like, that's what's happening on in the East right now.
Raj, you told me that the Avalanche is a franchise they've never won a series in which they were a 3-2 deficit.
When starting that series on the road.
Okay, so
they are 2-15 all time when being down 3-2 in a series, but the 2 times that they've come back.
So when you didn't have home ice in the series.
Correct.
You've never won a 3-2. You've also never seen Peter DeBoer lose a Game 7 in the postseason.
Correct.
I don't care.
I wonder what his record is in the 7th game of a regular season. I'd like to find that out. That's like my NCAA football overall rankings for the Broncos.
I flat out do not care about those 2 horrific stats for the Colorado Avalanche. Here's why. You're the better hockey team. And I know you just said that, but you are the better hockey team. You even broke down in our break about the expected goals and all the advanced analytics of what even happened in an atrocious Game 5 for the Avs. You're still the better hockey team. You've got to create your own breaks. You got to create your own bounces. The puck didn't bounce your way in Game 5.
Correct.
You are without excuse with this roster, in my opinion, facing a very good Dallas Stars who has been a bit of an Achilles heel for you as a franchise, without having two of their best players in their roster. You have a healthy team. You have your captain back. You cannot lose these games. You can't, Raj. You can't lose them. I'm putting that out there because I do believe wholeheartedly you are the better hockey team.
The stats say it. Like the 5-on-5 stats, even in Game 5, where I didn't think the Avs were like very good. Even in Game 5, the 5-on-5 stats are overwhelmingly positive for the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
They outshot Dallas at 5-on-5, 31, I believe 31-16 in terms of shot attempts created in that situation. 31-18 scoring chances. High danger chances at 5-on-5 in Game 5. 13-6 for the Avalanche. They lost 6-2.
Raj, a mere 2 days ago on Monday, conversation that we had is, which team do you feel better about? Colorado Avalanche or Denver Nuggets right now? I said, strangely, the Denver Nuggets, because they have home court advantage. We find ourselves in a position that the Denver Nuggets, if they continue to play basketball like they're playing in the last two games, but namely last night,
it makes the Oklahoma City series that might be on the horizon an all-timer. If they play like that. If the Nuggets play like they did last night against OKC, again, if they get through round one, that's a 6-7 game series written all over it. If they play like that, if they play like they did in the first two games of the series against the Clippers, you guys know how scared I am of Oklahoma City. I haven't hid that for the entire season. Coach and I butt heads against
although
it.
the first two games of the series, that might actually be what the game looks like, because OKC has tremendous defense. They have the best defense in the NBA. You're going to probably get into a gritty, low-scoring affair. And the Nuggets have created some problems for OKC, just the way the Nuggets are built and the way that OKC is built. So it wouldn't surprise me.
It's all about matchups, right?
It doesn't surprise me if you get into that series. Let's not get there. First things first. What do the Avs have to do? The number one thing that the Avs have to do, Raj, tomorrow night to avoid elimination. The number one thing. What do they have to do?
Score on the power play. That's my number one key. Is if you have a better power play percentage than Dallas does in Game 6, you win the hockey game.
Mine is score early.
Okay, I'll take score early. I mean, they've scored first in 4 of the 5 games in the series. The only one that they didn't was 9 seconds into Game 5. They had the first goal in Game 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they split those 2-2. So I do think it matters. And I agree with you. Dallas, in order to play their game, has to play with a lead.
Score early, keep the pressure on. This has got to be one of those games where you're playing downhill. You want to create as much opportunity to play downhill. And like you've said all along, with the way Dallas is going to muck it up in the neutral zone, you've got to chip pucks into the corner, and you got to get nasty. You got to get grimy, you got to get dirty, and you got to see vintage Gabe Landeskog, vintage Val Nichushkin.
I'm confident that they can do it. Rest of the series right now, Winnipeg and St. Louis is tied at 2. Vegas comes back and wins in overtime to take a 3-2 series lead at home against Minnesota. We saw Marc-Andre Fleury play in a playoff game last night because Philip Gustafsson goes out injured, but Vegas handled that overtime. They had the puck the entire time. Edmonton has won 3 straight games against the LA Kings after being down 2-0, and this might be the 4th straight year that LA is ousted by Edmonton in the postseason. Darcy Kemper was amazing.
Sounds like there's a team that might be owned a little bit. There might be some daddy situation going on between Edmonton and LA.
It's more so than Dallas to Colorado, a little bit. But Edmonton is to LA as Dallas is to Colorado. That's as close as you can get, man. There's something there. I don't know what, LA should be the better team this year. But they stopped 43 or 45. Darcy Kemper was amazing. It was one of the most lopsided games in recent Stanley Cup playoff history in terms of expected goals rate. Edmonton should have won that game 8-1 in terms of expected goals. They won it 3-1 with an empty netter. Kemper was amazing. On the east side, Washington up 3-1 on Montreal. They can close it out tonight. Carolina comes down from down 3-0 in the first period to beat New Jersey in overtime last night, 5-4. Toronto, we've already talked about. They've lost 2 straight to Ottawa. Tampa Bay is on the brink of elimination against the Florida Panthers this evening at home as well. In the NBA, Oklahoma City has already swept the Memphis Grizzlies. Minnesota can oust the Lakers as they have a 3-1 series lead tonight. Golden State, as we talked with Dempsey about, just for some reason, when they get matched up against these young upcoming teams, they show them that a veteran team with a superstar can often get through the first round of the playoffs. And did you see what happened with Giannis last night, man?
That was a strange sequence there with Tyrese Halliburton's dad coming out.
30-point, 20-rebound triple-double for Giannis. They lose because Gary Trent Jr., who had a 34-point out, like another amazing Gary Trent game last night, in the most benign part of the game, can't catch a pass. He was about to get fouled. Couldn't catch a pass. Goes out of bounds with 10 seconds to go. Halliburton drives the middle, gets the bucket. Bucks are gone. And then Giannis and Tyrese's dad go at it.
Tyrese Halliburton apparently was talking all that mess during the game in seats that were fairly close to the floor, and then he just storms onto the court, keeps talking to a guy that, like, why would you talk that talk to a guy like Giannis Antetokounmpo? I mean, what has he done to you?
This is what Giannis said after the game.
One thing I'll say is that I believe like being humble in victory. That's how I am. Now there can be a lot of people out there that are like, no, when you win the game, you gotta talk and it's a green light for you to be disrespectful towards somebody else. I disagree. I've won the championship. They haven't. Okay, and that doesn't say anything. I'm not trying to minimize their effort. But I remember when I won, my mom that she's never missed the games from February 11th or 13th when she came in Milwaukee against the Knicks. She's never missed a game. When we won the championship, I remember my mom, she was scared to cross. She was like, am I allowed to come and hug my son?
I can't get over the voice not matching what Giannis Antetokounmpo looks. 6'11", 255 pounds.
It does sound like he's
a literal Greek god. When you hear that guy's built like a Greek god, that is Giannis Antetokounmpo. That sounded like a
5'9" Greek fisherman.
It's or like a midfielder that just got done playing a World Cup match. That's Giannis. That is a behemoth of a human being that just sounds like nowhere
Sean
near like
Dimitrakos is who that sounds like. Also, it's a case study in European parents versus American parents. Is it not?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Or immigrant parents versus American parents.
You bring up a very valid
Although
point.
Joker's brothers did threaten to go on the court and beat the living crap out of someone. Those guys are terrifying.
They were good though. They were just in their seats,
But that's not about they don't go out there flexing because of Joker. But if someone comes at Nikola, you got a problem.
They crossed the family. It's a little different. This guy went out and he chose violence on the floor with Giannis Antetokounmpo. What are you doing?
Imagine having the you-know-what to go up to Giannis and get in his grill and just standing your ground there. I think he looked like an idiot, Tyrese Halliburton's father there, obviously. It's a bad look. But for him to stand his ground,
yeah,
I'll give you some props.
But I think that's chicken 100
crap. 100
men
versus one gorilla.
That's a chicken crap situation in the sense that you know that Giannis has way too much at stake.
Oh, yeah, Giannis, and he wouldn't ever
think
take
about
the bait.
what would have happened had Giannis socked him in the face. I don't think that you would have gotten that same type of grace that you're getting right now. The fact that he was able to exercise restraint.
Oh, of course
in that moment.
He'd be vilified for it.
It would immediately be Giannis Antetokounmpo attacks Tyrese Halliburton's father, as opposed to it being the opposite way. So big kudos to Giannis Antetokounmpo in this moment for restoring what is a very good legacy in his career.
NFL Notes is coming up on the other side, as well as your next keyword to win tickets to Game 6 of the Avs and the Stars. That is Thursday night at Ball Arena. Your next keyword is coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's a playoff ticket Wednesday for the Colorado Avalanche, and you guys can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena, and you have to text this word, Arturi. That's right, Arturi. A-R-T-T-U-R-I. That is Arturi. Along with your first and last name, make sure you guys find the spelling and text Arturi in to 303-504-0925, and you will be entered. The Avs need you at Ball Arena for Game 6 on Thursday as they look to stay alive in the series, and every fan counts. Don't miss your shots. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com, and to win tickets to tomorrow night's game, again, text Arturi, A-R-T-T-U-R-I, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck and go Avs. At 11:20. Here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes.
Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him?
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Mr. Granderson, lead it off.
According to 9 News' Broncos insider Mike Kliss, the Denver Broncos had their eye on the tight end position in the second round of the draft. He says they had strong interest in taking either Mason Taylor, who went 42nd to the Jets, Terrence Ferguson, our guy, 46th overall to the LA Rams.
Friend of the program,
or Elijah Arroyo from out of Miami, who went 50th overall to the Seattle Seahawks. What's ironic is the Broncos were slated to pick 51st overall, but once their tight ends were off the board, they decided to trade back. Should the Broncos have been more aggressive and moved up knowing a run on tight ends were coming?
It's so hard to say because we even talked about it on our show. Terrence Ferguson was, by a lot of draft boards, was a third-round player. I thought he was a second-round player, but you want him to be able to fall to you at 51. I didn't think the Denver Broncos were out of position to be able to potentially draft Terrence Ferguson at 51. Clearly we were wrong. And he ended up having a higher grade, and the LA Rams were dead right. You and I both loved Mason Taylor as well. Either one of those two players, I think, would have been a great pick at 51, but to mortgage away future picks or to get away from your draft order in order to move up and not be able to improve some draft capital, man, I think that was a bit of a risk that the Broncos weren't clearly willing to take, and I don't disagree with them.
I don't know, man. It felt like such a good tight end draft that they missed out on, and I worry that they're going to try and find it next year. And again, we don't know. It's way too early to figure out what the draft is going to be next year.
Hard part about tight ends, man, there's just not a lot of teams willing to part ways in the free agent market with elite tight ends. Evan Ingram's a little bit of a different case study because of recent injury.
Right. There has to be some sort of buyer beware sticker on a tight end if you get him in the league. Like the last time you saw a big tight end change teams, like TJ Hawkinson?
I don't even know. Where was he before?
Hawkinson was drafted by Detroit.
Oh, I just think about him as a Viking.
Right. And he was drafted to Detroit to be like the next George Kittle. That's who everyone thought he was going to be. And then they move on from him. They obviously get Sam Laporta, but awesome draft pick from Sam Laporta there. So it's not like they ended up taking a step back, but it doesn't really happen all that often. So I don't love it. Again, though, we've looked at this draft and gone, the front office and the head coach, while together, have built up enough trust and goodwill that you have to go, whatever you say goes. Until it fails, and I hope that it doesn't. I don't think it's going to. Until it fails, you just got to go, I get it. You're the smartest guy in the room. Okay. I still would have liked them to have gotten one of the top 5 tight ends.
I would have loved it.
They had multiple opportunities to do it. KJ?
You what?
Reports have surfaced that R.J. Harvey was a coveted man on day 2 of the NFL draft. According to the Athletics' Mike Silver, the new Jaguars regime, James Gladstone and head coach Liam Cohen, were miffed by the Broncos' selection of Harvey and Bryant. According to Silver, with the Jaguars' 70th overall pick, the team was choosing between Harvey and Louisville edge rusher Ashton Gillette. Quote, as the second round neared its latter stages, Cohen became antsy. Let's just F it and get him, is what the coach said. Cohen adore Harvey's skill set, likely seeing Bucks rookie running back from last year, Bucky Irving, a player whom the UFC star was often compared to during the draft process, and wanted him in Jacksonville, and quote. Does this give more credence to the idea of Peyton and Peyton always being one step ahead?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of groupthink there that if the Jaguars and their 14-year-old general manager and their head coach that says,
He's gotten better.
A little bit better. But if those two guys, hey, listen, RJ Harvey's a good running back. He is for better or for worse, he is your starting running back in 2025. We'll see what it looks like.
You rushed for 1,900 yards as a team last year. If he's Bucky Irving, man, 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns.
I just want to see a 1,000-yard rusher here in Denver.
Add another 400 yards through the air, and I'm cool with that. You give me 1,500 yards combined from that guy, from Harvey in the second round. Now, Bucky Irving was a 4th-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
But if you give me 1,500 combined yards from RJ Harvey, the Broncos are scaring the Chiefs for a division. If you get those numbers, 1,000 yards, let's call it 10 touchdowns.
I got this sneaking suspicion that RJ Harvey's gonna be this year's Bo Nix.
Woo!
He is. Somehow, some way, it's just gonna work, and it's gonna be really good. And I think you're gonna have your first 1,000-yard rusher here in Denver since what feels like Terrell Davis was the last one to do it. I know there are plenty since then, but it just feels like it's been that long since you've had a 1,000-yard rusher.
I think it was it Lindsey maybe the last one who ended up doing it?
That's it.
That was it. There you go. There haven't been a lot of those guys.
And now
the last 100-yard rusher was like Melvin Gordon or something crazy.
It
wasn't. It wasn't Melvin Gordon. It was the other.
You got it.
Longtime vet. Latavius Murray?
There you go.
I wouldn't have gotten it had you not helped me with the
So
elevator.
Latavius Murray was a 1,000-yard rusher.
No, Latavius Murray was the last 100-yard rusher in a single game.
Oh, my gosh.
The last 1,000-yard rusher for the Broncos was Lindsey. KJ, what's next?
You what?
The NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and DC Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 in response to a prank call made to Shedeur Sanders during the NFL draft. Ulbrich's 21-year-old son admitted to the prank call and apologized in an Instagram post on Sunday. Jax admitted to writing down the number from his father's open iPad while visiting the parents' home to later conduct a prank call, and quote, the NFL said the fines were for, quote, failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information distributed to the club in advance of the NFL draft, end quote. Knowing that Shedeur wasn't the only player that was affected by this, was this punishment harsh enough?
It is not harsh enough for Jax Ulbrich. I know that this is a very inhumane manner of humiliating somebody. But I say we bring him back to 1700s and tar and feather the lad.
Tar and feather? Dude, if one of the boys had... Goes 10 years from right now, 8 years from right now, if one of the boys had ever done that to you, if you were in the position of DC, quarterbacks coach in the NFL, and you've got a number of a player, and one of the boys steals it off of your phone or your iPad and gets caught like this, what's the reaction?
Well, the reaction, in a very politically correct manner that I will say into a microphone right now, is that I would take away their Xbox for life. You will never, even if you're 25 years old and you're hanging out in the basement and have no real clear future ahead of you, and I find out you're playing an Xbox or a PlayStation, I'm ripping that thing out. In reality, man, that's just absolutely embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to think that you did something like that. You stole data. Maybe it wasn't just Shedeur Sanders. There might be some thought that this has happened in the past. And you steal that data just to be a total goober and ruin somebody's day because you think it's funny, and then you record it, film it. Like, you're an idiot. What are you doing? Jax Ulbrich, man. That dude right there, he gets to hide behind a little Instagram post. There's text. It was all text. Like, come out and face the music, Jax. Come out and You like, if I'm his father, I am asking him that he needs to publicly apologize. His face needs to be out there. It's embarrassing.
It does happen every year, and I see everyone texting in of like, oh, it's just because it's Shedeur that people are getting upset.
It's because it was the Falcons' defensive coordinator's son. That's why it's a big deal.
That's the reason.
And you know what? Think about what Deion Sanders and what the significance of him with that franchise is. And now it's his son?
No doubt.
It's his freaking son? Come on, man. You guys can say what you want out there. It's, you know, if you're a CSU Ram fan, that's fine. Like, guys, I'm not sitting here glazing Shedeur Sanders and Coach Prime, but the defensive coordinator's son stole information, which is the draft day phone numbers. A lot of times those cell phones aren't their regulars.
Burners.
Yeah, they're burners.
They're 1 day. They are 3-day cell phones.
So when you answer the phone, you're trusting that that's a real phone call.
Brett also got into it. It was a crappy prank call. They didn't really commit to the bit. Commit to the bit. If you're going to do that and you're going to cost your father $100,000 and cost his employer $250,000, commit to the bit. Right? Like, if you're going to take a penalty in a game, get your money's worth. If you're going to slash someone, like, break your stick over the back of their knees rather than just, like, give them a tap. Like, if Josh Manson was going to get called for a high stick on Jamie Benn, I want him to cross-check Jamie Benn in the face for a high stick, not have Jamie Benn skate into it. They essentially skated into the stick of Josh Manson in prank calling Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, you should have called 1997 Mike Sanford, because I was pretty good in the prank call space. I just wasn't doing it on draft day to players that were...
What was your go-to prank call? Star 6-7 that?
Yeah, oh, you got to...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was 6-7. Was it 6-9?
I thought it was Star 6-9.
One of the two.
Yeah. Were you alive during that era?
Yeah. I did some calls where I, used that.
Yeah, I would generally like to throw out names when repeated. Kind of catch somebody. Hey, this is you repeat the name.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like in a very politically correct, clean way. See more butts.
Okay,
right?
all right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, there we go. Got it. All right, I got you. KJ, one more.
You what?
Coach. I was trying to figure out where he was going. I don't know what he did. It's a different time.
Running back J.K. Dobbins received a seldom used unrestricted free agent tender from the Los Angeles Chargers. With the tender applied, he will now allow the Chargers to have a compensatory draft formula for the 2026 draft if he signs with another team before July 22nd. If he does not sign with another team before that date, the Chargers will then hold their exclusive negotiating rights. Obviously, the LA Chargers gotten word that the Broncos were sniffing around at the thought of maybe bringing J.K. Dobbins in. Does this move by the Chargers pretty much close the door for the Broncos and J.K. Dobbins?
Probably, just because it becomes more. Obviously, it's be a more spendy acquisition. The Broncos clearly got who they wanted in the draft. If they didn't get Ashton Genty, which clearly that was never going to be a possibility, the Raiders took him at 6. Sean Payton wanted R.J. Harvey. He got his guy, and that is going to be your starting running back without question going forward.
Star 6-7 blocks your number, by the way.
What was Star 6-9? It called people back.
It recalls the last number that called you.
Very good. Very good.
You could just go into your call log and hit the green phone button. What are we doing? You didn't need a number for that.
We didn't have call logs when I was doing these things.
No caller ID. You were lucky to have Snake on your Nokia brick.
Well, I'm talking about this is back in the day of a landline. Landline was all the Star 6-7, Star 6-9 world.
RJ Harvey's your guy. He is your starter. He should be your starter. You have to commit to that bit. While the Broncos running back room was atrocious last year and did not perform on the field, the other thing that killed them was the way that they were used, right? Like, I want you to commit to having a bell cow this year. How many times did we see someone sit for a few plays, rattle off a 9-yard run, and then you never see them for the rest of the game? Jaleel McLaughlin comes in, has a 9-yard run, then you come back and you go, where'd he go? Wait, he only had 6 touches the entire game? What are we doing here? This comes down to coaching. I don't think J.K. Dobbins, I think he obviously, statistically, had his best year last year under Harbaugh. I think that is going to be his best year as a pro.
You know what?
I don't want to go out and get that guy. Commit to your rookie.
Want to know what the great news about Sean Payton putting himself out there with what some would consider an overdraft of RJ Harvey in the second round at pick 51? What has Sean Payton proven to us when he goes out and is the smartest guy?
I play my guys.
Yeah, and you know what I do? I make sure that I script them for success. I make sure that I double down on the investment in them. That's a good thing for the Broncos franchise. Because guess what? A lot of times it's how you come into the NFL and how you are nurtured into the NFL in your first year or two that's going to matter a lot. And I think in the case of both Bo Nix and RJ Harvey, Sean Payton is going to double down to make sure that everybody knows that these were the right picks.
You have 1 more minute to text the word Arturi. That is ARTTURI. Arturi. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're going to be entered to win tickets to Game 6 for the Avs and Stars once again. That is Arturi, ARTTURI, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Our winner revealed on the other side.
Spring temperatures are abundant. A little bit more snow is yet to come, but the snow is going to keep on falling for the next 10 days at Loveland Ski Area. Season passes for next winter, they're on sale right now at last spring's low rates, but only for a limited time. So make sure you go out and get your 2025-2026 season pass at the lowest price and use it to ski for the remaining 10 days, 11 days of this season. Plus, those passes include bonus days at over 30 partner mountains next season. Closing days coming up May 11th at Loveland Ski Area, so the sooner you buy, the more free spring skiing you'll enjoy. Get those last 10, 11 days in and visit skiloveland.com to get yours today.
Wrapping things up here on a playoff ticket Wednesday on the morning sprint. Alex Ryan Emmy, you guys know me better as Raj, alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson behind the glass today in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. PhD's coming up next. You guys have chances on the 20s all day long. If you didn't win with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, if you don't win with us, and we're going to give away your winner here in about 7 minutes from right now, you have chances to win with PhD. Keywords at 12:20, 1:20, 2:20. They will give away their winner at the end of that 2 o'clock hour. Kreckman and Lindahl will have your spots between 3 and 6 p.m. No games tonight, so you got opportunities to get in there and win and get inside the building for the Avs and the Stars coming off a huge win. And I felt lighter this morning, Coach, after the Nuggets found a way to get a 3-2 series lead. My body was dreading the gripping and nervous nature that would have been
a double elimination rule.
Thursday.
A double dipperoo elimination rule. Oh my God.
Talk about playing guilty on Friday morning coming in. I'd have been tired. I would have been upset on Friday if there were two teams that got eliminated. And it gives me, I know it has absolutely no bearing on what happens in Game 6. But I now feel more confident in the Avalanche because of what the Nuggets did at home in Game 5. I live day to day right now in the playoffs, man.
I know that there's a lot of data that would suggest that home ice and home court advantage isn't everything, but it still is something, Raj. It still is something, and it does matter. And I think the Nuggets being back home in their friendly confines with a ruckus crowd, that felt like it had a major impact on the outcome of last night's game.
Well, Scotty, in the pregame, I was not at the game last night. I was at home. I had, a night off after a long night with the Avs. I was like, I'm staying home with the wife.
It's probably good for your mentals.
Probably good for both of our mentals.
Some of the conversations that we had yesterday.
Well, you
didn't seem like you were in a great headspace.
No, during the postseason, also you're never home. There are late nights during the postseason. I'm complaining about a job that is silly. Brett calls it the job's a joke, and we like to have fun. Wasn't at the game, but you could hear it on the broadcast. And Scotty Hastings was like, this is as loud as Game 5 of the finals was. You could feel how important that game was to Nuggets fans. And obviously with how they played on the court, it feels like there are some demons that needed to be exercised from Game 7 of the second round last year. I still felt nervous going into the fourth quarter. I was nervous until Aaron Gordon hit his 3 from the wing at the end of the fourth.
Raj, I don't know if we've talked about exercising demons in the form of Avs Stars. What game did the Avs get eliminated last year against
Game
the Stars?
6 in double overtime.
And where was it?
It was right here.
You want to talk about exercising
and it was
some
by a
freaking
former
demons?
Av, and now there's 2 former Avs.
You got to do Shane and a Rantanen.
Don't make me nervous. I'm in a good mood today. I am in a positive, good mood today. I was not yesterday. Don't ruin it for me by bringing that into the
Game 6,
ether.
Ball Arena against the Dallas Stars. It is time to exercise the demons, Raj. Do you not believe, man? Do you believe? Do you believe?
I believe they win Game 6. I think they can get it done. They're good enough, and they make the adjustments game to game. They have not been terrible in back-to-back games. Granted, it's only been 5 of them. They have not been bad in back-to-back games this series. They have been the better team. And typically in series like this, the better team comes out on top. I have no idea what's going to happen in Game 7, but I don't think they can falter in Game 6 because they have been better. They're going to get the benefit of the whistle. There's no way that the NHL looks at what happened in Game 5 and goes, yeah, that's okay. They want this series to go 7 games. I'm not the guy that says, oh, sports are scripted and they already know the outcome. They don't already know the outcome, but there are pushes in certain areas going, hey, we kind of need the TV revenue. We kind of need the ratings boost on Saturday. Let's make sure this thing gets to 7 games. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Maybe 5 power play opportunities for the Avs and 2 for the Stars in Game 6. And if the Avs don't get it done, they go 0 for 5 and then 1 for 2 on the kill, then they don't deserve it.
What was the last Game 7? Avs Game 7?
Last Avs Game 7 would have been Stars in the bubble.
Wow, that's been a minute.
Joel Kiviranta hat trick in the bubble against the Avs.
That has been a while.
Top of my head, that's the last Game 7.
Yeah, there's none last year. Certainly none in the Stanley Cup.
Oh, no. Seattle.
Oh,
Oliver
that's
Bjorkstrand has his 2-goal game at home.
Right?
Yep.
23.
2 years ago.
Yep.
Bjorkstrand at home, round 1, Game 7.
When did
No Nichushkin.
Yeah, when did
Makar was
Val
suspended the game previous.
You know what's good news though, man? Val Nichushkin's still on this roster.
Sure is.
Nothing's happened.
Sure is.
I promised that I'd continue to talk about it.
Still 32 some odd hours before the game starts, but still is.
Tell you what, man,
I hate what you're doing right now, by the way.
What am I doing?
You started off this segment trying to bring, you go, oh, you need to exercise demons. So you bring the demons back into the conversation. The Matt Duchene thing from last year. You bring that demon into the conversation right now. And now we have to talk about the double overtime winner from Joel Kiviranta and his hat trick back in the bubble. You're bringing back the demon of Val Nichushkin, missing his last 2 postseason runs because of testing positive and going back in to the drug program. What the bad juju that you're bringing into the studio,
no, sir.
Right? It needs to stop.
No, sir, that's not correct one bit. I've learned the hard way. The only way you can properly exercise demons, Raj, is if you face them head on. You got to bring them back in front.
Power of Christ compels you.
Jeez, man. You know, the only way you can really exercise demons, if me and KJ, if we're afforded the opportunity to go to CUUCH, church. That's how you exercise them demons. Am I right, KJ?
Doc, you right, man. Because guess what? It's time to go to church. It's time to go to church. Pastor Mike Sanford, what you got for us today?
I'll tell you what, we got to take these Dallas Stars. They come from the Bible Belt of America. I don't care about that because they're filled with evil. The evil ones in the form of Jamie Benn, Mason Marchment. There's evil in that man's mustache.
There's traitors
by the power,
the stars,
by the power that's vested in me.
I believe
right here at KSE and Cronky Sports and Enterprises. I hereby proclaim that your Stars evil will no longer be here. Game 6, we no longer fear Game 6 at Ball Arena against the Stars. We rebuke Game 6 fears. They're out of here. It's been fun going to church. Make sure you grab that offering on the way through.
If not, man, we'll go Marvin Sapp and close the door.
Did you need to throw a Venmo code on there,
yeah,
Coach?
Check my QR code out.
Couple of 1 beers. Oh, my God. Avs and Stars coming up on Thursday. So that's a double dip, by the way, to get you guys ready for Thursday. We are going to have a live watch party.
Who's it going to be with?
It's going to be with you, Coach Sanford.
Little shameless self-promotion. SSP, as I like to call it.
Sanford's going to be live at number 38 alongside Mark Bertinoli and Dan Tanner for a watch party of Game 6 for the Clippers and the Nuggets. You can listen to that game on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 tomorrow. Again, Nuggets and Clippers are on 92.5 FM on the AM side and worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. You can listen to Avs and Stars, which are going to be home at Ball Arena. I'll have your pregame, your intermission, your postgame live from Ball Arena. A live between the pipes from just above section 136 as well with myself and Mark Springer. So a double dipperoo, Nuggets and Clippers on 92.5, Avs and Stars on 950. If you're not in the building at Ball Arena cheering on the Avs, like our friend Dylan Bowman, who is our winner for our pair of tickets. Congratulations to Dylan Bowman. You're inside the building for Game 6. But if you're not like Dylan and you can't get your hands on tickets, although you can still buy them at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets, go over to number 38 and have 1 beers with Coach.
Just one.
Just one.
I promise you it'll be the best decision you make all week. Because you know what? We're going to bring some good vibes, man. You already heard the demon slaying that was happening here. We're going to bring that same energy to number 38. We're going to get a double winneroo, Raj.
It's going to do it for us today for Coach Sanford, for Pastor Sanford, rather, and KJ Granderson. I'm Alex.
I prefer the Rev. Call me the Rev.
The Rev. We'll make the changes on the lineup card. PhD is coming up next. Your next chance for a keyword to text in is in 25 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Double Dipperoo.
Murray has it, the logo on the high left side, brings it back out over the point, turns the corner, he's got a gap, dunk! Right-handed Murray. Murray, stutter step and a drive on Batum, beat him, head fake, layup, good! You call that timeout, Ty Lue! Jokic back over to Murray for three, jumpers up and in. That's his second three-pointer of the first quarter. Murray has it at the point, he goes to the right hand, takes a tough two. Got it again! Jamal Murray's cooking in the first half. He's got 16 points. He puts it on the floor, throws out of it over to Murray for three. Money! 12-point lead for Denver, 67-55. Denver's got a 4-on-2. Cross-court passes Murray for three. Let's go! 17-point lead for Denver in Game 5. Jamal Murray. He's guarded by Jones Jr. Gets a high pick there from DeAndre Jordan, shoots a three. Buckets. Jamal Murray is a man among boys. That's 33 for him in game number 5. Guarded now by Westbrook. He gets the paint, little floater, blocked by DeAndre Jordan. Loose ball Murray, he's got a breakaway against Kawhi. Dunk with the right hand. Jamal Murray, you the man in game number 5. 35 for Murray. Get 5 more points, you win the game. Murray has it, he's inside the arc, drives in on Dunn, fade away. Yeah, Jamal Murray. That's 40 for Murray in playoff game number 5. Timeout Clippers. Rebound down to Jamal Murray. Now the Nuggets can get it down to 159 and still get Murray 3. Why not? Jamal Murray's got 43 in game number 5. And the Denver Nuggets lead this thing by 20. Kill clock or do that, I guess. Bogdanovich 3. That one's no good. Rebound down to Jokic. He's got a triple-double.
43 points, 1 free throw, the most points in a playoff game with at most 1 free throw in NBA history for a playoff game. Tyler, what a game by Jamal Murray.
That was fun, huh? That was
Unbelievable.
fun. Sometimes I really like Russell Westbrook. Sometimes I really like Jamal Murray. That was a night you got to really like both those dudes.
That was great.
There was a point in the game that I actually had to ask myself, did I black out, or have I not seen Nikola Jokic really do anything for about 10 minutes?
So kind of got a backdoor triple-double. He was short on rebounds, and it finally came his way. Driving to the airport to join the team as they fly to Los Angeles to hopefully close out this series tomorrow. Scott Hastings. Scott, what was it like watching that game from courtside?
Well, one, I guess what we said yesterday that when Jamal got on Vic a little bit, I said, dude,
Yeah.
I think he's locked in. I think the locked in comment was pretty accurate. I hope somebody. Well, Vic's going on this trip, so I hope Vic asked him a dumb question to shoot around tomorrow too. It was fantastic, man. The highest playoff game points in Ball Arena history. Not the obvious high in playoffs because remember he and Joker both had 50-point games in the bubble.
Yeah.
But in that one free throw, how about this? The one free throw was a take foul.
Right.
Wasn't even go to the basket, get hammered type foul. So it was fantastic. I've already started my warnings. You had a great game win.
Right.
And oh, by the way, Nikola Jokic now 6-0 in Game 5s when the series is tied at 2-2. That's pretty amazing what he's been able to do. But you had a good field win against Minnesota last year, and then you just didn't show up. You took a vacation day and got your pants beat in, and then you put it up, to the whim of Game 7s. And you'd like to think Game 7s always belong to the home team, but man, those are tricky games. And same thing for the Stars. I think the Stars are going to come out tomorrow and try to end that thing in Denver. Because listen, they're an overtime win in a Game 7 last year. Otherwise, they lose at home. So, I think it's big. I hope they learned their lesson from last year, and I hope they. And my take was this: I thought if they could win this game by double digits, you go to LA, they're going to come out like a house on fire early, You just got to stay in touch. You can't panic. You got to do what you do. Just be strong. And then if you remember that Game 4 game in the Lakers in the Western Conference Final, the Lakers gave you a battle. You just stayed in touch, came out in the third quarter and beat the snot out of them. Because a lot of teams don't want to pack that bag for one more trip. There's a whole lot of teams that look at it and say, hey, 1, 2, 3 Cancun. So I really feel they can end this thing tomorrow.
Finish this sentence. If the Nuggets keep playing like that, they will blank.
I think they will have a rematch with Minnesota in the Western Conference Finals.
Okay. Tyler, if they keep playing like that, they will blank.
I can't disagree with that. Look, does that not feel like a team that can win a championship when they play like that?
You can fill in the blank with that, too.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's a team that can win a championship, which is crazy to say for a team that just fired a head coach and a GM. But, man, I know Russell Westbrook can be frustrating. When he gets locked in, and then he did get put in timeout right at the end of the first half there. He got put in timeout.
He got put a little bit in timeout at the end of the game, too. Close to the end of the game.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. Both times he got put in timeout.
A little bit.
But you know what?
He was great, though.
He was fantastic. That Jamal Murray, that you can't win a championship with that Jamal Murray, and then you're telling me Nikola Jokic had a very, very quiet night, and you still had all that good stuff going on?
I feel like, Scott, Tyler, we've been saying this all year. This team will go as far as Jamal Murray will take them. And last night, Jamal Murray was the best player on earth.
So the key is to have Vic tick off Jamal Murray.
I guess there's something about the angry Jamal, Scott. The maybe it's the focused Jamal, not the angry Jamal.
Yeah, listen, I think you get the angry Jamal post game, but when he's like that pregame, I think you kind of get in the locked in Jamal. And they're gonna need him Thursday. He's gonna have to be that same guy. I don't know if he can get 40 again, but he's got to be that locked in. And you know what? I saw something at halftime I haven't seen in a while, and I took it as a great sign. As the third quarter unfolded, it was a sign. But I go into our little green room area, use the restroom, sit around for 2 or 3 minutes, and I walk out. I walk out of the hallway, and up ahead of me are Joker and Jamal in heavy conversation, and they're moving their hands like in my head. Guys move this way when the guy cuts, boom, and they're sitting there talking all the way down the hallway, and I went, these guys are ready. And to me, that was just a great sign, in my opinion. And then, of course, you come out in the third quarter, and listen, Joker's carried this team a lot with scoring, and he's going to go down. I talked to one of the LA guys yesterday, I think their radio guy. He said, listen, Joker's probably already going to go down as one of the top 5 all time. Now, think about that, first of all. And you were able to win a game without him just being stupid nuts. And yet still, listen, okay, you're going to triple team me, you're going to put buddy guys at me, you're going to, as Marlo calls it, the hugger-mugger defense all over him. Okay. Mm-hmm. He's still going to drop 13 assists, and how many points do those 13 assists come out to? Because a lot of them just ain't twos, right? So I don't know, man. It was good. And then we sleep on Aaron Gordon had another big game.
I can go through a bunch of guys. AG had 23, 8 of 9 from the free throw line, 7-11 from the field. Great. How about Christian Brown with 12 rebounds? He hasn't been scoring like he has, but whatever. And then you look at Michael Porter Jr., who was a plus 34. Plus 34, plus minus. And I know plus minus can be a little weird sometimes, but plus 34, meaning he was not a defensive liability, and they scored when he was in the game. It's fantastic.
Yep.
All the starters in double digits, and Russell Westbrook with 21. That is you got plenty from the bench.
Recipe.
Yeah, hey.
That's a recipe.
That is balance. That's efficiency. You shot 51.5% from 3. Now, listen, I get it. You can't expect that each and every single game. That's not realistic. But that is within their realm of possibility. And I think this has got to be a little bit disturbing to the Clippers.
And that was with Joker going 1 of 4.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's right. A 4 of 13 from the floor for Joker. Not a great shooting night for him, but he got his backdoor triple-double, right? Like, he was like rebounds. Rebounds are like the easiest thing for him.
I'm not kidding you. There was a point that I literally checked my phone to look at the box score. Like, did I black out? Have I not been seeing any Nikola Jokic buckets here?
Yeah, and saying that, I still thought he was great. He didn't
I'm sure he
score,
was.
And we're expecting, 28.5, right? And he's averaging 28.5 in the series. But if you're the rest of the league, or if you're the Clippers, and you go, wait a minute, this guy's averaging almost 29 points a game against us. We held him to 13, and we got beat by 20.
That last night was a terrifying game for the rest of the league. The rest of the league has to be sitting there looking at that like, okay. But then again, nobody could really predict this because the Nuggets have been so, unpredictable.
Unpredictable. Yep.
But here we go. So now what? What do you think? Before we let you go here, Scott, now what?
Like I said a while ago, I think the Clippers will come out in that first half, and they're gonna try to beat the world. And if you just don't back down, and if you just don't go anywhere, even if you're down 10, 11, 12, 15, doesn't matter, but you're right there, and they realize, oh God, this ain't easy, and then you just come out and put the hammer down in that second half, I think you walk away with a 8 or 9 point victory, and you get a couple days rest. I'm assuming the earliest the game one would be Sunday, and it would probably be more like Monday. You're going to have a couple more days. You're going to get that swelling down from Joker's elbow, another little more rest for Murray, because I think, again, he turned his ankle in that game again last night.
Right.
That calf of Gordon's always nice to have off, and it's 3 or 4 more extra days of Porter helping that shoulder. So, listen, end this thing now and get yourself a couple days rest before you got to take on the best team in the Western Conference.
All right, Scott, any other little news and notes from the game? Anything that we haven't asked you? Any little observations, things that we should know?
Well, I'm going to reiterate. How about this? I will say this. How about number 1, 2, and 3 in the 50-year history of the Denver Nuggets? The most playoff games played belong to, in this order, Joker, Murray, Porter.
That's crazy. That's wild.
And somebody, I was talking to somebody the other day, and we get upset. Have they done enough to? You got a generational talent in Joker, and what have you done? And you should do more, and blah blah blah. That's true. Still won 57 and 50 games the last 2 years. Who'd you beat for a championship? Miami. How are they looking right now?
They're out. They're done.
And just look pathetic doing it, right?
They quit. Yeah, they were terrible.
And so, even though you've not won another championship, it sure seems like you're in a better state of mind and a state of competition than even the Miami Heat, because you don't know what the heck Miami Heat's going to do in the offseason. They could be, they had to get in the play-in game this year. They may be done for a couple of years now.
Scott, great job with you and Chris, as always. Make sure Vic pisses off Jamal somehow, some way, perhaps just on team playing, but, I don't know.
I'm gonna go lecture Vic here in 5 minutes.
He's got to get it done. He's got to get it done somehow. All right, great job. We'll watch you on TV. We'll have you on the show tomorrow, and then tomorrow night the broadcast as the Nuggets try to close it out. Thanks, Scott.
All right, boys.
All right, it's an Avs playoff ticket Wednesday. Your first keyword for our show, where we have a pair of tickets to give away, comes up next. Here we go. It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Wednesday. You can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6. Do or die, must win. Everything on the line game. That's it. Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena. Text VAL. Doesn't get easier than that. VAL with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. And you're entered. The Avs need you at Ball Arena for a big Game 6. They look to stay in the series. Every fan counts, so don't miss your shot. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com. Surprisingly, there still are some tickets, some standing room tickets, stuff like that. So you can get in. Just go to coloradoavalanche.com for tickets to tomorrow night's game. You can win them for free. Just right now, text VAL with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's VAL, first and last name, 303-504-0925. Good luck. Go Avs, playoff Grizz. Should be wrapping things up down at Ball Arena today. And we'll be back. And who would have thunk it? About 3 weeks ago, who would have thunk this?
Yeah, man.
You would never have suspected
Sports
that.
are weird, huh?
The Avs are in deep doo-doo and
that's why anybody that thinks that they listen to us and think we got the crystal ball, we're just a bunch of dum-dums like anybody else. I mean, sports are sports. Sports are sports, man. You don't know how to predict these things.
Sports are stupid. Or maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know. So I don't know what to tell you. Aside from that, the Avs have a good shot. You know, they've played well against the Stars, but they've also lost games at home. The Nuggets have lost games at home. They've also played well. Who knows how you lose by 35 points to a team in one game and then, kind of own them the next? I don't know.
Well, the Nuggets are the weirdest ones because anytime I start to think I've got a good feel for who this team is, I just get surprised either in a bad way or in a good way. And that's why I've just chosen with the Nuggets. I've given up on all expectations. Although I admit expectations are rising. I admit all of a sudden you feel like confidence
Don't
is
get
growing.
too cocky.
It's been the best way to handle the playoffs. It's been the best way to handle it since Adelman took over. Just get rid of expectations and enjoy the roller coaster.
I got an interesting question from my guy, Pat Graham from the Associated Press leaving the game yesterday. He goes, well, DMac, if Adelman wins this round, he's got the job, right?
No.
Well, that's what I said, too.
No.
I said, I'm not sure.
That's a silly – no.
At what point does he have the job?
Western Conference Finals.
Even if they lose there? Actually,
Probably.
That'd be a hell – I mean, you got to beat Oklahoma City.
Yeah, probably.
Which would be unbelievable.
You make an appearance in the Western Conference Finals, you probably get the job. But here's the things that are working against them, and I'm not saying he can't overcome this, but you made an organizational change. You didn't just make a change at head coach. You made a change at GM, okay? And when you make an organizational change, what you're saying is it's all wrong. Everything in the building's wrong. So it's very, very unusual to promote from within when you make an organizational change.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean it's impossible, but it means he's fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah. Listen, nobody's getting that far ahead. Everybody's literally just taking things one game at a time. Michael Malone wasn't fired because they had somebody else lined up. They literally thought we got more juice in this lemon that we got to squeeze. And we just are convinced Booth was gone no matter what, but we're convinced that there's a better shot to have better success without Malone here. Harsh reality.
All right, true or false? The Nuggets would be in the exact same point today with Michael Malone as their head coach.
Oh, man, I don't know. Probably
I'm going to say true.
Why?
Because I don't think anything really changed. You had a short-lived coach bump. Like you had that short-lived coach got fired, everybody's on notice. So they finished off the season strong, and it was fun. But Jamal Murray still becomes a dog in the playoffs. That's when he turns it on. Nikola Jokic is still himself. Aaron Gordon is still himself. Like nothing's really changed. The only thing that has changed is that you've got guys out there that are looking like they're in playoff mode, and I think playoff mode probably comes with or without Michael Malone.
Well, my guy Brendan Vogt from the NVR did ask Adelman about, is this team, better connected? Or at least that's where the answer wins. And that Adelman said, there might be something to that. Where in the past, you got a vibe from the Nuggets, we're playing together as a team, but it felt scattered. It felt like, Scott's weird toe shoes. A different slot for every toe, rather than just one big sock. And he said there might be something to it. And so, would they still be here with Malone? I don't know, man. I don't know. Sometimes I think coaching Tyler is, whatever, when it gets to kind of this point anyways. This is the time for the players to shine, So
that's my whole take on it.
Hard to say. I know Adelman's done a great job. I know the guy deserves to be a head coach at some point, if not with the Nuggets at some point. I know it's an advantage right now that he knows the history of the team and he can feel, and they have his respect. I know they respect him. I mean, I know all of these type of things. I know the job does not seem to be too big for him whatsoever. I know he leans into the collection of the players first rather than the spotlight on him. I know that. So, God, would the players have just quit on Michael Malone at this point of the season? Feels hard to believe that.
You get to the playoffs, don't you get hungry again?
I would think so, yeah. I would think so. Here is Adelman. Let's get back to some of the stuff from last night. Adelman on Jamal.
Yeah, I think you're right. The rhythm is rhythm, either whether it's the playoffs or the regular season. You have to play. And it's not like we're practicing a lot because you can't really do anything. So it's in-game rhythm that he's finding. And also, the reason why I said that is because I've just seen this too many times where, Jamal's struggling, this and that. It's like, well, it's also the Clippers. They're doing a good job. And we figured a few things out, and he totally capitalized on them, not to mention the incredible individual plays he made tonight. And, even the steal and the dunk at the end after he kind of tweaked his ankle, there was an explosion there. Like at the end of the game, he still had it. So, yeah, really fun to watch.
There were a couple moments there with Jamal. Didn't you see it, that he could go to the basket, that breakaway, the dunk, early in the game just go into the basket strong. Like, he never seemed to lose his legs whatsoever throughout the entire game.
Yep.
He had something a little bit different, too. His pregame routine was a tad different because his daughter was out there and his family was there. His dad, his parents, he was surrounded by good vibes, which was a little bit different for your routine, but he said it helped relax him, and he was just in a good frame of mind besides, yelling at Vic. So, hey, whatever works for you. Who cares? Here's Adelman talking about being connected.
Really proud of it, and cool to see the trend of, losing a really tough game 2, getting embarrassed in game 3, absolutely bringing it in game 4, and then really almost, losing it in the fourth quarter. So there's all these ups and downs to it, and you can see, you were talking about it earlier, but the team is connected because they went back and saw the film. They saw where they get better, and that's what you have to do. You have to have extreme honesty in these playoff series because the next game is going to be its own thing, and all you can control is how you can get better, just a little bit better, competitively, schematically, and stay together and give yourself the best opportunity to win a fourth game.
They're there. They are in an unbelievable position. They played start to finish, unlike other games. Michael Porter Jr. is one-armed.
Yeah,
it's takes 2 seconds to realize how much he's favoring that right arm. Yep. I mean, every time he throws a pass, he doesn't even try to throw it two-handed. Every time he goes up for a rebound, he doesn't even try to lift that left arm. And Christian Brown can play some defense now. He can play some defense. That was impressive to see that performance.
12 rebounds from Brown. MPJ plus 34. What?
I don't know what that means.
Well,
I know what it means. I know what the plus minus means.
I mean, the next highest plus minus on the team was plus 18 from Jokic. I mean, it just he had the most effective minutes of any player team-wise on the team. Was scoring and defense, and he was brought.
It didn't seem like but the reason I said I don't know what that means, it didn't seem like he had that kind of impact on the game.
It was subtle. You couldn't really tell.
No, you're right. I didn't.
Yeah.
And that's why I kind of roll my eyes at the plus minus.
He did go back. He was put back into the game in moments that maybe he doesn't get back into the game with Malone. Maybe not. I mean, Adelman had said, like, I felt bad. You know, MPJ's on the bench here. He's on the bench there. Blah, 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 blah. And you did feel like there was a moment of expiration for the brilliance of Russell Westbrook. Like at some point we were going to cross some sort of boundary where his energy.
The only time that Russ makes me really, really nervous, and I know this happens a lot, just when he gets so heavy on that dribble and he just keeps going, and it just feels like he just loses the ball. Like it's not even like he's trying to make a pass. He's not trying to do anything. He just loses the ball.
Every time Russ makes me nervous is every second he's in a game. Every jump shot he goes up for, it's all okay. Every drive to the lane where the ball's like bouncing off other people's legs, but the dude makes plays. And you know what was really interesting? Listening to him and Jamal, Tyler, after the game, talking about what their version of fun is. And Westbrook said, my fun doesn't always come with a smile.
My fun is being mean to the other team's bench.
Yep.
That is specifically my fun. And then making a little cradle the baby motion.
All of that. And Jamal gets off on that too. Can I
what is Jamal's thing with, I know he doesn't ever do the blue arrow, but now his thing is like tempting you to think that he's going to do the blue arrow.
It's funny.
You know?
It's hysterical.
It's like, oh, well, I might do it. Nope, not doing it.
Maybe Vic can ask him about that.
You should do that, Vic.
What is that? What are you pretending? You teasing us?
Couldn't quite find the arrow.
It is the difference, I think, with high-level athletes compared to the rest of us. Me. Your level of degree that you want to win, Tyler, the level of competition, challenge. That's what Murray and Westbrook talked about after the game. Like their whole thing, their fun is what level of competition. How tough is the challenge? That's what's fun to them. That's pretty awesome. Most of us just wilt. Most of us are just like, this is too hard.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I am. But there's got to be some DNA when you guys make it to the top level that's just like, I am different than everybody else. Or my desire to win, apparently,
it's the only time you feel alive.
Is better than everybody else's.
I'm being serious. You can go through the motions in a regular season game. You can go through the motions of, all but 2 minutes of a game and just feel like you're existing. But then you get to the heat of it, you get to the moment, and it's the only time that you feel alive. Like you can't fake that. And either you crumble from it or it gives you the spark that makes you feel alive. And that's why, if I'm being honest here, and I'm not going to go into it, but that's why so many of us get in trouble in retirement, because you're chasing that moment that you feel alive again. And how do you find that moment where you're alive? I got it all on the line. It's me versus another man.
Well, it's hard to match. That's why you could get an investment is risky.
Yes.
I've
made my mistakes just like everybody else has.
Other types of behavior could be dangerous, right? Like, when you're chasing something.
Addiction, anything else.
Sure. You're addicted to something. You have to find something to focus on. Yeah, I get it. Most people, it's like, hey, if you're lucky, for most people, maybe you compete at the high school level if you're lucky. And that's a wrap on that. And then it's men's league softball for the rest of your life, or.
I mean, dude, outside of our life literally being on the line, we're real life gladiators. Like we're going out there, we're performing in front of the crowd. Are you not entertained? 75,000 people on top of you, plus the millions of people that are watching.
I think the most remarkable thing, though, with that is the inevitable failure. And what do you do with that inevitable failure? Do you let that beat you down, or do you come back from it?
If I'm being honest, that's the one thing I miss the most in my life. Winning and losing every single day. Like what we do, we've got ratings and stuff. That's cool, and that's competitive, but like every single moment of practice of the game, you win or you lose, and you lose a lot. You lose a whole lot.
Well, it might explain why a lot of athletes want to be in broadcasting or do something like this, because it's sort of a game, kind of. But the rest of life could be a drag.
Yeah.
I mean, what else are we doing here? What am I going to do? And then you got to fill that void, and sometimes that void ain't healthy. But that being said, watching these, and why is Russell Westbrook, who's made over $300 million, Tyler, why does he keep doing it on a relatively low, salary?
Because he feels alive.
Yeah.
Because he gets to talk trash to the Clippers bench.
Right. Ain't nothing like it. Ain't nothing like it. Why does Von Miller still want to play football?
Right.
He doesn't need to play football. He's a 2-time Super Bowl champion. He's made ridiculous amounts of money.
He hasn't signed anywhere, right?
He has not. I was talking to little birdie behind the scenes about Von today. But he'll go almost anywhere right now. But who's going to give him a 1-year, throwing the money, I don't know, 3.55, whatever. Who's going to give him that deal? But he'll probably go basically by the way, I was told the Broncos are not an option.
Yeah.
For their reasons.
We did just draft edge rushers also.
Right. For their reasons and his reasons too. But he's still chasing it. You just said yesterday you should have kept playing.
Absolutely.
Scott said it too.
I mean, I believe that wholeheartedly. My justification at the time, very, very few guys get to walk away on their own terms. And I did that, and I was proud of it. Like, hey, I had job offers on the table, and I walked away. Everybody else, you keep chasing this thing until you don't have a job. And I walked away, and the justification was, well, you want to play ball with the kids, right? You want to be able to hang out in the backyard. You want to play golf, all those things. I don't know, man. The body was already trashed. What the hell was the difference going to be?
Not much.
Other than a few more $1 million.
Yeah, well, the money would have been the difference. So you had a night last night where the desire to compete and the ability to do so was just awesome. By the way, where was James Harden last night? Hello?
Christian Brown.
Where's the milk box for James Harden? And there's just a moment where, they are smaller overall. They're a smaller team than the Nuggets. They're an older team than the Nuggets. They have plenty of talent, and I'm not writing them off. That dude is a player. That dude's a baller. Kawhi Leonard's unbelievable. They've got talent on that team. Chris Dunn and Jamal Murray have been battling each other. Jamal, how about this? Jamal said he still keeps a chip on his shoulder that Chris Dunn, who was in his same draft year, was drafted ahead of him. Like, he still thinks about that. Not like it's an overwhelming sort of thing, but it's just like another one of those motivators that they've been battling against each other for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
How sustainable, though, is it? And we'll find out. That's why it's so exciting. And we're going to find out with the Avalanche tomorrow night as well. Unfortunately, both games are at the exact same time, which stinks, I think. But we'll focus on the Avalanche here in a little bit. And Playoff Grizz was at morning skate, so we'll get feedback from what is a total desperation, sense of urgency situation from the Avalanche. But coming up next, the Broncos got bit on the butt and got away with something in the draft. More revelations came because of Jacksonville. Details next.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you've noticed your hair is getting a little bit thin, maybe you got a bald spot. I get it. Been there, done that. It's a bad day. It's a bad feeling. And you want to do something about it. If you're anything like me, you might have already gone online. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working the way that you want it to. Why don't you just commit to getting your hair back by committing to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration? Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best at what they do. And Advanced Hair believes in their products so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. Pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Interesting article by Mike Silver, who was embedded with the Jaguars. And we'll have Bill Hanslick on with us after 1 o'clock. Playoff Grizz was at the morning skate, so we got you covered with the Nuggets and the Avs. But turning to the Broncos, and you wouldn't think we would start with Jacksonville. But it's very interesting when you just get a couple days, Tyler, past the draft, and you see how things truly shook down. And it turns out that the Jaguars were into R.J. Harvey and Pat Bryant, as it turns out.
Mm-hmm.
And had R.J. Harvey fallen to the third round, the Jags were all over it. They loved him. And had Pat Harvey dropped a little bit too, or Pat Bryant rather, sorry, they were interested in him too. So it is fascinating to find out that the Broncos slightly paid a little bit more for Harvey and for Bryant, but weren't willing to do that with a couple of other guys. I found out today that the Broncos did have an offer on the table to move back, a couple of teams actually, to move back to, in the 20s, where they would have picked up Travion Henderson. That'd have been their call. But they had circled Barron because there was a vibe that he may drop. So that was not like some sort of like crazy accident or panic. Like he was like, hey, heads up, if this happens, we are going to go there because we understand the value of him. So I believe that, by the way. I think so. It's a fascinating choice that the Broncos had to make. Also, I heard they liked all three tight ends that went in the second round. Ferguson, kid from Heritage. Arroyo, who went at 50, one pick in front of the Broncos. And then Mason Taylor, who was up higher a little bit. They liked all three of those guys and would have been fine with Arroyo and even Ferguson.
Yeah, always. Listen, it's always good to hear other teams like the players you got. It was nothing that you should be surprised by here other than the fact that Jacksonville just publicly talked about it. So we've now got affirmation from Jacksonville that they were in on R.J. Harvey and they like Pat Bryant, and that's cool. These guys were going to get drafted, so there's plenty of other teams that liked them too. Right? It's just a matter of where they liked them and when they liked them, when they're willing to pull the trigger on these guys. So I think that Sean Payton really identified R.J. Harvey a long time ago. And he found a diamond in the rough, and his plan was, okay, if we can get a Travion Henderson, cool. We don't got to panic, though. Now we get to move back, and I'm willing to, because why do we not have to panic? Because I'm willing to draft R.J. Harvey higher than anybody else is.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have to run that risk with him. We'll draft him at a position that maybe other people might roll their eyes at and look at it a little bit funny.
Yeah.
But we know he's going to be there. We don't have to fight with anybody.
Oh, they moved back twice, actually. They dropped twice and still got R.J. Harvey.
Right?
Yeah. But it is fascinating when you just say, well, the value of positions and players. And how highly they regarded Barron, obviously, that they were willing to move on from a definite need to get the number one running back that they wanted. And they never were into Amar and Hampton. They just weren't into him. But they were into Travion Henderson more than Judkins. But not at that spot. And then, so it's fun, man. It's fun to sort of speculate about. Now, the cost of doing business like this meant they gave up on a tight end like they desired this year. But maybe they think they just got it covered because they got Evan Ingram anyways. And hey, there's always next year for that next tight end, right? Like we can do it next year. We can try to figure it out.
Yeah, and you got the waiver wire. You got guys that are going to get cut in camp. You got guys that will be traded in camp. It's not like you can't find an addition at tight end between now and the start of the season. You definitely could still do that. Are you going to go find a difference maker? Are you going to go find the future of the position? No, you're not going to do that. You look at the room as it sits today, generally speaking, you carry 3 tight ends on a football team. So that gets kind of interesting. Evan Ingram, that's obviously number 1. I would guess that Nate Adkins would probably be number 2. You got Lucas Kroll from last year.
Mm-hmm.
You got the guy you just drafted, but he won't make the team. He'll probably be a practice squad guy.
David Lohner?
Yeah.
They really like him, by the way.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, that's a dude. I mean, it might not feel like it, but they actually had to get a 7th round pick. They didn't have one going in the draft. They like this guy.
I'm sure they do. The odds of him making the team are going to be pretty low.
Well, who would you rather have on your team, Lucas Krull or a specialist like a rebounding tight end in the red zone, Caleb Lohner? And it's not like Krull's a short guy. He's like 6'6", but he doesn't have quite the athleticism escaping. I think Lucas
Krull's like 6'8".
I think he's more like 6'6". I mean, I don't mean to pinch pennies here, but I think.
Well, you also got Adam Troutman, so don't forget about him. I mean, Adam Troutman and Nate Atkins are complete tight ends. Not difference makers in the wide receiver department, but they're complete tight ends, meaning that you can put them on the line, they can block, you put them in the backfield. You can do just about anything with them. So that's why I say it's going to be hard for him to make the team, because I do think that Nate Atkins and Adam Troutman are both pretty solid on this team.
We'll see what they have in mind for, if anything, for Caleb Lohner. I think he's just a niche specialist.
Yeah.
I think that's it. I mean, that's where you talk about the Broncos having kind of a luxury draft pick. Like, I guess we got everything else figured out if we're doing this. I mean, this is a real specialist.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. I mean, it's your last pick of the draft, 7th round. I don't know that I would imply the Broncos have everything figured out.
I got you, but it was just interesting for me to find out today they really had their eyes on this dude. Like, it wasn't like, hey, how about that, quirky guy? No, they liked him. They
drafted him. Of course they liked him.
They liked him. I think the rest of the draft was going to go exactly the way it went. The decision you had to make is, are we going to pass on that dynamic tight end? Are we okay with and I do think R.J. Harvey was their second choice in running back. Like, he was high on their board. And I think it was.
Well, technicality, semantics here, but Ashton Jeanty would be one. And Travion Henderson would be 2.
Yes.
I'm sure there was a guy ahead of R.J. Harvey.
I was told it was Henderson and Harvey, that those were their guys. Now, I got you.
You're getting post-draft report from the team.
I got you.
Yeah, I know. Of course, they got their guy.
But they did. It was interesting to hear the Jags, what they thought of Harvey as well. You know what? They got their draft. At the end of the day, they got their draft. They didn't settle for anything. They had a lot of these other guys picked out. They were focused on it. They probably overbid a little bit, and they were firm. They weren't overly anxious to draft a running back in the first round.
See, I think they settled a little bit on R.J. Harvey, and that's okay. And that doesn't have to be a shot at the young man, but they settled by saying, all right, if we can't get this, we can't get that, we'll just keep moving back, and we'll get a guy that we know nobody else is going to value as much as we value him.
The interesting thing is how much they really, maybe rightfully so, think about Barron and what that's going to do for them, and they can they can go second or third choices other places because of the talent that they view with this guy Barron. So that's cool.
The only position in the entire offseason that you don't feel like you satisfactorily addressed it is tight end. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, always next year. And we'll see how Ingram does anyways. And then I don't know about Caleb Lohner. Who knows? If the guy ends up catching 2 or 3 touchdowns in the end zone on 2-point conversions or touchdowns or whatever wacky things, maybe it'll feel like it's worth it. But he's got to make the team. Like, he's got to make the team. He's got to be active on game day. It just feels like wow, we're really good at everything else that this guy's going to be there. But he'll be a fun guy to watch during training camp and all that, because it's so unique in terms of what he brings to the table. So the fallout from the Broncos draft, I think it's pretty good overall. I like that Jacksonville story, to know that there was other value in guys that the Broncos got. And I think I still don't exactly know how Bryant is going to work out as a receiver for them, Tyler. I mean, I just don't know where he fits in.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the depth chart as it stands today at the wide receiver room, right? So Cortland Sutton's still number 1. Marvin Mims is still a starter. I guess in theory, the spot that Pat Bryant is competing with is with Devon Vele. So if he's going to make the field as a starter, it would be with Devon Vele. Doesn't mean he has to be a starter to be a contributor, but if he were to be a starter, that's his only spot that he would have a chance. And your third wide receiver, you're not always on the field.
We have Bill Hanslick coming up. He'll give us his take on what this Nuggets team is all about. They're on the plane. They're flying to LA. We also have the Avs, and we'll hear from playoff Grizz, who was with the Avs today. We'll hear from Cale McCarr and Mackenzie Blackwood. More. PhD on 92.5. When you're dealing, I assume that's that band. When you're dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, but here we go, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll find the right treatment, can make the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. ED stinks. Who needs it? Intimacy is a special moment where we feel deeply connected to the one we love. We'll get it together with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. They got success rates well over 90%. Some can even have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. You get a T and a PSA test, if medically advised, test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. But like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Bill Hanslick joins us next.
Murray gets a pick from Gordon, moves off of that. Now he's working against Bogdanovich. Gets a high pick from Jokic. They switch that. Murray throws it over to Gordon for three. Yes! Buckets! Denver leads it by 17, 124 to 107 with 2:35 to go in the game. And this thing is over! Denver's going to win game number 5. Timeout, Ty Lue.
Bill Hanslick joins us on the show, and it's a tremendous win for the Nuggets. Bill, thanks for being on with us. Would you rather?
Oh, you're welcome. It's always good after a win.
Absolutely.
To talk a little Nuggets basketball.
Do you prefer your players being consistent or clutch?
Clutch.
Clutch.
Clutch means you're probably winning.
Because sometimes Jamal, let's be honest, sometimes struggles with consistency. But come on, Bill, give me he may be one of the best clutch players in the NBA when you look at his career and his history, and certainly his record with the Nuggets. It's unbelievable.
Well, that's for sure. Big games, he's really shown up. And you talk about consistency last night. His scoring was 43 points, was basically balanced out through all 4 quarters. But his biggest quarter was the fourth quarter, where he was big time clutch.
You know, I've had a hard time processing what my expectations for this team should be. And it's a roller coaster, but I admit I'm getting close to being really optimistic. Do you feel like you have a proper evaluation of what your expectations of this team is moving forward?
Well, yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, how many? I mean, you could still get beaten this round. I mean, how many of these games have been so close? I mean, Clippers had one blowout, Nuggets had one blowout, but the other 3 are tight. Clippers now have to win 2 in a row. Nuggets only have to win 1 out of 2. So advantage them. So if the Nuggets were to move on, then you face a rested OKC, and they are. I mean, would they lose like 12 games or 14 games this year? They're really good, but
you beat them twice, though. You beat them twice. Right. All right, Bill. So, who is this Nuggets team then? Who are they?
They're a team that knows how to win a championship.
It's somewhere. It's somewhere there. Do another 360. You'll find it.
Oh, there it is. There we go. I got to call him back. That's an Army guy.
Okay.
The Nuggets, I mean, when you look at it, their key players, obviously Jamal, Nikola, and Gordon, Porter. Porter's been a little nicked up, but he's still delivered some big minutes. You realize he only had 15 points, but his plus minus in the game yesterday was a plus 34. That's incredible. I'm not, some good things happened when he was on the court, put it that way. But where the Nuggets going to go? Golly, they've got veterans, they got experience. They need a little more off the bench. Obviously, Russ gave them that last game, and it looks pretty much like a 7-man rotation to me with PW and Russ. I mean, you got to spot in DeAndre a little bit just to give Joker some sort of rest. But is that enough to carry you? Well, if they stay healthy, yes.
I actually liked the DJ minutes, Bill, last night, because Adelman did not do that in the previous game, and I think I knew what he was doing. He was trying to go for the kill shot, right? He was trying to take a 20-point to a 30-point lead and just have the Clippers wave the white flag, and they just didn't get there. But that being said, he changed his strategy just a little bit. I thought DJ did all right, and if DJ is just going to be that fourth quarter 5-minute sort of guy, I'm all right with that. I think that actually works out well.
Yeah, if you look at DJ, if I'm a coach, what I'm telling DJ, you got 6 fouls. I want you to be really physical when you're in there. Physical. And rebound, maybe block some shots, and roll to the rim. It's a pretty defined role that he'll have, but it's a role that he can do.
If you were coaching Russell Westbrook, how would you manage the roller coaster that it can be? You know, at what point do you say, let that sucker ride versus, hey, hey, maybe we got to put you in timeout for a quick second?
Yeah, I like the timeout version. I mean, some of his turnovers are just like, whoa. If he had a turnover like something, I just have to go down to the water cooler and get a Gatorade and just got to turn my back on. But, you know, yes, did he have some? But did he make big shots? Did he ignite the home crowd? I love his he gives the business to the Clippers bench. I don't know exactly what he's saying, or if it's all just visual, but the guy just loves playing the game. I think he energizes the crowd, brings that energy. He's a good defensive player, and great addition for the Nuggets. They need him.
To me, he's like when I'm out playing blackjack and maybe I'm up like $100, right? You know, if I'm lucky, a little bit more. And then you say, well, I'm going to keep on going. And then you instantly lose like $20 to $30. And the question is, do you hang in there until you lose it all? Or are you just going to be like, all right, time to step away from the table a little bit? And that feels like, I think you trust Russell Westbrook as long as you can go with him, but you're going to get a little backtrack, Bill, right? Like something's going to sort of go backwards just a pinch.
I thought Adelman did a great job. So the Clippers made a little bit of a run, or a pretty good run. The Nuggets are up 22 and they cut it to whatever, 10 or 8 or something. And he put Porter back in the game for Russ. Now, Russ, at that point in the game, you take your winnings and you stick it in the bank. Because the one thing that could help the Clippers get back in the game all the way would be turnovers. And Russ is a turnover. Can you get enough offense with the guys you got? Yes. Was he going pretty good offensively? Yes. But it's the turnovers.
Right.
You could live in this game by not turning it over. So I like that substitution.
This is definitely not a trap. I'm not trying to get you to take a shot at Michael Malone at all, but what would you say has been the most noticeable difference in the way David Adelman is handling this basketball team?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know if it's necessarily what David has done coaching-wise, but you see the communication and things with players, particularly Nikola. He's pretty animated on the bench, and you go here, you do this, and they're all kind of communicating with each other. And I like that. I think that's important. That's probably a byproduct of what he said, but I think the players feel a little more comfortable about maybe communicating that way.
All right, Bill, what's your expectation from now on? Knowing that we know nothing, but what's your expectation from here on in?
Well, I said at the beginning of this series, and I think Chris Dempsey was with me too on this, we both felt it was a 7-game series. I still feel like it's a 7-game series.
Okay. All
when
right.
you get it handed to you, like the Clippers got it here in Denver, they're going to be motivated. It's tough from the Nuggets end to kind of go, okay, let's bring the same level that we had. You always say it, you always want it, but does it happen? I'm not so sure about that. So I expect if the Nuggets could make it a fourth quarter game and make it really tough on them, yeah, they'd have a chance. But I think the Clippers are all in now. And, they've been through – what's interesting, I remember saying this too, that at the beginning of the series when the Clippers were up 2-1, it was the Nuggets that were having to make all the adjustments. All of them. The Clippers just said, fine, we almost won all 3 games. We'll just keep doing what we're doing. Well, now you're seeing a lot of different changes, including Harden on Joker. So minor change for what the Nuggets might want to do with that. But the Clippers, they've tried pretty much everything when the Nuggets have won, 3 or 4 here.
Bill, we'll see you back on TV. We'll let you get back to the Army guy or whoever you got to call back right now.
Yeah.
When you say the Army guy's calling, that sounds important.
Hey, before we go, I got to bring up one thing.
Oh, of course.
So this is for your great viewers and Hoop fans. This is the 40th anniversary of the Denver Nuggets Bill Hanslick basketball camps.
Okay.
And just tell it, boys and girls, go to goldcrownfoundation.com. July 14th through 17, July 21 through 24. We'll run through about 600 campers and basically sell out all these sessions. So what I'm telling you, you want to have a lot of fun, Come on, 40. I can't believe I've done this for 40 years.
That
but
is
it's 40
insane.
years.
That is crazy. Yeah. Congratulations. That is awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Bill. All right, we'll talk to you later. Thank you,
Have
Bill.
a good one.
Okay.
Go Nugs.
There's our guy, Bill Hanslick. He's getting a call from the Army guy.
Yeah. You got to answer the Army guy.
The Army guy calls. It's exciting. I just don't know what to expect. I don't know. I guess.
I'm expecting him to close it out. That's what I'm expecting.
I kind of am too. Yeah.
And I hate that I now have expectations because I've been managing that, but I officially feel like I expect them to just close it out.
I know.
We're done. Let's go. Get a nice little break. Let's heal up and move on.
The Scott's point is a couple years ago in the championship run, they did do this to the Suns. The Suns were hot. The Suns played well. They won a couple of games. But then once the Nuggets won Game 5, Game 6 was just a blowout in Phoenix.
Right.
And, how much heart do you have? If you're the Clippers and you beat a team by 35 only to lose the next 2 games, I'm going to guess that kind of stings.
Yeah, it stings. I don't think the Clippers are packing their bags, though. They don't give me the vibe that they're shutting it down, that they're okay with losing. And I've seen that team. I know what that team looks like. I don't get that vibe from these guys.
But it's the second game in a row where the Nuggets were able to jump out to a lead. The difference was they just held it in the fourth quarter.
Right, they didn't give up 20 points in the fourth.
Correct. They just managed the game much better.
Although at the beginning it looked like they might.
Well, I liked the DJ minutes, like I just said to Bill there. It seemed that they hung on to things. They actually dipped a little bit more when the Joker came back into the game. But it never got dangerous. It never got below like 8 points, even though it was as high as 22, something like that. So, and they never trailed in the game, Tyler. Not once. They never trailed in the game at all. So, and then they were able to salt it away with a couple minutes to go. It did not go down to the last minute. It wasn't sort of because Jamal just wouldn't let it. Jamal just hit one shot after another. He was incredible.
Yeah, he was in God mode last night.
Yeah. Felt the flow. When we come back, we'll have another keyword for you to win Avalanche tickets. Playoff Grizz in the building and talk about a gargantuan game. Cale Makar tries to explain what happened and what to expect coming up in Game 6. That's next. It's an Avs playoff ticket Wednesday. You can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena. Text Brock, B-R-O-C-K, Brock, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. The Avs need you at Ball Arena for a big Game 6. Standing room only tickets have been released. This is a rare opportunity. So if you want to get some tickets, ColoradoAvalanche.com. ColoradoAvalanche.com. To win tickets, text Brock with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. That's Brock. First and last name, 303-504-0925. Go Avs.
Biz World!
Biz World!
Biz World!
Here he is.
It's playoff time! Excellent! Biz World!
He's our guy.
Biz World!
Handsome.
Covering the Avs! Excellent! Woo!
Josh Grismer, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you, pal.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Hi, dude.
Talk to us about morning skate today.
Or
practice, not morning skate.
Yeah, practice. Optional. Notable people that were not there. McKinnon was not there. Gabe skated early, just took some shots by himself. Got off. Kale was there, and he made sure to tell everybody why he was there. He's breaking in new skates. Apparently, he says he goes through tens of pairs of skates a season. So he's like, I just broke them in. That's why I was there.
Okay.
Light ice today. So it doesn't look like there's a crazy, huge sense of urgency. We did talk to Brock Nelson afterwards. He discussed that, kind of playing with this desperation is a good thing.
Yeah.
And he was looking forward to that and using the desperation in a positive light. And I actually liked that. I liked that.
Here's a little bit of Brock.
Yeah, I think both teams are probably saying at different points that felt like they've controlled the game and deserve a better fate maybe, but we are where we're at. And that's the bottom line. So sole focus is Game 6 and raising that the desperation, and that's really it. We're confident in the group that we have, that we know how to respond and how to get to that level. A lot of guys in here have won, have been in a similar situation and know what it takes. So we're going to go out there and get everything we have.
Okay. By the way, I don't know if I'm buying the Cale Makar skate thing.
He was going through. He had a bunch of skates with him.
I'm sure. I'm not saying he's not really breaking in skates. I don't think he's lying about that.
That was kind of the question, though, too. And actually, we did ask Bednar that as well. Can you motivate, or does Cale kind of internally motivate himself? Is he able to get some extra motivation into Cale Makar specifically? And Bednar went on to say, look, Cale is, in his eyes, had 3 really good games. He said there's a couple games that, yes, even he would admit that he could be better. But he has been overall, I know he said essentially the goals aren't going in, but Cale has played very good hockey, which is different than my personal eye test. I'll speak for myself. My personal eye test, I have been underwhelmed with his play.
Well, you're not the only one.
Tough question with Cale Makar. Does he shrink in the playoffs?
No, he won the
Conn Smythe.
Not the Norris, the Conn Smythe. When they won the Stanley Cup.
After that Seattle incident, it just felt like he never bounced back from that one. And okay, you're right, and you can't take that away from him. But it feels to me like there's been some moments of shrinkage.
A good question about this as a whole, though, is has he had enough time to make that type of impact again? The Avalanche have won 1 series in the playoffs since winning the Stanley Cup.
Here is Bednar with the boys in the morning about Makar.
I can't say that he's not playing well. Like Game 4, he was absolutely dominant horse in the game and a huge difference maker in the game. Him and Nate. But they're making it tough on those guys. Like that's a lot of times in playoff hockey, it's stars can nullify the other stars, and it's been difficult on them. But I feel like they've been grinding through it and. Got to stay with it again for one more game. Hopefully they have a game 6 like they did Game 4 at home.
All right. Here we go. This is it.
He reiterated that. Essentially he reiterated what he said in the morning show. He has been impressed other than a few things. However, I think, what's funny, I think Sam Girard has been one of the best all-around players for the Avs this entire series. The Stars do something, and I kind of equated this earlier. I was talking to Jesse Montano. He's a friend of the program here. Kind of equated to the NBA and the Minnesota Timberwolves, how they are built to nullify the Stars on the Nuggets. The Stars are kind of built that same way. They do such a good job of kind of taking away the Stars for the Avalanche. And that's just the way it is. Now, the Avalanche Stars, like McKinnon, had a goal last night or 2 nights ago now. I think he just pops when he can. But other than that, they have been a very quiet team. And you've seen goals come from other people. I think of Logan O'Connor on the shorthanded goal. They just kind of do that. And it's got to be so annoying to be playing a series against them. Then on top of that, you see these questionable calls that, the referees have made when you see Jamie Benn falling into a stick.
I get it, but the game was over. People have made a lot of that. Holy cow.
I've never seen an NHL player fall into a stick to get a high stick. I've never seen that.
I get it, but that was hardly the make or break moment of that game either.
Absolutely. But the fact that it was even called too.
Here is Kale about the last game.
Yeah, a lot. I think it was a weird game. I feel like emotionally, obviously the first goal there, it's just a little bit of a weird one. Everybody thinks it's going out of play, and then it kind of goes in. And I felt like our response after that was really good. And then you kind of get a tough one at the end of the second there where guys are tired, a little bit loose gap, and they get a good one. And but again, we were able to bounce back when we were 3 down. And I think that showed resilience, and then kind of just slipped away from us a little bit. So as much bad as there was in that game, I still think there's a lot of positives to take into Game 6. And again, we'll be leaning on that a lot going into tomorrow.
Again, I'm not doubting he has to break in skates. I'm sure guys have to do what they have to do to break in their equipment. Fine. I just think that sometimes when you're struggling a little bit, you want to just flush.
Sometimes you get new equipment. I'm being serious about that.
So because you're struggling a little bit.
Yes. So I mean, you might be looking at it from the angle of, he wants to work on this and that. Sometimes you're just like, no, that skate sucks. The skate sucks.
That skate sucks.
Yeah,
that's
my right skate is cool. That left skate, though,
that's a bad skate.
I hate that skate.
It's the skate's fault.
Yes.
It's like the golfers that look at their clubs like,
after a bad
is the Mighty Ducks dude even sharpening that thing?
What's going on here?
Is it
a 1/4-inch cut or a 5/8 cut? What am I doing here? This skate.
I hate the skate.
Well, okay. Would you get like that with any of your equipment sometimes? Well,
I was the opposite. I wore the same pair of cleats from training camp all the way through, game day practice, everything, because I freaking hated breaking in new cleats. I would have holes in my cleats by the time it was over, and I would have the equipment guys literally put like little tar on it to patch up my cleats so I didn't have to change them.
So what would you do if you were just struggling a little bit with something?
I would panic if that cleat ever ripped in half. I'll tell you that much.
So you were superstitious then. You did not want to go, or was that just a comfort thing?
That was a comfort
thing. Okay.
But I was superstitious. Don't get me wrong.
What Kale's saying is interesting, though, that, listen, the game was hardly over. It feels like the Broncos game in Super Bowl 48. Like, it's only 2-0. Like, that sucked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that sucks, but it's only 2-0. Relax a little bit.
No,
but that was
it didn't feel that way, though. It didn't feel like it was only 2-0. It felt like the game was over.
It did.
But
so maybe, hey, when you give up a goal in 9 seconds,
especially the way it happened, that's what it is. It's like there is such a thing as puck luck, and when you do not have puck luck, it's hard to get over that mentally. Like when you are taking shot after shot, Kale's probably racking his brain. Why are my shots not getting through? So when you already have that and a puck,
Gabe got one through, and I can't.
Gabe's been out for 3 years, and I can't make a shot. And then you see the fact, and then you see the fact that Wyatt Johnston throws a puck that should have gone out of play off of the back or the back of the head of Blackwood. You're like, what do I have to do?
Here's a little Mackenzie Blackwood earlier today.
I think it just gives us, a good, stepping stone into the next one, just because we know we played pretty well. And we've been in every game, so I think just go out there, have confidence to execute and do the job, and just trust that you're going to get a good result.
All right, we all good with Mackenzie Blackwood?
I am.
We're fine?
I'm fine with him. I actually like the way he was. It's so funny. He's so, calm, cool, and collected during actual interviews, but he was joking around, having fun, laughing on the ice and in the locker room afterwards. Dude is as cool as a cucumber. I have no worries about him.
Okay.
He was leaky. Ottinger got pulled the game before.
He did.
They bounced back. It is what it is. He's a goaltender in the NHL. He understands.
You good with we good with Blackwood?
Been good with him since we got him. Yeah. What do you say? I mean, are we mad at him for the first two?
No. I do not know how that first one even got in.
I don't know how the second one got in.
The second one.
The second one's weird too. I mean, what? After how many shots do you think you could take and the puck goes off the blocker and goes straight up?
It's nothing.
That's another one.
0. What's he supposed to do? Call for an infield fly? I mean, it was ridiculous.
And then, just like that, I know it was a bad penalty on Malinsky, but you were right in that game. I mean, the Avs did not play well, and you were right back in that game.
All right. Any other takeaways from today? Anything we should keep our eyes on?
No panic whatsoever. I mean, truly no panic in the locker room. They were focused, and I honestly don't mind some of the guys taking a day off. I really don't. I think that'll help them. Morning skate tomorrow at 10:30, and we'll see.
All right. Well, it's Grizz World. It's our guy, Grizz.
Grizz World! Grizz World!
It's excellent.
It's playoff time! Excellent! Grizz World!
Back at it.
Grizz World! Covering the Avs! Excellent!
Woo! By the way, when you do this on Mix, how do you talk about hockey over there at Mix?
The other team tries to put the puck in the net before we do, and that's about it.
Okay.
That's about it.
That's the breakdown over there.
That's the breakdown. Yeah. They play on ice, actually. One of my co-hosts just found out, so,
that's cool.
That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Grizz. Great job. We appreciate it. It's an Avs playoff ticket Wednesday, and the keyword is this hour is Brock, and that goes till 1:45. We will give tickets away around 2:45. We'll go there. I'm incredibly nervous about the Avalanche, Tyler. I can't believe how wrong I was in the first place, so I have no confidence whatsoever in guaranteeing anything.
No.
So the only thing I know is that Friday will not be the worst show ever.
Well, that's true.
We got that.
We got that over with already.
We did.
Thank you, Nuggets.
Right. They nailed that for us. It would still suck to say goodbye to the Avalanche on, I guess we would make it to May.
Look, man, I hate even asking this. Like, in the big picture, where would this letdown stand in terms of teams that you had confidence in, like ultimate confidence? You made moves.
Gargantuan.
First round exit. Oh.
How confident were you when they did the Mikko deal and we saw how everything worked out that this team would be that they were better?
That took some time. I mean, I didn't feel that way immediately.
Double goalie switch. Okay, you don't feel like, because Natchez has been an empty suit here. He's done nothing. So we have, where's Natchez been at all doing anything? Where's Val been in this series? And frankly, we probably should have been seeing a little bit more out of Kale at some point. Like, where's that at?
I really do wonder if that runs through Kale's head, through Val's, any of these guys. Gabe got one? like, how did he get one?
I don't know, man. I mean, he's got a goal and an assist. He's got at least 2 points. He's only played in 2 games. I don't know, man. We'll see. I mean, it'll be quite the environment tomorrow night at Ball Arena. And by the way, here's how things are going to go here on good old altitude. We'll have the Nuggets and Clippers game 6. And pregame starts at 7:30. The Avs and the Stars are going to be on 9:50, and the pregame coverage begins at 7 o'clock. So it's a double dipperoo, unfortunately, with the games being at the same time, which, I mean, so I'll be at the Avalanche game, but I'll have my eye on the Nuggets, obviously. I know we're having a watch party at number 38, so if you want to watch the game along with our crew, number 38 is a spot aside from just
cool
going
spot,
to the game.
by the way.
Number 38 is great. We were just out there for the draft party and for the Nuggets watch along.
Cherry Creek High School owned, by the way.
Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, good for you guys. You guys, right?
Yeah.
Collectively.
Collective Creek.
I don't want to, we do have some sad news to go on, and this is with John Elway and
we got 3 minutes here.
Yeah, well, we can cut it short there. But unfortunately, the news is that Jeff Spurbach, I don't know Jeff. I didn't know him. But a lot of people, I think, did. He did pass away early this morning. And I just feel awful for John. It's a complete accident. It's sad as hell. And my heart and sympathies go out to the Spurbach family and for John. I mean, it's just an awful, awful thing.
A terrible deal. And anybody who's ever played golf has been in this exact position where your buddy jumps on the back of the golf cart and you go. And you don't think twice about it. And life changes quick, man. So that's just a terrible, terrible deal. I feel horrible for everybody.
Yeah, I do too. All right, we'll just leave that there. Awful, awful story. And I've sorry, John. That's just terrible. Terrible, terrible thing. When we come back, we'll have more time for you to get the keywords for the Avs tickets. No dumb questions as well. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, you in the market for a new car? Why not just go to the best car dealership in Colorado? You already know who it is. It's my friends over at Phil Longford. I've been a customer there since my rookie year in the NFL. I keep going back because relationships matter to me in life. And if they matter to you, go check out Phil Longford. You'll become a customer for life. Once you buy that first vehicle, you'll realize, hey, they respect me. They get me in, they get me out. They don't take all day. They give me the best price. And I'm going to find the vehicle of my dreams. Because when you go to Phil Longford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. If you've not given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, you're missing out. You got to check out the Ford Mach-E Mustang, the F-150 Lightning. These are very fun vehicles that you're going to fall in love with the first time that you drive them. With over 1,000 vehicles, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle with Phil Longford, make sure you keep it serviced over there. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Tyler, you asked a question about the Rockies. You're like, hey, do you think we'll ever see the Rockies having highlights? Like if you turn on ESPN, will there ever be like, what would it take to see Rockies highlights? Well, as it turns out, the cover of ESPN yesterday, like ESPN.com, had a lengthy story about just how awful it is to play at Coors Field, like an expose that was like hugely long. The fellas in Pardon the Interruption, Tyler, did a whole segment about the Rockies. Now, it's not SportsCenter, but it was all about the Rockies. Let's hear a little bit from the fellas.
It isn't. It's the Colorado Rockies, and nobody knows anything about the Rockies unless they live in the 4th time zone. It doesn't matter. Couldn't matter. It isn't. Doesn't.
I agree with all of that sentiment.
Pause a second. We're either the 2nd time zone or the 3rd time zone. And if you want to count Hawaii as a time zone in Alaska, they've got their own time zones.
Okay, where do we rank as a time zone?
Is that what he's saying? We're the 4th ranked time zone? Or are we ranking time zones of the continental U.S.?
I mean, our time zone is way better than East Coast.
Have you watched sports on the East Coast? It sucks.
So Michael Wilbon is actually ranking time zones by importance.
I tell you what, living in Seattle, though, it was pretty nice. You'd watch NFL games, I mean, over at 7 o'clock at night. You know, like I could still go out and have a dinner before I go to bed.
But you want to talk about crazy East Coast bias and things. For somebody who's, spends most of his time, I think he's from Chicago.
Relax. They're on the right track here.
The Mountain Time Zone is the 4th time zone?
No, they're on the right track about the Rockies.
All right. Pick it up, Dan.
I agree with all of that sentiment. I will say, however, that the future of the Rockies is bleak at the moment. They are in the hardest division in all of baseball, the National League West.
Yeah,
this number is amazing. 45 of their remaining 134 games, just 45 of them are against teams that now have a losing record. They didn't just start losing this year, Mike. This is endemic. They have lost, this will be their 7th straight losing season. They put 3 90-plus losses back to back to back, and now they're working on a 3rd probable 100-loss season. So, and if you look at the metrics, they're worst in baseball in pitching, in hitting, and in defense. That's all there is, and their farm system stinks.
Well, you asked, Tyler. And it's kind of funny. Like, we've been on this now for a few days and mentioning specifically how bad it is.
Yeah.
And now it's sort of getting everybody's attention.
Well, we finally did what they thought we couldn't do, and we've made it on to national headlines. So
and we did it.
I'm proud of the Rockies. We've arrived.
Been on a spectacular night last night with the Atlanta Braves in town.
Playing who?
The Atlanta Braves.
Playing who?
The Rockies.
Oh.
It was a home game. The Rockies, again, fell short. I turned the game on just, at the Nuggets game, and I'm looking at the picture. I'm just like, who's that guy? They figured it out. So where's it going to go? Well, history books. Because I'm trying to get it into the specific thing, but like they are this close, Tyler, to the worst 30-game start literally of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they just got another loss or two to go to. Well, they only have one more game until they get to their 30th game.
Good.
But they were the worst.
We don't want just the NL.
Do you have a morbid curiosity to see how bad it can get for the Rockies at this point?
I mean, the morbid curiosity would just be how long can it stay that bad without significant changes? And I'm not talking about a batting coach, okay? I'm not talking about firing the pitching coach next. We're talking about changes. So, yeah, there's morbid curiosity there. Sure.
The Rockies tied the worst 29-game start in Major League Baseball history. Never mind National League. Major League Baseball history. They tied it. The Detroit Tigers of 2003 were also 4-25. The Baltimore Orioles, who started 0-18 that season in 1988, were 4-25. So 4-26 would be, I think we're getting into uncharted territory.
Yep.
But this is literally, with the Tigers and the Orioles, as bad as it's ever been.
It's good. It's good.
Through this time.
It's good. You got to feel the pain. It's good. All right, I got a little story time with Tyler.
All right.
Look, I'm not giving any life advice here, okay? Let's just be clear. I'm just telling you how I live my life.
Okay.
All right? I don't go to the doctor for a checkup. That's not the way that I live my life.
Okay.
I will go to the doctor when something's wrong.
All right.
Okay? My shoulder hurts, okay? I made an appointment with the ortho, all right? Makes sense. I'm not going to general practitioner just for checkups. I will go when I'm sick, when I need medicine. It's been 10 years since I went to a dentist. 10 years.
Okay.
Okay? Tyler life, not advice, but Tyler rules of life. I will go to the dentist when something hurts.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
That's not okay.
That's not what? That's not good advice. Is that what you're saying?
Go ahead.
That's bad advice?
You're just telling me what you're doing.
Okay, well, we'll find out if it's bad advice or not. Okay?
Okay.
I broke my rule. I was like, 10 years is enough.
I should go to the dentist.
I should probably go to the freaking dentist.
And?
The last time I went to the dentist was during the Super Bowl year with the team dentist because it was easy. They set it up. They handled my life.
Right.
Right? After I retired, I'll go to the dentist when something hurts. Here's my routine. I brush my teeth at night, once a day.
Okay.
Don't come at me about you need to brush your teeth in the morning. I don't eat food in the middle of the night. There's no reason to brush your teeth in the morning. Now, I do use mouthwash in the morning because I don't want to have stinky breath.
All right.
Okay? So mouthwash in the morning, one time a day brusher.
Mm-hmm.
I do have the electric toothbrush, so I figure like that's like seeing a dentist anyways, right?
Okay.
I have not flossed my teeth in probably 10 years.
Okay. All right.
Since the last time my dentist flossed my teeth for me.
Okay.
I went to the dentist today.
And?
0 cavities.
Good job.
0 things wrong in my mouth.
That's awesome.
My no dumb question is, was 10 years too soon?
I guess.
Do I need to go 20 years next time?
That is an amazing, amazing accomplishment. Congratulations.
I mean, no cavities. They're like, your teeth look better than people that come here every 6 months. Your teeth are amazing.
That's incredible.
Are dentists a scam?
Are dentists a scam?
Yeah.
I think you have incredible Willy Wonka-like hygiene.
I don't eat a lot of sugar, first off, so don't call me Willy Wonka.
Well, fine. Well, he just made the chocolate. I don't know how much he ate. I'm just telling you, he had impeccable dental hygiene. That was a big part of the movie.
Okay.
Well, at least the
but that's the
Johnny
thing.
Depp
But that's the
version.
thing. I don't do that. I brush my teeth once a day.
But maybe that's all you need to do.
Well, that's the point here. That's
Yeah.
the point.
You're having
Number one, only go to the doctor when something hurts.
Okay.
Number two, you don't just think about the logic. Why do you brush your teeth in the morning anyways? You didn't get any sugar on your teeth in the middle of the night?
Fair question, just because you're supposed to.
You didn't eat something in the middle of the night, did you?
You're just supposed to brush your teeth?
No.
Bacteria
you're not
grows
supposed
in your
to.
mouth overnight.
Okay, so I put a little Listerine in and I killed that bacteria off and I've got fresh breath again.
Nobody's arguing with you. It looks like you're killing it. Looks like you're knocking it out of the park. I don't, go to the dentist, they say everything's great. That must be awesome. See you in 10 years.
And my question was,
Is dentistry a scam?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think everybody's quite as lucky as
the
you.
opposite of what they say.
Well, I think this is a you story, not a they story, but it's a damn good you story.
My teeth got flossed again today because the dentist flossed them for me.
How does it feel? Do you feel
the
great?
next time they get flossed will be by another dentist.
In 10 years?
I don't know. I think I'll go for 20 next time.
We'll see at
No,
6.
well, next time
we'll
I'll
see at
live.
60?
Next time I'll live by my own rules.
Well,
and I
mean,
will go when something hurts.
If you ain't going right, if either it hurts or you go 6 feet under before you go, in the back of a dentist chair.
What's the point of going to a doctor when something doesn't hurt?
Well, that's fair enough. Maintenance? I don't know. People are trying to convince me to get it sticked up the wahoo, to get checked out, and I have not done that, but I hear that that's something you should do.
Now, listen, I'm not giving life advice here. Okay.
Well, you kind of are.
No. I'm just telling you how I live my life.
Or you're bragging.
Well, a little bit. Yeah.
Right.
A little bit. Yeah.
Dan, do you have a dumb question?
No dumb questions. Should Tyrese Halliburton's father
Oh,
be
my
banned
God.
from NBA games? He got into an altercation with Giannis after the Pacers beat the Bucks.
Did you see that mess, Tyler?
Oh yeah.
Should he be banned?
Nah. He should face some sort of consequence. There should be some sort of consequence. Banned for life? Is that what you said?
I didn't say for life. I don't know. Maybe it's for a season. I don't know.
I think he should be suspended for the rest of this playoff run, period.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Should Tyrese face anything?
No. Why
did Jeff Ulbrich face something?
Oh, that's a damn good question. That's a whole nother conversation.
Jeff Ulbrich got fined $100,000 because his son Jax prank called Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah. Well, he was careless with his iPad, I guess.
Was Tyrese careless with his dad?
No. What can you do?
I'm being silly. Of course, I don't think so.
No. I think the Ulbrich one is kind of its own story. This is another one of like dads, sisters, friends. Who do you think you really are? What are you doing? It was one of the more insane things I've ever seen.
He's pretty lucky he didn't get cold clocked in the face.
No doubt. I mean, this reaches.
He happened to mess with one of the nicer dudes in the NBA.
Boy, we are reaching new levels of stupidity when somebody's dad with some sort of flag or sign can come out to taunt his kid's opponent. In victory, by the way. Like, we win, you lose. Ha-ha, nanny, boo-boo. Up yours, Giannis. I mean, this is next level. Like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it was stupid. Why is he on the court at all? Why is he on the court at all?
You know, these folks that have these unbelievable seats, these courtside seats, Tyler, there's just not enough security at the end of the game. It's kind of chaotic at the end of the game what actually happens on the court. Like, if you have one of these courtside seats, it's nothing for you to just walk right out there. You can get in the middle of everything. It's probably his dad. He probably has come out for other reasons. Like, I mean, what is security going to do if Jamal Murray's dad just sort of walks out to, give his son a hug after they win? What are you supposed to do? How can you stop it?
Security guards?
I got you, but like, what are you supposed to do? Like, there's so many casual people that are just out on the court at the end of games.
That's just the way the NBA is set up.
It
I mean,
is.
there's no wall. There's
nothing.
nothing in between them like every other sport.
It's pretty damn wild.
Every other sport has a literal wall between the fans and the playing field.
The security guys go out there, but like, it's if you have one of those seats that you're on the court already, there's just not much they can do. And you know what? My guess is that everybody knows, because it was in Indiana, right? Like, everybody knows that that's Halliburton's dad, because he's probably there all the time. And like, the security guys know, they don't expect him to be a freaking idiot. Now, he should be banned for the rest of the playoffs. I don't know beyond that, but that's a pretty easy one right there. Crazy position. And Tyrese, no. But we'll get to the Ulbrich story a little bit. Big story of the day, though, is the Nuggets' huge win in the performance of Jamal Murray. That's next.
Playoff Katie, playoff Katie, playoff Katie.
Murray has it, the logo on the high left side, brings it back out over the point, turns the corner, he's got a gap, dunk! Right-handed Murray. Murray, stutter step and a drive on Batum, beat him, head fake, layup, good! You call that timeout, Ty Lue! Jokic back over to Murray for three, jumpers up and in. That's his second three-pointer of the first quarter. Murray has it at the point, he goes to the right hand, takes a tough two. Got it again! Jamal Murray's cooking in the first half. He's got 16 points. He puts it on the floor, throws out of it over to Murray for three. Money! 12-point lead for Denver, 67-55. Denver's got a 4-on-2. Cross-court passes Murray for three. Let's go! 17-point lead for Denver in Game 5. Jamal Murray. He's guarded by Jones Jr. Gets a high pick there from DeAndre Jordan, shoots a three. Buckets. Jamal Murray is a man among boys. That's 33 for him in game number 5. Guarded now by Westbrook. He gets the paint, little floater, blocked by DeAndre Jordan. Loose ball Murray, he's got a breakaway against Kawhi. Dunk with the right hand. Jamal Murray, you the man in game number 5. 35 for Murray. Get 5 more points, you win the game. Murray has it, he's inside the arc, drives in on Dunn, fade away. Yeah, Jamal Murray. That's 40 for Murray in playoff game number 5. Timeout Clippers. Rebound down to Jamal Murray. Now the Nuggets can get it down to 159 and still get Murray 3. Why not? Jamal Murray's got 43 in game number 5. And the Denver Nuggets lead this thing by 20. Kill clock or do that, I guess. Bogdanovich 3. That one's no good. Rebound down to Jokic. He's got a triple-double.
We just played hard and played with physicality and played fast and played with a lot of confidence. A lot of conversations going on between each other, clearing up what we want to do and what we're trying to look for. So everything really it was a really good team win. Everybody did the job tonight.
Big question of the day, how sustainable is this version of the Denver Nuggets?
I don't know. It looks sustainable to me.
That's the question.
It looks damn good to me. That looks like a team that could win an NBA championship. I mean, that's what that looks like. You got Christian Brown just balling on defense against James Harden and hitting clutch three-pointers and just doing his deal.
Mm-hmm.
Jamal Murray's playoff Jamal. Okay, cool. That dude can win an NBA championship.
Some of the muggles were joking before he stepped in the room. Should we ask him about Bubble Murray? Because he hates that. That's, he hates
We'll take one for the team. Piss him off.
Well, there was debate who should take that on the chin, but it did not happen. However, that being said, it's never happened in the playoffs before where somebody's gotten 40-plus points with one free throw attempt, and the free throw was on a take foul, so it was a technical free throw. Meaning Jamal was just on fire and not having to go to the hoop either.
He was driving too, though.
Well, yeah. But he hit 8 threes.
Yeah.
He was amazing.
He was lights out.
He was incredible.
He was in that mode like Kawhi felt in the first couple games. Like, what can you do?
Nothing. Can't stop him.
There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Meanwhile, Harden, was he even there? What milk box was he on?
I don't know. You know the crazy thing about that? And I know that Nikola Jokic still had a great game and Scott broke it down for us and everything, but I kind of felt like, where was Nikola Jokic? Because you just got Jamal so hot. That's what I love about Jokic, man. When he knows someone's rolling and he doesn't have to do it all, I'm not going to do it all. I'm going to let my guys do it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he didn't have a great shooting night. He was 4 of 13, 1 of 4 from 3, so not his best shooting night. But that being said, he's always just made the right play at the right time. And listen, you're going to ride the hot hand. Not only was Jamal clutch in the fourth quarter, but he was consistent throughout the entire game. This was not a game where he was like 3 of 12 going in the fourth quarter and hit like 5 shots in a row. No.
And there was never like a real quiet period.
No, he was just incredibly consistent from the start of the game to the finish of the game. It was beautiful. But how sustainable is it? Like, can we expect more of this? Not necessarily 43 points, but can we expect balanced scoring?
Can you expect 25 a night?
I think that's reasonable. Can we expect for Russell Westbrook off the bench to, well, I wouldn't expect 21, but can we expect 16? He did have 4 turnovers. He did. And there's an expiration time on Russell Westbrook perhaps in every single game. But the
but you know what? It feels like David Adelman's got a pretty good handle on that.
He did last night, didn't he?
It does. You know, hey, I'll let you ride. I'll let you go do your deal. If I got to put you in timeout, I'll put you in timeout.
And it happened. And then, hey, Michael Porter Jr., better rhythm, get back in the game, plus 34 for MPJ. Christian Brown, 12 rebounds. Aaron Gordon with 23 points. All the starters were in double digits in scoring and 21 from Westbrook off the bench. The only department that the Nuggets seemed to really struggle with was in the paint scoring, where the Clippers went for like 60-something points in the paint, which is like, yikes. I mean, there was a minute there where it felt like, wow, we really cannot stop these guys from getting buckets and layups. But when you shoot 51% from 3, you'll trade 2s for 3s all night.
Yeah. I'm not trying to get ahead of things here. I promise you I'm not. But are you telling me that team can't play against Oklahoma City?
That team can play against anybody. That team last
night,
night,
we're all just writing it off. Like, okay, they beat the Clippers. That was cute. That was fun. But now you make it OKC and all right, holla at your boy.
Well, you did beat Oklahoma City. Only lost 14 games all year.
I don't make too much of that.
2 of those were to the Nuggets.
I know, but I don't make too much of that.
You don't like that?
I mean, I'm not saying I don't like it. I think it's cool. I hope you're right. It's just a damn good basketball team. I don't know what to make of 2 of those games being against the Nuggets.
Listen, man, the teams that were the hottest teams this year were Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City. You're seeing Houston. They're flailing. The Lakers look like they're going to peter out. We're not surprised by that at all. You're right, though. You've got to somehow overcome Oklahoma City if you can get past the Clippers here. But this is a Clippers team that just beat you by 35 a couple nights ago.
I'll tell you the thing that makes me worried. I know I've talked about this 1,000 times, but I've been pretty good at managing my expectations with the Nuggets. And last time I had really high expectations was with the Avs. All of a sudden, I feel that way about the Nuggets. Like, they're just going to close this thing out. Like, yeah, we're good. We're good. They're going to close it out. We're cool.
I hope so. I hope that this was...
But that scares me. It scares me a lot because I felt that way about the Avs.
I think the Clippers felt a little jinxed after losing on the Gordon dunk. For them to come all the way back that quickly and then lose like that, Ty Lue was asked about that before the game and admitted it was tough. That's a hard one to sort of deal with. So, okay, and it happened at home. And then, listen, the Nuggets led from square one. The Clippers never were in this game score-wise with the Nuggets. The Nuggets led start to finish. That doesn't happen very often. It was a great game by the Nuggets, man. It was exciting to be there, and the atmosphere was fantastic. And then you saw Russell Westbrook doing his thing with the Clippers bench. How entertaining was that to watch?
Well, that's when you love Russ. I mean, when you get that version, you hate that Russ when he's not on your team, but when he's your guy, that's our turd.
I don't know how much they showed on TV, but like he was yapping at the Clippers bench, like over and timeouts, he was yapping at him.
Mm-hmm.
During the game, he's yapping at him. After buckets, he's yapping at him.
Did the old baby cradle the baby thing.
Dude, it didn't end. But as he explained afterwards, that's his version of fun.
How much fun is this still for you, a night like this? And how much fun were you having with the Clippers bench?
Yeah, I have. You know what, man? I'm like I said, I have so much gratitude and so much respect for the game and so much respect for, being able to go out and compete. I have I always tell myself before every night to have fun. And my fun may look a little different than everybody else's. It may not be with a smile. It may not be running around, slapping hands, but when I'm intense and I'm competing at the highest level, I'm having the best time. And that to me is the best part of the game. And even year 17, I still have so much fun going out and competing. And I'm a competitor and one of the best competitors in the world. And I live for moments and live to talking a little mess and competing along with it.
Listen, I know our T-shirt business went out of business when Malone hit the highway. That's
What? Yeah, you want temp fade again? Is that where you're going?
I'm just saying a new T-shirt, and I know there's people.
Maybe learn your lesson. Don't do T-shirts.
I know there's media companies here in Denver that invented the T-shirt, but I would just say a great T-shirt would be "My fun doesn't come with a smile." That's a good one. My fun doesn't come with a smile. Russell Westbrook. It was awesome. What is it about that level of competition that gets guys going, Tyler? Why is that such a driver?
Well, that's the whole reason why Russell Westbrook's playing basketball in year 150. It's the reason why guys can't walk away from the game. You live your life to chase that moment. You live your life to chase that moment where you're dominating another man, where you're dominating another team, and you are the alpha. Like in Russell Westbrook, like that dude thinks he's the alpha. And when you know it, when you feel it, when you vibe it, there's no better feeling in the world.
I'm not exactly sure what the relationship is between Murray and Westbrook. Don't really know. But they are at least, at the minimum, incredibly respectful of each other's games, at least on the surface of things. And when it's...
I mean, do you have a reason? And I'm honestly asking here. I'm not trying to put you in the spot, but I mean, you're implying that it's not great. That's what you're implying.
I don't know that.
You wouldn't bring it up. Like you wouldn't bring that up about Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic. You wouldn't bring that up about Christian Brown. I mean, you wouldn't bring that up unless you're implying something.
Well, I'm implying that they're two guys that have been, massive competitors against each other for years and years and years that are all of a sudden combined. And we saw essentially a team breakdown where they fired the coach and general manager. I mean, I saw that. But I'll tell you this, at least, as far as the surface goes, and I don't have anything but to say, when those two are clicking together, it really works. It really works. Can they keep this going? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I really don't know.
I mean, I know this. I'm really, really excited. It's fun. I know that sometimes I really love watching Russell Westbrook play basketball. I know that sometimes I really love watching Jamal Murray play basketball. You get them both on the same night, that's a hell of a night.
How sustainable is it? Well, we'll find out on Thursday in L.A. Scott will join us from L.A. tomorrow. The same exact time they're playing, the Avalanche are playing in a do-or-die elimination game at Ball Arena, and we have tickets to give away. It's an Av playoff ticket Wednesday, your next keyword, and we will give those tickets away within a half hour. Comes up next on PhD. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice leads to better outcome for patients, and if you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they are there for you. They practice better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So if this is an issue for you, let's get down the right path with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If that dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the next day. So call today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, here we go. Another keyword for you to win Nuggets tickets. And we will have the tickets to give away. You were entered just by putting in the keyword for the Avs playoff ticket Wednesday. You can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena. Text GABE, G-A-B-E, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're entered. The Avs need you at Ball Arena for a big Game 6 on Thursday as they look to stay in the series. Every fan counts. Don't miss your shot. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com, where you're lucky enough that they release tickets like standing room only and some others. That does happen. So it's worth checking out, coloradoavalanche.com. But to win free tickets, test Gabe along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. Good luck and go Avs. Time for some bizarre football news. Let's football go, Dan Bud Tanner. Let's go.
Speaking honesty.
Moments of shrinkage.
Yeah.
Common story. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan?
Okay, before we get to Jeff Ulbricht's, the fine he received, he did issue a public apology today. I just want to throw this out there now. Let me just start by saying I have no idea how much actual legitimacy there is to this story, but Thor Nystrom on Twitter, fellas. He is an NFL insider for Fantasy Football Pod or something along those lines.
This is Matthew Berry's business.
Okay.
That he focused. So that's a legitimate name, Matthew Berry. My
so
Syracuse pal.
Who's Matthew Berry?
Really?
Fantasy Football Draft Guru.
Yeah, he was like the fantasy guy.
Oh, we're legitimizing fantasy guys now? That's legitimate?
I'm just telling you, Matthew Berry is like, and he was with ESPN for years and years, and went to college with yours truly back at Syracuse back in the day.
So he's an orangestickyfingers.com guy.
Gosh, I would put him a little higher than that, Dan.
He's on the main
fantasy
floor.
Football.
He's on the main floor of the house, not the basement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, I know
he pays his own rent.
Oh yeah.
He splits it with his parents.
Yeah. Anyways, this Thor guy, I looked up his profile too because I had the same like, are we really taking Thor seriously? I mean, he works with Matthew Berry's company, so. But go ahead, Dan.
Okay, let's just operate on the assumption that there is some sort of legitimacy to this, okay?
To Thor, yes.
To Thor. Thor says on day 3 of the NFL draft, the Broncos believe they had an agreement in principle with Shedeur Sanders on an undrafted free agent contract were he to go undrafted. Denver was excited about adding Sanders to the quarterback room. Cleveland obviously scuttled those plans in round 5. So just operating on the assumption that there's some legitimacy to this, fellas, how would you have felt if Shedeur were to have gone undrafted if the Broncos brought him into their quarterback room?
I'm old enough to remember when you guys tried to legitimize this guy because of some guy I'd never heard of, Matthew Berry, because he's a fantasy football guy. This is the most BS ever. I can't even play the game. No chance on God's green earth did the Denver Broncos reach an agreement with Shedeur Sanders as an undrafted free agent. I doubt if Shedeur Sanders even got a call as an undrafted free agent. And if he did, in what world does it make sense here in Denver?
Well, first of all, he might have got a call because you never know if Jeff Ulbricht's son had another phone.
Fair.
But to your point, I was talking to, some folks here today about stuff behind the scenes with the Broncos, and that never came up. So and again, it's why I was looking at a deeper dive at a dude named Thor, who works for Matthew Berry's fantasy podcast. I'm actually with you on this one. But usually you like Vikings, and dudes named Thor would live well and well regard in your world, but perhaps not football.
He's not a real
information.
Viking.
Okay. Next story, Dan.
By the way, just real quick here on Shedeur.
By the way, if we just want to have a little fantasy time here, because both Tyler and I are kind of discounting the story from the beginning, but how would I feel about Shedeur being an undrafted free agent quarterback to, I guess, take Sam Ehlinger's spot? If you didn't know, Sam Ehlinger is the third quarterback for the Broncos now. I think that would be ridiculous. I think that would be a distraction and a gargantuan waste of time.
Oh, I'd take him. I mean, why wouldn't I want a better backup quarterback?
You think Shedeur would be a better backup quarterback than Jared Stidham?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't.
What?
No.
What? You think Jared Stidham's a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders?
Backup quarterback.
No. Let's not get caught up in semantics here. I want to put talent on my football team.
I think every guy has their own role, and I think Stidham provides stability.
Unless, God forbid, you got to play your backup quarterback.
Well, the plan is
that's a fun role on a football team if you don't have to play.
All right, I'll back up. Then why didn't the Broncos take him with like a six? Why not take Well, they couldn't. He went in the 5th round. All right, let me ask you this then. If Shedeur was available in the 6th round, do you think the Broncos should have taken him?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Okay.
saying as an undrafted free agent.
All right. I guess we disagree a little bit on this. I mean, this is, by the way,
I'm in the business of accumulating talent. That's what I'm in.
We're in the land of Thor and the stupid story, frankly.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're losing me a little bit about Thor. And
Why'd you try to legitimize it?
That's Dan. Next story, Dan.
All right, just real quick. Last thing on Shedeur here, fellas. You know Shedeur Sanders has the 3rd best-selling jersey amongst incoming rookies following
I just read it's number 1.
NFL draft.
I just read on Pro Football
gone up
Talk.
to number 1.
He's now the number 1 selling rookie jersey.
Wow. Does that surprise you guys? 5th rounder?
No, it does not. He's a big-time celebrity.
Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me at all. And that's why when you ask why would an owner want Shedeur Sanders on his team, there you go.
Oh, I got another interesting source. This one kind of came
Not
out
that
of
owners need jersey sales. That's not what they need, but they do need superstars.
This source kind of came out of left field, but it's very good. He said the collusion concept of the owners throwing out quarterbacks or making some sort of, owner sort of agreement was ridiculous, preposterous. Is that the vast majority of owners really do give personnel decisions up to their GMs and coaches and don't have much to do with it. And so his point was there's just no shot that the owners were all sitting around like, don't take this guy. That they weren't like writing him off. Do you believe that?
Well, first off, I do agree that most owners don't get overly involved with the draft board. But I do think owners will absolutely say, he ain't coming here. That dude ain't coming here. So there's a difference, right? There's a difference between trusting a draft board and putting your foot down and saying, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Do you think there was ownership collusion when it came to Shedeur?
Probably not, because if there was collusion, say all 32 owners got on phone call. Hey, we're going to punish the Sanders family. We're mad at the Sanders. All it takes is that one owner that says, okay, you guys do that, but I'm going to make my team better.
Mm-hmm.
I want a dude with talent on my team.
Next story, Dan.
All right, the NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich $100,000 after his son made a prank call to Shedeur Sanders during the NFL draft. Now, the league stated the penalties were imposed for failing to prevent the disclosure of confidential information distributed to the club in the advance of the NFL draft. Here is Jeff's apology today, fellas.
First of all, I'd like to publicly apologize to Shedeur and the Sanders family for what occurred. Second of all, I want to publicly apologize to Mr. Blank, Terry Fontenot, Raheem Morris, and the entire Falcons organization. My actions of not protecting confidential data were inexcusable. My son's actions were absolutely inexcusable. And for that, we are both deeply sorry. The NFL has taken action, and I fully respect the punishment. We take full responsibility, my son and myself, and we will not be appealing the fine in any way. Going forward, I promise my son and I will work hard to demonstrate we are better than this. Again, I'm deeply sorry for our actions.
You guys think it was fair that Jeff got fined as well as the Falcons? As much as they did, too.
No, I think the NFL is being hypocrites here. Why is there a policy that allows guys like Jeff Ulbrich, who's the defensive coordinator? Why does defensive coordinator need phone numbers? Why does every staff member of every team need the phone number of all these guys, right? So you're playing fast and loose, and all of a sudden something happens. And by the way, we're now up to like 6 dudes that got prank called. So when's the list coming out on everybody else? Where did everybody else get these numbers, right? Maybe it all came from Jax. I don't know. Maybe I'm being serious. I mean, if he got Shedeur, who's to say he didn't snap 12 others? I don't know.
Could have been a fun day in the dorm house, huh?
Right. Here's another thought for you. When you were a kid, you ever accidentally put a hole in the wall?
Sure.
Cost your parents $100.
Something like that, yeah.
$200.
Something, sure.
Got in an accident. Maybe your parents covered it for you.
I wrecked my dad's Audi 5000. Didn't mean to do it.
You ever taken $100,000 out of his pocketbook?
I have never taken $100,000 out of my dad's pocketbook. I did
very directly knowing it's $100,000.
Yeah, I don't think the Audi was worth $100,000. Just dumb driving, by the way, too. Nothing. Just I took a left at a stop sign, and my buddy Ken Moore's in front of me. He took a left. I was just an inexperienced driver. Took a left, guy ran right into me. Ironically, the guy who hit me, it was not his fault, but he was drunk. How about that? And I was sober as a teenager or whatever. I was trying to impress a girl. But that's it. That's the most I ever cost my parents, whatever that costs. $100,000. That's got to be tough in the relationship world between those two.
Probably not. I bet they're bonded over it. I do.
Oof.
I think a good parent, he's going to bond over this.
That is a rough one.
After you take him to the woodshed.
As a dad, to stand up and say, this is my fault that I didn't protect my data better from my son.
It's not Jeff's fault. He was at home. He was at home in his kitchen, not sitting at the airport, not at a bar, not out and about. He's in his own house, and his computer didn't lock in time.
I'm just saying that was a tough moment for him today to have to, that he felt he needed to get up and say,
he's a good
my
dad.
bad.
He's a good dad.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. And he's got it. And people make knucklehead decisions that should not define you for the rest of your life. But this is a tough one, man. That is a rough one. $100,000. I don't know. I don't know what his salary is, but I don't care. That is just a lot of money, period. $100,000? He is probably lucky he still has a job, too. I mean, I think a lot.
Nobody's going to fire a dude for leaving his iPad open at home.
Well, I don't know, man.
You go home and you go to work.
You think every NFL organization would have cut him slack on that?
9 out of 10.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe there's one that's just CYA. They want to cover their own what. So maybe they fire him, maybe they punish him, but I bet 9 out of 10 would do the same thing as the Falcons.
I'll give you this, though. This ain't the only prank call in the same joke. Like, we better start hearing another investigation by the NFL.
I think we're up to 6, first rounders.
I know Kyle McCord, my guy from Syracuse, got his chain yanked. Tyler Warren got pranked, right? I mean, there's some other reports out there.
I just saw Mason Graham today. He also got prank called.
Well, I guess we should hear about investigations to all these, right? I mean, what's the difference? The fact that we saw it doesn't make it different than it happened to these other guys too, right?
The only difference is it was on live stream. That's it.
How do you think Jack Albrecht really seriously was responsible for all of them? Or was like passing them out to his...
I don't know, but I mean, it's not an insane thought that if he's sitting there at the iPad, he sees Shedeur Sanders, what's Tyler Warren's number? What's this guy's number? Obviously, he had bad intent the second he took a photo of it.
You bring in another interesting point, too, is like, Jeff Albrecht's a defensive coordinator, right?
Yep.
The hell has he got Shedeur's number for? Seriously.
Well, that's my point.
But yeah, and so...
That's why the NFL is being hypocritical about
So we got 32 teams. We got, I don't know, 20 coaches per team that might have access? I mean, there's a lot of phone numbers that are just kind of flown out there. For what reason?
Why does anybody besides the GM need his phone number?
Position coach, maybe?
Okay.
You want to check in with him?
Hey, GM, can we call Shedeur today?
Right. GM, head coach, position coach. beyond like 3 people per guy, like why? Like what else is there? Yeah, seriously, that makes no sense. Any other stories, Dan, or is that a wrap
Well,
on
I
that?
did want to mention,
Yeah.
since Tyler played for the organization, the Washington Commanders reached an agreement to build a 65,000-seat stadium at the site where RFK Stadium, their home from 1961 to 1997, still stands. It will be a dome stadium. However, Josh Harris, the owner, says they're still deciding whether or not the dome will be retractable. He also says, without exaggeration, this will be the best stadium in the country when it's built. So they're moving back from Landover, Maryland, back to Washington, D.C. Just thoughts on that, and how sick is the new Broncos stadium going to be? Is it going to be number one when it's all said and done?
It's going to be fun when you start to see sketches. I've seen sketches of what Washington Stadium is supposed to look like, and it's got an all-glass dome. It's insane. It's ridiculous.
It's an interesting part of DC, though. It's a little sketch.
You ever been to Landover?
I have not been to Landover.
Dude, Landover's bad.
Is it really? Okay. I'll take your word for it.
I mean, some of the worst neighborhoods in the whole area.
Okay. I have not been to Landover, so I don't know.
Because guess why? You get cheap land.
Okay. All right. Well, this is right down the street from
But people in D.C. are fired up about it being there, being at JFK.
Okay.
They love that. You know, the other option was halfway between D.C. and Richmond, which that would have been a solid 45 minutes to hour drive.
Yeah, but if people don't know, RFK is in the heart of the district. It's right down the street from
Right
the
off the
Supreme
highway.
Court. It's right there. I think there's a train station.
It's like in not Invesco, but in Power Field.
Yeah,
It's right off the highway.
When we lived there for a brief amount of time, you played there. I thought it was pretty cool. You know, it was just a little rundown. It was just, but it had such a great vibe. And I think it was cool that it was like right in the heart of the district. Like all of that. Being in Washington, it was a cool thing.
Well, guess what? It ain't going to be run down anymore. If you're saying it's run down, it's not going to be run down when they're done.
It'll be spectacular. All right, our keyword for those Avs tickets, it is Gabe, as in Landeskog, Gabe. You have 7 minutes. 7 minutes to get qualified for tickets, and we'll give away our winner. Plus, I have some more details of this Bill Belichick story. He has issued a statement through the University of North Carolina, like he's keeping this story going. I'll give you some of those details coming up next. Are you saying Bill Belichick is a sharp-dressed man? Is that what you're saying, Dan? We got a winner?
Yes, we do.
Who we got?
Ashley Sims. Congratulations. Avs Stars, Game 6.
What do you think? Man or woman, Ashley? Go either way.
Wow. I don't know a single male Ashley.
Oh, sure you do.
No, I don't.
Former Denver Bronco.
Oh, Ashley Lilly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got one, but I don't know him.
Okay.
I've never met
Schaefer
Ashley
from Eastbound
Lilly.
and Down. Will
Ashley,
Ferrell's character?
Ashley the car salesman from Eastbound. Yeah.
That's not a real person.
I was thinking of
Played
that.
by a man.
I was thinking that Ashley as
Name
well.
an Ashley you know.
Well, I knew Ashley Lilly. I'm old.
No, you don't.
I didn't?
You covered him.
Oh, okay. All right.
You don't know him.
Fair enough. Who do we really know? But I had interviewed him. I've been around Ashley
See,
Lilly.
there's 3 dudes here.
Uh-huh.
None of us could name a single Ashley
That
we
we know. Oh, okay. So congratulations to her is what you're saying.
Yes.
Congratulations, Ashley.
I'll
Thank
take
you
that
for
bet.
listening. When Nate gets in here, I do have a great Rockies thing. It is funny because we have written off the Rockies as like a complete non-story because of how bad they are. You know what we never really considered? That they become sort of a national story for being as bad as they are. But that might be happening. They may be going down some crazily historic path, and
I almost thought the Rockies could be historically bad and nobody would even pay attention to it.
no, apparently they will. Apparently, if you are barreling down the path of worst baseball team of all time, you're going to get quite a bit of attention.
Yeah, how long does that last?
It'll be interesting.
It's like
I don't
15
know.
seconds of fame, right?
Hey, listen, the fact that it was on that story on ESPN and that Wilbon and Kornheiser were even talking about it at all is stunning to me. Like, I cannot believe even that is on their radar. Here's why. The Rockies they just got through the easy part of their schedule. They arguably have the most difficult schedule.
So what do they have to do to be the worst of all time?
I'll save that for when Nate gets in here. I'll save that one for when Nate gets in here because it's good. It's a good story. It's fun. This Bill Belichick story. I just thought this would kind of go away, but he's released a statement through UNC, North Carolina, to sort of defend himself.
Did he or did Jordan and put his name on it?
That is a damn good question, Tyler. What do you think?
Jordan put his name on it.
Because it came out that it's through him.
Right.
But it appears that they're involved not only on a personal relationship, but also some sort of business relationship as well.
She's the COO of Belichick Productions.
What does that mean?
I put on high heels and... Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Well, supposedly he goes on this very fluffernutter, interview on CBS Sunday Morning, which is really light stuff. It is loose and comfortable profiles, and then 3 minutes of geese off some sort of lake in Wisconsin. That's CBS Sunday Morning. It's like wearing an Afghan sweater for your viewing appetite. But this caused all sorts of problems because they were promoting his book, by the way. That was the point of the whole thing. He's got a book, and his claim in his statement is, hey, we were just going to stick to the book. And here you are outrageously asking me, like, how'd you meet your girlfriend who is 24 and you're, 71? Older?
I'm just going to throw it out
73, sorry.
If you're 73 and you date a 24-year-old, that's fair game to be questioned about. I'm being serious.
Agreed.
That is absolutely fair game.
All right, so here's some of the Belichick defense here. I clearly communicated with my publicist that any promotional interviews I participated in would agree to focus solely on the contents of the book. Unfortunately, that expectation was not honored by the interview. Belichick accused the interviewer of introducing, quote, unrelated topics. I repeatedly expressed to the reporter and the producers I prefer to keep the conversation centered on the book. After this occurred several times, Jordan, with whom I share both a personal and professional relationship, yeah, she wrote this, stepped in to reiterate that point to help refocus the discussion. She was not deflecting any specific question or topic, but simply doing her job to ensure the interview stayed on track. What has happened to Bill Belichick? Hey, Bill, blink if you're okay. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I remember Mr. Hey, everything that happens inside the Patriots organization stays in-house. Mr. We don't talk to the media about anything. Mr. I will literally cut dudes if you let a rumor out of this building. Now we're flat out releasing emails. That was the second one, by the way. There was another email that they released that was to all the publishing team and everybody else about how they want to go about this moving forward. And Jordan put it on her Instagram and put a Taylor Swift song over it.
What is happening here?
I don't know. I mean, how you feeling?
What is going on here?
How are you feeling if you're UNC?
A little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like, not great right now.
I'm glad you finally came around on this. I don't know what took you so long.
This ridiculousness. Listen, I get it. He's got a young girlfriend and all. All right, fine, whatever. And, however they met and whatever their relationship, who am I to stand in the way of love? But this thing is getting...
Love?
Well, what? Okay, fine. What is this? I mean, seriously, what is this?
Lust.
It's just an old dude who's desperate?
I don't think he's too desperate.
It is just so bizarre.
Don't think it's love.
It doesn't feel like he's making any decisions for himself.
No, it's bizarre, man. He is whipped.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. All right, anyways, there's that.
No chance
Belichick.
Bill Belichick sends out an email that he releases on his own.
Well, I just can't believe they're releasing anything because it keeps the story going. I mean, go away.
Yeah.
This is clearly her pushing some sort of narrative.
Well, it's her defending herself.
Correct, and she's so bizarrely naive, she thinks that doing anything like this is going to make her look better. It's the exact opposite. She looks like I don't know what's going on, but it is beyond bizarre. How's it going to go at UNC? It's weird. At the end of the day, I don't even know why he's coaching. Well, I wonder if he's not coaching football, Tyler. He's got really nothing going on, and that's what it is. He is scared of having just nothing to do.
He has to actually hang out with the 24-year-old.
Bizarre. All right. Final thoughts today about the Nuggets, and we'll get to the Avs here in a second. Your overall feeling about the Nuggets today?
Well, it was as dominant of a win as we've had in a long, long time. Start to finish, top to bottom, starters to bench, right? From what Jamal Murray was able to do, start to finish, from what Russell Westbrook was able to do off the bench, how Christian Brown was able to play defense on James Harden. Jokic had a weird night, didn't shoot particularly well, still had a triple-double. It was probably the most impressive win we've had in I don't know how long. I mean, you'd have to tell me the last time they had this impressive a win.
I think you'd have to go back to the bubble.
The bubble?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
The bubble?
I think so.
I mean, I was trying to think in weeks here. I wasn't thinking about decades.
Overall, top to bottom, yeah, I think it's with Jamal Murray playing the way he's playing. I mean, I really do think you'd have to go back that far. It's crazy. It's one of the more dominating performances they've ever had in the playoffs, period. The end. It's kind of ridiculous how good it was. Where they shot over 50% from threes, where, I mean, they did give up a lot of points in the paint. And really the question is well, how many superior performances has Jamal had? And, his best performances go back a little bit. But he is a clutch player. You know what the difference in this one was, Tyler? He was consistently good the entire game. There was no roller coaster at all. He was great the entire time, start to finish. And that we haven't seen very often.
The only one I was really trying to understand in terms of all this glossing we're doing of this team right now, everybody's glossing Michael Porter Jr. for the plus minus, and I was like, I didn't really see the impact. How did he impact the game so greatly that he had 34?
Plus 34.
Yeah.
It just means he was never a negative on the court offensively or defensively. It was more that he was consistent too, that he wasn't a weakness. He wasn't some anybody that they could attack and get in trouble, that he played a significant amount of meaningful
Which
time.
that's not nothing. I mean, for a dude with one arm, I'm not discounting that at all.
Listen, plus minus can be weird, but when your plus minus is so different than everybody else, you had a pretty good day. But like if you're a minus 20 and your team lost by 30, everybody else is probably in line with it. His plus minus stands out amongst everybody else. Why? It was more subtle. He was fine. He was very efficient. He wasn't a drain, and Adelman trusted him to go back in the game when it mattered most. And it paid off. It was great. It was great to see.
It sure feels to me like they're going to go finish this off.
I agree. I think it's going to be like the Phoenix game. I think getting that big Game 5 will lead to a significant win in Game 6 too. I think that every team has an expiration date. And, the Clippers had won 18 of 21 games or something, 8 in a row going into the playoffs. And now they've dropped 3 out of 5. Think about that for a second. Think about how hot they were going into the end of the season. And all of a sudden, how did you lose 3 of your next 5 games? You'd done nothing but win for the past month of the season.
Yeah, I mean, how'd you get dominated the way that you got dominated?
It's a good question.
For a hot second there at the beginning of the fourth, I was wondering if the Clippers were going to make it tight again.
I think everybody had that thought. Everybody was kind of looking at the score. All right, they're up by this, but hey, they're not. Hey, we remember what happened last time. And it just never really got all that interesting. I mean, it got down to 8 points or something like that, which was like, oh, okay.
That got interesting for a second.
A little bit, but there was a good response consequently afterwards.
Yeah.
It felt great. I do have something for Nate Kreckman as he walks in here because it's right up the Rockies' alley.
They're winning, right?
No.
Did they already give it away?
No, give it away.
It was 2-1.
Oh, they're playing right now?
Yeah.
We were not even aware they were playing right now.
Don't win. I mean, aren't we all going to be furious if they win at this point?
Yeah, they'll be awful if they actually win. Where are they at? No, I get it. Like in the game.
It's like
you got to turn your mic on. Okay. Try it now.
Does the light work?
That's good.
Yeah.
What inning are they in?
What's it, the 8th now, Nate? It was the 7th.
It was 2-1 in the 7th when we were walking in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, the drama's on. Yeah, we weren't really paying attention. But I do have a team for us to compare the Rockies to, Nate.
Okay.
And you may already know about the 1899 Cleveland Spiders.
Sure.
Do you already know about them? Have you already done this research?
I had read about them. I'm, I've been more 88 Orioles and 24 White Sox focused. Yeah. But I did read of these Cleveland Spiders, yes.
Well, the Spiders team owners, and this is directly reading from Wikipedia. I don't have a better source than this, but the Robinson family also owned the St. Louis Perfectos.
The Perfectos?
The Perfectos.
It's a great name for a team.
To strengthen the Perfectos, they transferred the Spiders' best player to St. Louis before leaving Cleveland with a depleted roster. This is great. They played poorly, the Spiders, that is. People stopped attending their home games. Other teams refused to travel to play them, so they had to play the vast majority of their games on the road. Like, they could just choose, nah, we're not going to Cleveland.
Oh, maybe that's what we need. I mean, if our fans aren't going to boycott, maybe the MLB will.
Yeah. Everybody, are you kidding me? Everybody is like, we got Colorado on the schedule. Hell yeah.
Except the pitchers.
Now, here's the big question.
The pitchers are dominating this year. They're like, we get to face that nothing lineup. I'll go pitch against the Rockies. No problem.
There's a couple of stunning numbers that I don't know if the Rockies will eclipse, but let's roll them out. The Rockies right now, their plus minus run differential is minus 79. The Spiders were minus 723 for the season.
723.
That's rough. Was Clancy O'Houlihan the cleanup hitter and he just is having a down year or what?
They were 20 and 134, so we're going winning percentage because you only had 154, not 162. But somehow they gutted out 154 games in 1899 to go 20 and 134.
Where were these other teams coming from? And was it like covered wagon to get there? Were they doing the Oregon Trail to actually show up and play the game? Anybody die of syphilis before they could get there?
Underrated
dysentery kick in? Was that the problem with the Spiders? Too much dysentery going around the clubhouse?
Did you ever beat that game?
What's that?
Did you ever beat that game?
I did.
I don't know if I ever beat that kid.
I always got too aggressive with the bear to eat some food.
Let's kill the bear.
Yeah. What do you mean you got no food?
So that's the mark right there.
2-1 right now, top 8th. Chase Dolander.
Still in the game?
He went 5 2/3 of one-run work today. Jake Bird, who's actually the one good Rocky. He's going to make the All-Star team.
No.
Somebody has to.
He will.
Somebody
literally has
No.
to. Who do you think it's going to be?
No, nobody gets to
you
go.
have to.
If you're on a record numbers of losses, you don't have an all-star.
You always do.
It's not juice box time. Let's go.
Jake Bird, inning and a third today. His ERA is dipped down to 0.95. That's all-star stuff.
Yeah, good for
How many innings pitched?
So far on the season, let me pull up Jake Bird's on the year. He has pitched 19 innings.
All right, that's all right.
Wait. So if we win this, does this ruin our chance of being the worst of all time?
No.
No.
No, because the worst of all time has a winning percentage of like 120.
Yeah, it's still very in
130.
play.
So what has to happen for us to get there? Break that down for me.
I mean, modern era, last year's White Sox, who I believe won 43, I want to say. Last year's White Sox in modern era.
Wait, the entire season?
They won 43 games last year.
In a season?
Yes.
Yes. Over 162 games.
It was the worst. Well, when does the modern era begin?
Dude, the year before their manager pinch ran a guy because a fan near the dugout screamed out to La Russa to do it. At least Bud Black hasn't done that. I'm not kidding. The guy chugging a few beers.
This guy,
pinch run him.
Hey, my idea sucked. This guy's idea probably works.
Well, I've never seen Tony was like, yeah, it's a good call. Hey.
Okay, excuse me, I was wrong. The White Sox won 41.
Okay.
Well, that's yeah.
What'd
you say?
When does the modern era begin? Like, what year are we talking?
It was like turn of the century because it's when the American and National Leagues formed, right?
So wait, we're taking the Spiders out of it
because of 1899.
Listen, you can't play baseball and Oregon Trail lifestyle at the same time, or Little House on the Prairie, or whatever the hell time. What were we doing in that time?
1899?
Yeah, we talking cabins. Help me out. Clearly, I'm not a history buff. What are we looking at?
It was before the Industrial Revolution.
Then we had the Emancipation Proclamation. That was 1760, or what was? When did Lincoln do the thing?
When did he do the Emancipation?
Wait, help me out.
Proclamation. That was in the 1860s.
Yeah, that would have been 1861.
Yo, don't look at me. I'm not too far off, and we're talking 18.
Well, we just got to
two decades later.
You got to figure out when the Civil War was, and you go from there.
It was.
I mean, what was our form of transportation?
Horse.
There was. So they were all riding horses to the game.
No, there's train. There was train.
Great.
There was rail.
There was
How were you getting from the train then to the stadium?
Horse.
Was there a stadium? Where the hell were they playing?
That stadium.
Some field.
And
there's no GPS. Are we sure? Maybe the Spiders players didn't all make it to the game.
The Romans had the Coliseum. You can build a ballpark.
Maybe a mountain lion caught one of them on the horse on the way to the game.
I'm sure it happened.
Andy, they were all day games.
Yeah. There was no. I don't care, dude. We got chased by a coyote in my neighborhood last night. Pug looked like a snack. So, and we live in modern times. Imagine what they're dealing with. Where are you placing a baseball, whatever? It wouldn't be a stadium, would it?
Well,
sure it would.
Like they could build the Coliseum.
Are there any pictures to prove it?
Sure.
Wait, Andy. When do you
did
think
photography start?
This is a funny conversation. When do you think construction started in the
I don't
world?
know. I'm asking.
Wrigley Field opened in 1914.
Okay, we're talking. We got a good solid 20 years before it opened.
15 from 1899.
99, gotcha.
When do you think the bleacher was invented?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Because if you're all riding a horse like the damn Pony Express to the game, were you delivering mail on them? You might as well double up on the job.
So
I'm on a horse. I got my satchel full of mail and I got a bat
Andy,
right
Andy,
here.
Tatanka, first pitch.
Any of those old pics of like Abe Lincoln, did you just never see him in a chair?
Okay, so we had a chair.
Seating.
I'm pretty sure that's how they got
What kind
it.
of stadium are we looking to build? We're still prior to the Great Depression.
Andy, when do you think the White House was built?
I want to know what this all looked like. I just want to know what we're dealing with. I want to know. I want solid information, history buff, as to what. Did we all just show up on the sidelines? Was there an outfield fence?
We're just dazzled by your sense of the history of construction
Fences.
in America.
I'm with Andy.
We all know fences were a World War II
You
era
just got done
construction.
telling me all we had were trains. So again, answer my question: how they got to the game? All together?
Horse or buggy.
I'm assuming horse and buggy.
Horse and buggy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess.
I suppose they could have gone like giant
Like
bicycle.
The Mentalist? Were they Jack the Ripper times in old London? Is that what we were doing?
Good Lord.
Can I shock and amaze you guys?
No, I'm enjoying
This is the
every
best
second
part
of
of
it.
your day.
Yeah,
right
this is
Well, don't
fantastic.
you wonder? I'd really love to see a video of what these old games that he's describing looks like. Because guess what? If your numbers suck around a time that we were literally breaking off branches to use as a bat, and you got the Charlie Brown extra luxury mid.
They had
as your
Hold
glove.
on. How do we still have records of these games? I mean,
don't
that
know.
didn't get
Was
caught
it
up in a
really
fire
long?
on the
There
trail.
was paper.
Yeah.
That paper didn't get caught on fire.
When do you think the quill was invented?
What's that?
The feather pen.
I don't know. I know what a quilt is.
I do like the idea of somebody keeping book with like a giant feather and being like,
And a powdered
6'3"
wig.
ground
Powdered wig
out.
guys in the press box making sure these records are
everything's in
immaculate.
calligraphy.
And there was no humidor back then.
The official score is John Hancock.
Yeah. Did we have a dugout?
What do you guys make of this
Was there
stat?
a locker room? Did
Listen
they
to this.
shower when they were done?
Oh, Lord.
Nikola Jokic has scored 13 points in a playoff game twice.
Could he write with a quill?
The Nuggets are 2-0 in those games.
Yeah. When he scores all the points, they don't win.
Jokic has scored 41 or more 4 times in a playoff game. They are 0-4.
When the last time he went for over 40? The Phoenix game 5, game 6, whatever? What was it? Game 4, where they lost.
Mm-hmm.
He went off, they lost because Booker and Durant were unreal.
Yep. It's crazy. His highest, so the Phoenix game, that was game 3? It was either game 3 or game 4 when he went for 53 and they lost. He had 43 in San Antonio. He had 43 in game, I'm guessing that would have been game 2 last year? Against Minnesota.
Against Minnesota.
And he went for 43. He scored 41 against Miami. That was in game 2 of the NBA
When they
Finals.
lost.
Yeah.
That's where Cool Carl came from.
Good point. Absolutely.
Well, where do you
Cool,
put the stat of they're 8-0 without Russell Westbrook this season?
Not anymore. Russ played last night.
No, but they've won games with him too, obviously. They've won games with him,
I
but
see what
they're
you're saying.
8-0 without him.
Well,
I don't know how to explain anything that
draw
involves the
your
Russ
own
experience.
conclusions.
I don't know what to say about it.
You know what? I'm watching a game with a buddy last night, and every time he would shoot from 3, we would yell no at the TV.
We would say
and
the same
then
thing.
he would make it. Then he would make it.
3 for 6.
We had the same expression there live.
3
We're
for
just
6.
like, okay.
Yep.
Don't do. Never mind.
And he was phenomenal last
Hell,
night.
his mid range, I yelled no, and he made
What
it.
is it about his shot that makes you think it's never going to go in?
Is
the
it?
way it leaves his hand would be the
it's
start.
It's something, right? There's something just I can't put my finger on it.
He never, does Russ ever miss his shot and it's not just like the biggest, loudest brick you've ever seen?
It always hits the heel of the rim and goes flying
Exactly.
God knows where.
Or he clanks
I don't know
it.
how you rebound.
Or it goes
for
in. Or it goes in.
Exactly. He clanks it off the backboard and then it rattles off and rolls out and then everyone's got to elbow each other to go and get it. But I'll tell you this. That guy's playing winning basketball right now,
and he
man.
finishes great at the rim.
He
overall.
defends. This is a better rebounding team when he is on the floor because he is one of the best rebounding guards I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
The Russell Westbrook experience, I can't.
And the stuff with the bench, like the Clippers bench, I'm telling that plays well.
It does
in the theater. It plays well in the theater.
It plays well in the building. It plays well, with his teammates. Because here's one thing I firmly believe this about Russell Westbrook. I think his teammates really like him. I think people really like him generally, and going up against his old team, I think there is a little bit of a sense of just like, let's help Russ get this.
Aren't you curious what his relationship is with Jamal Murray? Like how that works?
I think it's frosted. It's melted, I should say. I think it's good. I don't think it was good.
It's respectful.
It was not great the first 3 months. It didn't feel.
I think it's also number one. It's vastly better when they win. I think that absolutely helps things. But also, to Andy's point, I think they've come to an understanding over their time together as teammates.
Well, now they just both want to win. They're both competitors.
Yep.
I think whatever BS may exist of why are you here and what was this brought in for and whatever was going on.
Not even just that. Like it's they're both psycho competitors.
Yeah, and now they just want to win. They don't care who helps them do it.
They just want to get these games. I read this. I cut and pasted this little couple of sentences right here. I want to read this to you, Andy, and this is where I want to start today because we're talking about Jamal Murray. Dude went for 43 last night. It was special. Okay, what you saw was special. By some metrics, it was his best playoff game ever. By others, it was at least top 2. I mean, he was terrific. But listen to this. The regular to postseason scoring increase is the attention-grabbing thing with Jamal Murray, but it comes with an only slight increase in his efficiency. Instead, in the postseason, he plays like this. 0 passivity, total fearlessness, and an almost arrogant insistence that nobody can do a thing to bother him. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
I do too. I believe that pure will that he has when he gets to that place makes his teammates better. Like, I think Jokic makes his teammates better with skill and trust, right? Like, if Jokic is giving you the ball, you're involved and you want to elevate your game because you're playing with the best player in the world. When Jamal Murray is doing what he does, like he did last night, like we saw so often in the Utah series in the bubble, when him and Donovan Mitchell were just going back and forth, I think it elevates the guys around him because they're just like, well, we have that dude. And that dude is not only not scared of this moment, he's owning this moment right now, so let's go get him. I think that's what happened last night. I think the Clippers had adjustments in that game last night. I think they had a solid game plan, and then Jamal kicked the ever-living crap out of them, and they didn't know what to do with it. They just got popped in the mouth last night, and they never responded.
They never responded, but they also, I agree with you, Russell brought an attitude to things they didn't have before.
Yep.
Because let's be honest, we all got nervous. They couldn't quit talking about it on the national broadcast about, they were going to come. They came back last game. Denver, is this the comeback again? And then I kind of like that Russ got going with Bogdanovich.
Yeah.
Got chatting with him a lot.
Exactly.
Got in Bogdanovich's head.
Yeah, I think
you need a guy like that. Every good team needs a guy like, and frankly, I think Bruce Brown used to be that guy for this team.
It's funny because when you look at the stats today, like one of the box score numbers that just jumped off the page at me, Andy, was Michael Porter Jr. was plus 34 last night, okay? The next closest on the team was Jokic and CB, both at plus 18. Jamal was a plus 17, and you're like, whoa, what happened in Porter's 37 minutes on the court last night? Well, I just think the biggest thing was, like, he didn't play for the Clippers run in the fourth quarter. What was it, a 16-4 run?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Westbrook was out there. But also I think Westbrook was a big part of what sort of stemmed that and made it all go away. Some of it's human nature, right? You're killing a team. You're going to take your foot off the gas a little bit in the fourth quarter. You're trying to get rest. Joker was out of the game for a while. He came back in the fourth quarter. You're just trying to coast until you can take him out, and Jamal eventually carried you to that place by hitting enough shots. But just in general last night, I think Westbrook added confidence, and then Jamal Murray just added a viciousness to the Nuggets attack last night because all he did all night was just get to his spots. It was just, I will get to my spot, and guess what, Chris Dunn or Derek Jones or Norm Powell or whomever he was destroying last night. It was even Kawhi a couple of times last night. It was just, there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Well, and by the way, no points, but 10 big minutes out of DeAndre Jordan.
Yeah.
10 minutes of rest for Nikola Jokic, 5 in each half. And he even had that defensive play. He went in there, he got rebounds.
Yep.
He blocked a shot at one point. I don't think you go small ball against these guys. Keep DeAndre in there. Don't do the small ball thing.
He was +2 in his 10 minutes of action.
Yeah, and again, he didn't score, but you don't need him to score. Just go be a bother. You know what? The Clippers showed it again. They're not a great three-point shooting team at times.
No, they're not a great three-point shooting team, period.
They want to get to the paint.
Right.
Big fella in the paint bothered him last night.
Yeah.
And I think it was a better plan than having going small ball with Aaron Gordon the whole time.
It also helped that just Russell Westbrook made a bunch of shots when the second unit was out there.
Well, and look, credit Michael Porter. I think MPJ has figured out a way to shoot with this shoulder
I don't
injury.
know how he's doing it.
Well, but he's it's like he's almost gone to the side and he's just leaving it all on his good shoulder.
He's playing with one hand.
I know.
He's got like a diaper taped to his other shoulder. I don't know what the hell that thing is. But he's playing with one. He is using his left arm only when it's absolutely necessary.
Oh, he's not even high-fiving anybody. He almost puts his hand behind his back like, please don't touch this arm.
He's just it's everything is one-handed with what he is doing out there. He's gutting through it. He was 3 of 5 from 3
and guess
last
what?
night.
Jamal doesn't look like he's sick anymore either.
No, he looks pretty healthy.
So you know what? I know you and I both talked about a 7-game series. Started this thing. Go ahead and finish it in 6, boys. I'm all right with that.
That hamstring is looking pretty good right now. Nuggets blast the Clippers. Play is about as perfect offensively as they possibly could against a very good defensive team. We're doing a ton of that today, obviously, today here on the show. We have Avalanche tickets to give away. It's an Avs playoff ticket Wednesday. And you can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena. So we've got keywords to give you at 20 minutes past the hour, including one that we will give you on the other side of this break. But Nick Kosmider coming up here on the other side. How does this Broncos draft class fit into a team that's maybe really trying to win the AFC West? We'll talk about that with Nick Kosmider coming up next. Yes, it's an Avalanche playoff ticket Wednesday, and you can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena. You have to text the keyword McKenzie. Andy?
Blackwood.
McKenzie.
Just McKenzie.
McKenzie. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. The Avalanche need you at Ball Arena for a big Game 6 on Thursday as they look to even up this series. Every fan counts. Don't miss your shot. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com. But if you want to win tickets to tomorrow night's game, text McKenzie along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's McKenzie, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You have to spell it like Mackenzie Blackwood. Does he spell it the same as Spuds, by the way? Do we know?
I don't know.
Okay.
You're looking at the wrong guy.
Okay.
You got the wrong guy.
I would have assumed you would have been a big Spuds McKenzie guy back in the day.
No, drove me nuts.
That's, like a party dog?
No, because it was fine for a while.
You know, like a dog enjoying a fine domestic brew?
It just was one of those things that was funny, but then it wasn't as funny as big as it got. You know what I mean?
It was overrated.
Yeah.
Spuds McKenzie was overrated.
Just enough. Kind of like the Budweiser frogs and then the
What's
that that we never could get away from. And so, yeah.
Take that, ad agencies. McKenzie.
No, good for them. It was a cultural icon.
Along with your first and last name.
Would you wear a shirt with Spuds McKenzie on it?
I would definitely hang out with the dog.
Sure, you had a good time.
I don't think I would buy the merch, but I
Hugh
would hang
Hefner
out.
Thought that dog was a good time.
I would hang out with the dog. That's McKenzie, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck and go Avs. And go Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, how you doing, pal?
I'm good, fellas. How are you?
We're doing all right. Nick, this draft class, there's certainly things to like about this group. Is it as simple as Jared Bednar is a starter on day one, RJ Harvey is a starter on day one, and everybody else sort of mixes in as they go? Is that how you view this thing?
I think that's probably a pretty fair representation. And when we talk about Jared Bednar as a starter, I think you include, any guy that's going to be starting at the nickel spot or going to be playing the nickel spot. You're going to be playing, 75% of snaps or more. And so even if you're not out there at the, on the first play of the game, that's kind of considered, within the team a starting position. And right now, I think that's probably the most likely place where he starts. Now, again, he's a guy that has all sorts of positional versatility. And I talked to somebody who'd watched another NFL assistant coach who had watched the build up to his draft process and said it's not just that he plays multiple positions, he plays them all at like a plus level and put it for multiple seasons on tape. And so they're going to have a lot of flexibility, but I just think kind of where they're at right now, looking at still having a lot of confidence in Riley Moss. It didn't look as good after the injury, but kind of the full picture of his season, they're still really happy with the progress that he's making. So, if you have he and Pat Surtain on the outside and then bring a guy like Barron who, can really be influential around the line of scrimmage, impactful around the line of scrimmage based on just how good of a blitzer he is. He's just great with zone and understanding kind of where he needs to be. So I think that kind of gives you the best bang for your buck, at least early. And then, Harvey, this is going to be at the very least a 1-2 punch, right? Like when Alvin Kamara came in New Orleans in 2018, as a third rounder, he has a season in which he has over 1,500 total yards, 13 touchdowns, playing 45% of the snaps. And, Mark Ingram actually played the second most snaps in his career, 10 years in New Orleans during Kamara's rookie season. So Harvey will see the field a lot. It's going to be a question of, okay, can now a guy like Audric Estime become sort of the Ingram, as it were, in terms of just sort of being a kind of a more consistent runner to where they really get it down to two guys that they want to work with continuously.
All right, how do you view the class overall? It's tough because Sean's got the traits. We talked to Leggy about this a little bit a couple days ago. Sean's always got the traits that he's looking for, right, Nick? And sometimes those traits don't show up in the grades. Like the grades and the traits don't always match up, so you're going to get a lower grade. I've seen plenty of experts that claim, C, B minus, whatever. I don't know how anybody knows till we watch these guys play. But after having some time to talk to some people about this class, what's your gut feel on it? Did they do all right?
Yeah, I think the thing here is that a lot of times when you have these guys, and Leggy will tell you this, but like graded, at certain spots, a lot of it is you are looking at that prospect, like the totality of what they offer in a vacuum, right? Like what can they do? What can't they do? But most teams, and especially good ones and ones that have a long history of knowing kind of what they want to look for offensively, you're looking for certain attributes and how you will fit them in kind of a specific way into what you're doing. And so, for Pat Bryant, for example, they want somebody that's, a little bit quick off, that's quick off the line of scrimmage, can get enough separation to where his ability to kind of go up and, attack the ball up the middle of the field can sort of come through. And, that's why it's a little bit easier for them to overlook maybe his straight burst speed that obviously wasn't up there when you look at some of the other wide receiver prospects. That's kind of what you're looking for when you talk about the guys that they've drafted. They're putting them in specific places. And I think how they've built this team and some of the depth at wide receiver, you have the ability to, I think, kind of pull guys into your, kind of to that room that offer a specific fix or, maybe a specific upgrade to just a certain kind of thing that they're trying to do. Like when they drafted Robert Meacham in the first round, I can't remember exactly what year that was, somewhere in the mid-2010s out of Tennessee, he was a guy that, a lot of people said, well, he doesn't necessarily have this full route tree and these sorts of things. When he was with the Saints, they just kind of ran him on 9 routes continuously, deep posts. They had a very specific skill set, and he really kind of took off with that. And so when you have enough other stuff going on, you can really kind of drill down what these guys can do. So to your point, Andy, we're not going to know. Like, we have to actually see these guys play. But Devon Bailey was a perfect example last year. Like, the overall kind of big picture, there were reasons he didn't stack up physically to some of the other guys in the class, but they had a really kind of specific vision that you saw early on as a guy that could be, box out guys on slants and in routes and kind of be a red zone guy that could go up and get the ball. And then that's what we started to see. So, I mean, I think you trust the vision of what they're going to try to do. Now the player still has to kind of come and meet that, but it's why I don't really get bent about like who they picked based on like overall rankings, because they have more of a specific set. They're not necessarily looking for the full picture. They're looking for something that they're fitting pretty specifically into what they're doing.
Talking draft class with Nick Kosmider. By the way, you want to text the keyword McKenzie along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Stars tomorrow night.
By the way,
yeah,
confirmed. Because I know Nick loves Spuds McKenzie too.
Uh-huh.
They do spell it the same way.
The same way.
The same way.
Was Mackenzie Blackwood named after Spuds McKenzie?
I doubt it.
Okay.
I would hope not.
You never know these things, though.
Really hope
You never know these things.
Nick, would you ever name your kid after, a dog that is
that likes to party?
Yeah. Was the spokesman for a beer?
I mean, Spuds is just like a classic. I mean, that's just he's going to have fun on Friday nights in the parking lot of the high school stadium if his name is Spuds.
That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. They know what he's got in the trunk of that Corolla.
You know what to go to him for. And it's not tutoring.
All right, Nick. Savion Jones, the edge rusher out of LSU that the Broncos took in the 3rd round with the 101st pick. At 283 pounds, where does he fit? Is he front 3? Is he standing up on the outside? How do the Broncos use him?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that George Payton kind of came right out and said, he's going to be starting at defensive end for us, because we've seen them draft some of these guys in the past, whether it was, Drew Sanders or Baron Browning, or even going back to like DeMarcus Walker in 2017, where you didn't necessarily get a clear vision that was expressed right after the draft. And then ultimately, a handful of those guys, it was sort of like, switching around in the first couple years of their season. We're still seeing that a little bit with Drew Sanders, where, it kind of took time to formulate how they wanted to do it. I think end is going to kind of be where he lives. He does have the ability to stand up and get on the edge and, rush from kind of that back crouched position. And sometimes the Broncos even have their ends do that to a little bit of a degree. But, if you look at it, I think that John Franklin Myers, they have pretty similar body types and pretty similar size. Now they're going to want Jones to gain some weight. Obviously that's going to be kind of the priority, because even for a guy that played 4 years of college, he was 4 years at LSU, only 21 years old. He's still kind of growing into his frame a little bit, but you can see some of the similarities in terms of body type and even play style that John Franklin Myers has. And of course that's interesting because given that Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers are both up for contract extensions at the end of the season, or before, obviously. And then DJ Jones just signed a big extension. You got Nick Bonito potentially coming up on the defensive side of the ball. You may not be able to fit everybody into the long-term budget sheet. I'm really interested with Jones because he should be an upgrade, right away over a guy like Jordan Jackson, who played, I think, 25 to 27% of snaps, somewhere in that neighborhood defensively last year, and a serviceable player. Nice story. It's the former Air Force guy, but again, they're in that spot now where, okay, we're not just trying to replace these frontline guys. We want our reserves coming in to be better, and so maybe he starts in that kind of a role, and then ultimately you hope by year two, if you don't get a thing done with John Franklin Myers, well, Savion Jones is ready to step in and take that spot. That's kind of, I think, what the vision is, and certainly by year three, him being a guy that can be pretty impactful on your defensive line.
Nick, it's so funny. You just answered the question I was going to ask. Do you see any of these draftees being maybe replacements for guys they don't want to pay? So, look, we've seen this already happen, and I think George Payton even referred to it in one of the press conferences. You get through the draft and you worry about extensions. Who do you think does get extended by the Broncos of all the people that you just mentioned? And Nick Bonito in there too as well. Who do you think gets rewarded?
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. They have a lot of guys up, and when you're kind of perform the way that they did last year, everybody expects to get paid. Everybody that's in the market for a potential extension pretty much had a career year last year. I mean, Nick Bonito, Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, and John Franklin Myers all had, by most accounts, probably the best seasons of their career. Like a guy like Bonito, it's hands down. It's not even debate. Zach Allen too. It's great, but it also puts the Broncos in kind of a precarious position. You didn't necessarily think going into last year that you were going to be, about 12 months away from having to consider Nick Bonito with a top of the market type of pass rusher contract. You obviously always are building contingencies for those kind of things, and you hope guys break out, but it's really fascinating just given, the performances of these guys who are up for these contracts. Obviously, we just saw them last year give Quinn Myers, Pat Surtain, and Jonathan Cooper and Garrett Bowles late in the year, got those guys paid. So there's been a lot doled out, and I don't know if they can get all four done. I think the priority, to your question, Andy, would be Cortland Sutton. Again, he's 29 years old, and I think he's enjoying some of the most stability and continuity that he has had in his career. I don't get if you guys realize this. This is going to be the first off season that the Broncos have a returning starting quarterback in the same offensive scheme as the year prior since Peyton Manning's second season with Adam Gase in 2014. That is a long time, and Cortland Sutton had been caught up in a lot of that fluctuation. So I think he's really happy. I think the Broncos, see that relationship with Nick. I'll be surprised if they don't get something done with him this summer.
Adam Gase? Holy cow.
Going in the Wayback Machine.
Dude, that's a decade. That's crazy.
Yeah, you had Trevor Siemian. Obviously, he was the only other 2-year starters have been Trevor Siemian and Russell Wilson, and both of them had a different offensive coordinator when they came back for their second seasons, and obviously both of them were out after year two. They're in a little bit of a different spot now, and it's a good place to be. But it's also created some of these quote unquote good problems to have in terms of who you pay.
Russ was at the Garden last night, by the way. He's now a celebrity Knicks fan. Good for him.
Was he throwing basketballs
He's a New York celebrity. Everybody knows long-term New York Knicks fan.
When you think New York, you think Russell Wilson is
loving
what you think.
The Knicks. Yeah. Hey, Nick is right. He's always loved the Knicks.
If Russell Wilson was still here, would he be seen at Rockies games? Would that be a thing?
Well, yeah, because he'd be one of 10 people that were actually in attendance.
Hey,
It'd be real easy to find him.
It's a final, by the way.
Couldn't miss him if he was there.
2-1. They got the victory
really
today.
bums me out.
Can I hit you guys with one more piece of trivia before Nick gets out of here? Spuds McKenzie.
Yeah.
Made his debut.
Say it the way you say it.
debut.
Thank you.
In a Bud Light commercial during Super Bowl 21.
Yeah, that checks out.
Uh-huh.
Where are we at now?
Do you remember who played in Super Bowl 21?
Was it the Broncos?
It-
Broncos!
It was.
Against the Giants!
It was.
Broncos! Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Didn't go well that day
Oh,
for the
I
Broncos.
remember, Nate!
It went very well for Spuds McKenzie, though.
When did we get the Bud Bowl?
His celebrity just took off. Great question.
Bud Bowl was awesome. I'd rather they just bring back the Bud Bowl. You remember the Bud Bowl, Nick, or are you too young?
I think that might have been just, a bit before my time. Was that literally like just
You
beer
weren't
bottles
slugging beers at the age of 5 there, Nick? I mean, what's up?
Bud Bowl won 1989 during Super Bowl 23. That was Bud Bowl 1.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, on the Wikipedia page, they actually have the results of every Bud Bowl.
How old were you in 89?
They got all the way up to Bud Bowl 8.
Were you with us?
January of '89, I would have been a stout 3.5.
There you go.
Yeah, you didn't want a little Bud Light in your cup?
Bob Costas and Paul McGuire were on the call as Budweiser defeated Bud Light by a field goal, 27-24.
Do you know who played in the actual Super Bowl? Because I can tell you it's the Niners-Bengals.
Good job. Well done. That was
because then the next year it was Niners-Broncos.
It was a
getting
Boomer
their butts whooped
Esiason
again. That was
Super
dead
Bowl.
in the middle of those 3 out of 4 Super Bowl
For you
runs.
right there. By the way, it seems as though Budweiser always defeated Bud Light.
Well, they're
Actually,
light.
no. It was all the way up until Bud Bowl 6. Bud Light finally got them back. Mike Ditka was the coach of the Budweiser team. Bum Phillips was coaching Bud Light.
Yeah, obviously Budweiser a little heavier up front in the trenches, so that makes sense. And then the game kind of moved a little bit. You spread it out, and Bud Light was more ready to take on, I think, the kind of the space and pace kind of game at that point.
Pace and space.
That's what I like. Nick Kosmider breaking it all down. By the way, folks, you're not spelling McKenzie right. You need an A in McKenzie. M-A-C.
K-E-N-Z.
Yeah, like Ed McCaffrey. He's a Mac. Mac the knife.
K-O-S-M-I-D-E-R. Nick Kosmider. Read his stuff in
Matt
The
Kosmider?
Athletic. And subscribe to his podcast, the Not Another Bucking podcast. It is wonderful. Nick, good job as always, man. Thank you.
All right, fellas. Be good. Thanks.
All right. Nick Kosmider, regretting stopping by.
Wondering why we kept him around for, hey, man, come on, we all remember stuff. Tell you this.
Bud Bowl.
Bud Bowl's, well, I don't know, some of those Monster.com. Was it Monster? What was the search engine that had some pretty wild Super Bowl commercials? Or not a search engine, but you could create
You're thinking
GoDaddy.
of GoDaddy, yeah.
Yeah. That you could create your own
Here's
website.
what's catching my eye about the Bud Bowl Wikipedia page. Some of the broadcasters on this thing. Costas and Paul McGuire, Musburger and Terry Bradshaw, Bud Bowl 2, Keith Jackson on Bud Bowl 3, along with Dandy Don Meredith and Chris Berman. Berman that did Bud Bowl 4. Ahmad Rashad was on Bud Bowl 5. He must have been on hiatus from NBA Inside Stuff. Marv Albert was on Bud Bowl 6. Boomer was back for Bud Bowl 7. And then Howie Long and Ronnie Lott, they didn't technically have a play-by-play voice on Bud Bowl 8. It was all color analysts, Howie Long and Ronnie Lott, a couple of Bay Area stars for you right there for Bud Bowl 8. That was Budweiser by a field goal over Bud Light.
That was a close one. Barn burner. There's some money lost that day in Vegas.
Wouldn't it be funny if this still existed because some offshore account would take money on Bud Bowl?
Oh, I bet, yeah.
Bring it back. Come on.
Why not?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't need and I don't
We're
need
moving units
overly
over
serious Harrison Ford giving me the verbal history of Jeep. Give me a Bud Bowl.
You want to drive this car? It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Wednesday, and you can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball. Text McKenzie along with your first
With
and
an A
last
in it.
name to 303-504-0925. Yeah, put your A in it. 303-504-0925. Enter to win tickets to Game 6. You will have to wait until next hour for your next keyword to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Stars coming up in Game 6 tomorrow night at Ball Arena. We'll have another keyword for you at 20 minutes past 4 o'clock, and then we'll have a third and final keyword for the day at 5:20. So be listening at the 20s all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 420 and 520. We'll give you a keyword. You text it in along with your first and last name, and you're entered to win tickets to tomorrow night. You could be there to watch the Avalanche stave off elimination. We sure hope, against the Dallas Stars. You would certainly like to be there. Andy, Jamal Murray last night, 43 points. Heard of him? Pretty good game last night for Jamal. He gets his 43 points on 26 field goal attempts. He is 8 of 14 from 3. Oh, yeah, he adds 7 assists and 5 rebounds. He had 3 steals in that game last night. He was active defensively all night long, had a block shot as well. He was a plus 17 in his 40 minutes on the floor. He led the Nuggets in minutes in that game. A little bit of history out of Jamal from last night. His 8 3-pointers. It was the third time in his career he has had a playoff game with at least 8 threes. That is the 5th most in NBA history, behind Klay Thompson, who has 6, and Damian Lillard, Ray Allen, and Steph Curry, who all have 4. So Jamal just needs to have another 8 triple game, and that'll put him in the same company as Dame and Ray Allen and Steph Curry. I mean, literally 3 of the greatest 3-point shooters that have ever lived. And you would put Jamal in that category, which, Andy, when he's feeling it, that's what he looks like. That's the dude that in the biggest moments, when he gets into that place, that is the kind of shooter that he can be.
That's the guy right there that makes you realize that this team could go all the way, or why we ever had faith. Or I just feel like we haven't seen that version of Jamal Murray, I think, since last year's playoffs.
Yeah, the double nickel this year, but yeah, pretty much.
Feeling it.
Right.
Posing. Doing it all, and
you can really say since the championship run.
Yeah, you're probably because he was kind of fighting things during last year's playoff run. If that guy can stay intact, if that Jamal Murray can show up for the rest of this playoff, anything's possible. Anything is possible.
He blew the Clippers up last night.
Yeah,
I mean, Ty Lue came into that game last night, and clearly, Ty Lue had his focus was, we're stopping Jokic. And Jamal had a whole bunch of really good looks that were you would look at it and Jokic would get an assist and there'd be 4 defenders just within 5 feet of him. And Jamal would be standing wide open in the corner. And that was the decision that the Clippers made last night. They were just we're taking away Jokic, and if somebody else beats us, good on them. Well, everybody else beat them last night. Everybody played well last night amongst the top 6. Porter had a good shooting night last night. Christian Brown was 5 of 8 last night, including a huge shot at the end of the third quarter. Aaron Gordon, 23 points last night on 7 of 11 shooting. He's been phenomenal in this series. In terms of consistency, he's been the second best Nugget in this series. He's been absolutely terrific, and he was again last night. And then, oh, by the way, Westbrook comes off the injury and drops 21. So, everybody showed up in that game, and the Clippers just had no answers. Honestly, the adjustment that Ty Lue made last night where he was putting Harden on Jokic kind of worked. I give him credit. It's just that, it was banking on nobody else killing them. And for, again, working against Ty Lue, everybody else killed them.
Well, that's why I think so many times we do see, you had mentioned earlier in the program, the first segment, about all the big number of games, the big scoring games Jokic has had and the Nuggets had lost, because nobody else seems to feel themselves when that happens.
Right.
And Nikola knows it, which is why he's trying to constantly get everybody else involved. The only thing that I thought was kind of interesting, because, I do believe Nikola's elbow is bothering him. I do think when you see some of these guys easily swatting balls away from him, I think it's a sign that the strength in his hands is not the same. And Harden took advantage of that a couple of times last night.
I mean,
but I also like that Christian Brown frustrated Harden.
The Clippers have made. Well, let me get back to Harden in a second. The Clippers have made the decision. We're playing Legion of Boom defense. Okay, we're gonna foul on every possession. We don't care, okay? It's up to you to call it. And that's by last night, and this has been the way that LA has basically played most of this series, The Nuggets have finally just reached that place where it's not bothering them anymore. We don't talk enough about how freaking tough this Nuggets team is.
Well,
and they really are. They're tough. They're resilient. You can throw things at them, and they will adjust, and they will eventually be able to beat the thing that you're doing. And last night, they beat that physicality. They've gotten to that level, and they're beating it.
I would agree. It was one of the things I did want to bring up today because I think when you saw at one point the comment was made about how Harden's legs just aren't there tonight.
Yeah.
I think Harden's been beat up. I think Kawhi's been beat up. I give Zubats a ton of credit because he's hanging in there. But I got to imagine he's sick of dealing with Jokic.
Yeah.
I think the Clippers had the plan, let's make this physical. And I think it worked, especially when a few of the guys are feeling that flu going around. I don't think it's working currently. Now, again, it could go and it could work again. They could feed off their crowd. We could be coming back for Game 7. But if the Nuggets are willing to play that tough, the other thing I thought, you were talking about adjustments, and I thought I saw one last night. And they're going with the higher pass on that pick and roll. Did you notice that with Jamal and Jokic, where instead of throwing it down because so many guys are getting their hands and swatting the hands away, he's now putting it up high so Nikola can reach up and grab it where nobody else can bother him.
No, it's the entry passes. I did notice that a little bit last night. Some of those entry passes, they are throwing it higher, and it's just – and again, Nicole is so freaking good at just like catching the ball up there, and then like his vision takes over. He doesn't bring the ball down, and then he just creates from that spot. All right, back to Harden for a second. I heard Dempsey say this on the post game last night. Last 3 games, 20-15, now 11 last night. He's 8 of 20 from the field over the last couple of games. We were talking about this before the series started. Like, there's been a trend in recent years, his time in Philly, his time with the Clippers, where we have seen a noticeable fall off from James Harden late in really competitive series. And I think it's starting. Like, I don't even think it's starting. I think it's full-throated going right now. And James Harden, he's 35, okay? And he's doing some impressive things. And again, I will say this. I think he did a kind of an admirable job bodying up on Jokic last night. He's strong as hell. But also, if you have to do that on the defensive end of the floor, you're exhausted on the other end of the court. And he was completely ineffective. His touches were way down last night. So, yeah, it's like the Clippers made the decision to make it all about Jokic last night. They used Harden on him. They put Zubats on the baseline to kind of wall things off, and Joker killed him. He had 12 assists in that game last night. I predicted he would have 16. I think if he would have had to play more high leverage minutes in the fourth quarter, he might have gotten there. His passing was absolutely on point. He was plus 18 last night. He had a great rebounding game. He only took 13 shots, but like at no point did he ever like. And because he's Nikola Jokic and because his teammates are doing the thing, at no point did you see Joker be like, all right, well, I better go and solve this right now because we need my scoring. He never bothered with it last night.
Oh, he just kept feeding Maul all night.
I'm fine.
Then a couple nice assists down low. He hit Christian Brown on a couple nice bounce passes. Jamal had some nice entry passes. They were cooking last night. Now, I hope they can just keep it going. Just take it to the next game. We don't need to do 7 in this thing. I know.
This
has been a game-to-game deal.
Where's the Chris Dempsey drop right now? Oof.
I don't want a Game 7. I just don't. I only want a Game 7 with the Avs and Stars.
Nobody should. Nobody, because goofy things happen in Game 7s, man. Goofy things
like blowing a
happen.
20-point lead just a year ago?
They sure
when it felt like
do.
you had them put away?
We're going to stay on last night. Adam Mars is going to join us at 4:20. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio. All right, it is the second hour of the show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's Andy. I'm Nate. The Nuggets, phenomenal last night. 16-point victory over the Clippers, 131-115. I honestly thought last night would be a lower scoring affair. My prediction was both teams were going to score fewer than 100 points. I was way off on that one, mostly because the Nuggets offensively were just so damn good in that game last night. They shot 56% from the field. They made 17 threes. It's more of a Dan Hyatt question. When the hell was the last time this team made 17 threes? But they shot 52% from behind the arc, 18 of 23 at the line. They did everything very well in that game last night. Kawhi, 20 points, but it's a ho-hum 20 points. Zubac scored 27, but it's canceled out by the part where Harden only scored 11 points in that game last night. And yeah, Bogdanovich made a bunch of shots, but nobody else really came along with him from that bench, including Nick Batum. Ever since I went off on my Nick Batum rant, that guy has disappeared from this series. So I think I deserve some credit for that, for hating Nick Batum as much as I did.
He comes back tomorrow, you'll be blamed again.
I know, right? That freaking guy. By John Hollinger game score, which is some fun stuff to nerd out on. That was Jamal Murray's second best playoff game ever.
I could see it.
Yeah. It was game 4 in the bubble against Utah.
Yeah. That's when he and Mitchell went shot for shot, right?
By that metric, and the Nuggets actually lost that game. That was when they went down 3-1. But by that metric, that's the greatest playoff game any Nugget has ever played. So really, Jamal played the second best of his career last night, 5th best Nuggets playoff game ever if you're going off a game score, which, again, just it's a big efficiency thing. It's John Hollinger. It's efficiency nerdery stuff. But that's what he was last night. I mean, 43 points on 26 shots, and it was him hunting his spots. It was him getting to them. It was Chris Dunn trying to fight through screens, and the moment that he was taking a step in the wrong direction, Jamal was just punishing him for it and getting where he needed to go on the floor. It's also like he had the great first half. The second half starts, and it's like, okay, is this going to carry over? Okay, I think they were up 8 at the break. Is this going to carry over?
Yeah.
And his first bucket that he made in the third quarter was what George Karl would define as a tough 2. It was, his feet straddling the arc, and it was a fall away with Zubac in his face, and he nailed it. And as a fan, I was so relieved in that moment. I was just like, okay, nope, he's good.
I think we're all thinking the same thing. By the way, it was 67-59. You're right. It was 8 at the half.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'd seen it. I think I said to my buddy that I was watching the game with, all right, I hope this keeps going because this is fantastic. But we've seen it where he and MPJ, Aaron Gordon, they've all taken their turns kind of having like one great half and then not following it up all year long.
I wondered the same thing about Russ last night, and again, he was great in the second half.
Well, yes.
It's so funny because with Russ, and I even tweeted this out. So his first half, let me make sure I have the numbers correct. I want to do this justice, okay? So Westbrook in the first half, 16 points, 6 of 11 from the field. The 11 field goal attempts tied Jamal Murray for most on the team at the half, okay? And at halftime, as I'm looking at all this, I'm just like, he's going to keep shooting. Oh, boy. He's going to be firing. And he did. And you know what? He kept making shots. It's
3 of 6 from three-point land. Can't complain about that.
Phenomenal out of Russ last night. And he was having fun with the whole thing. Building was popping, man. The energy in the building was absolutely terrific. Everybody was feeding off of it. It was so damn good.
Was that not the best night of the year? Seriously. I don't go to a lot of the games.
I don't think it's close, Andy.
But that felt like the Nuggets we know from last year, prior to the playoffs. I don't think it's felt like that since the playoff run a year ago.
I think prior to last night, the best night of the year was the 30-20-20 overtime win over Phoenix.
Yeah, okay.
That was great. That was history, right? But it's also a regular season game, and the Suns weren't even a playoff team. Last night, you were doing so in a playoff setting. Now, we watched this last year.
Yeah.
In Game 5, you beat Minnesota by 15. Jokic had an all-timer. He dropped 40 on that night. The team was as confident as they could be. They went to Minnesota, and they lost by 44. The lessons that this team has to take, and I was really happy to hear the way that Adelman talked about everything last night. It was this isn't over. Like there's no celebration happening right now. We still have to get another victory, and it's going to be really friggin' hard. I like the way that he conducted himself kind of post-game with this whole thing, because I think it's easy to get swept up in the emotion of the moment, and he wasn't having any of that. And I don't think Jokic is having any of it. I don't think Jamal's having any of it. I don't think Westbrook is having any of it.
Well, they better not, because it was incredibly tough to get 2 wins in a row.
Right.
And don't let the Clippers have a shot to do it either.
Yeah.
If it weren't for, I don't know what happens in that game if Aaron Gordon's basket's ruled not good. Okay? You easily could have lost both of them in L.A. I'm not saying they would have for sure, but that looked like a tired group.
It's
they
hard
played
to,
a lot of guys in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
I wasn't liking the way that game was trending if it goes to overtime.
2 days off helped too.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the big thing. You were talking about hardening his legs and having to, go toe-to-toe literally with Jokic last night, a lot of defensive minutes. They don't get 2 days off now to feel better. That's another thing Adelman talked about. The 2 days off helped big time, but now we're done with that. And I don't know, the way the Clippers have looked with their shots have not looked great the last couple of games. I do think they're getting tired out by the physicality of this thing, maybe a little bit more than the Nuggets. And so that's where hopefully advantage Denver for only one night off in between games.
Hamstring looks good for Jamal Murray. He had a couple of dunks last night. I think his first field goal was a dunk last night, I believe. And that kind of got him going in that game. He scored 7 quick points, and he was just sort of off and running. One other thing that Jamal kept talking about after the game last night, and I love this version of him. He kept talking about how Chris Dunn was taking a couple of picks ahead of him. That's good.
Be angry.
If you got to MJ this thing and take it personal, the way that MJ did with everything, then do that, And I think he enjoys this challenge of going up against Chris Dunn. Chris Dunn's a tough friggin' matchup, but Jamal kind of solved it, and he made everything last night. Now, in Game 6,
who knows? If this year's taught us anything, tune in. We'll see.
Yeah. Big old we'll see. I mean, things that I feel like we can bank on in Game 6. Number 1, Jokic is going to score more than 13 points. All right? I'm reasonably confident of that. Number 2, I think Aaron Gordon is going to play great because he has this entire series. Christian Brown has improved over the course of this series. I think he struggled to find his way in this series, and I think he's playing really confidently right now. And I think his confidence is born out of what he's doing on the defensive end and what he's doing to James Harden. He's been great. And then, with MPJ in the shoulder, I don't know. But he's doing it. He's gutting it out. I mean, if the Clippers had one more adjustment to make, wouldn't it just be like hunt MPJ on every single possession and try and make him defend with 2 arms and get into his body? They were playing him physically last night, and he got through it. I don't know how the guy's doing it. It's incredible.
Well, it's good because, again, his 14 points were big last night.
Yep.
Okay, and he hit some threes, and he kept the spacing right. He had a couple nice defensive efforts there. He came in and got that block on Zubats. Now it ended up going, right back. There's some funky hops last night. A couple that went the Nuggets' way, a couple that went the Clippers' way. But
he had a dunk last night, too.
Yeah.
That was good to see.
Yeah.
One-armed. He was not about to put that other shoulder up there, but he got a dunk last night. That was good to see.
All right. Did last night did it rekindle anything that's got you thinking, just get through this and maybe, just maybe? You got to get through OKC first? Is that the problem? I mean, again, part of me is like, man, last night, if you play like you did last night, which we haven't seen that kind of consistency since the championship run in their play, but if you were to find it somehow and turn it on with the colds gone and all this other stuff, I want to believe they could do something. But, in the MPJ injury, there's no bench. It still feels tall.
With this version of Jamal and this version of Aaron Gordon, both of whom were very injured down the stretch, I think what we're signing up for is a much more entertaining series against the Thunder.
Okay. I'm with you.
Andy, I want to.
The Thunder are due.
I want to meatball it up, okay? I want to just be like, oh, we got this.
I'm not sure we've got this as far as the Clippers yet.
This thing is far,
I want to
far
believe
from
it,
over.
But,
Yeah, no, my original prediction in the series was Nuggets in 7, and I'm That's my prediction. I'm staying there. I think this comes down to 7.
Cannot have a double doink night tomorrow night.
We
just cannot.
No double doinks, please. For the love of God.
One of you has to win.
Yes, please. Somebody.
Please, both of you.
Win a game. We've got another keyword coming up here at 20 minutes past the hour. Andy, it's a final score from Coors Field. 2-1. Your Colorado Rockies. Yeah! A 2-1 victory. Chase Dolander was the winning pitcher today for Colorado, giving up 1 earned in 5 2/3. He also reportedly left the game with a finger injury.
Oh, perfect. Why not? Why wouldn't he?
Are we not? That's got to be a blister, right?
I hope not. What happens with the Colorado guys that they get blisters? Is it the dry air here?
Especially also, you got to think like a young guy who's just starting his career of pitching at Coors Field. You know, you probably compensate by overgripping, and then boom, you get the blisters.
Well, I mean, a bunch of the pitchers, I've always heard it. I've had Daniel Schlereth tell me and Jason Hirsch and Roger Bailey that the ball feels like a cue ball here. They talked about it in that ESPN article we've been referencing that we'll probably get into a little bit more in full tomorrow. But how you just can't get the fine hairs on the ball, the fine, it just feels just like basically like a cue ball. Can't dig your fingers in anywhere.
Brenton Doyle homered today.
Good
for Colorado.
Brenton.
Good for Brenton.
Who else got a run? Did Brenton do all the scoring? Real barn burner out there as far as the scorebook.
Let's see. Hunter Goodman had a knock and a run scored as well. Ryan McMahon 0 for 3 with 3 Ks. He took the collar. And Ryan McMahon's batting average has dipped to 147 on the year. But that's not what today's about, okay? They got a victory. They're 5-25 on the campaign. They avoided having the worst 30-game start, being tied with the 1988 Baltimore Orioles, and the club is back on a 27-win pace right now. 27, which would still put them 14 games behind, or 14 wins behind last year's Chicago White Sox, which is technically the worst modern era team ever.
We got tweeted by a listener.
We did.
That McMahon is 2 for 57 over his last 17 games. 2 for 57 in his last 17 games.
Is that right? Oh, God. Oh, man.
He had the bad soup right there.
Hold on. No, he hasn't had a hit since April 19th.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Okay, hold on.
That was pre-Easter. That was the Saturday before Easter. We're about to get May tomorrow.
0 for his last 34. 0 for his last 34.
Wow. 0 for 34?
0 for 34.
No, you're just not seeing the ball.
I don't think so. Maybe
just not seeing it out of the hand the way you'd like.
Maybe start by opening your eyes when you step into the box. That's going to be the best thing that you could possibly do right now.
Do you know what the ball looks like?
The little white round thing that is heading towards you. Make contact with that thing. Good God. Rockies are off to San Francisco for 4 this weekend against the Giants. 5-25, though. Big victory today. Snap the losing streak. Adam Mares for Nuggets Conversation, plus another keyword to win Avalanche tickets next. It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Wednesday, and you can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball. Just text Kelly, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. The Avalanche need you at Ball Arena for a big Game 6 on Thursday as they look to stay in the series. Every fan counts. Don't miss your shot. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com to win tickets to tomorrow night's game. Text Kelly along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Kelly, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck and go Avs. It is time to welcome into the program our friend from DNVR, Adam Mares, to discuss a phenomenal Game 5, a memorable Game 5, another all-timer from Jamal Murray. Adam, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. You know me, my emotions are always tied to this team, so they're up and I'm up.
Yes, we know exactly what that's like. All right, Adam, we got 5 games of sample size now. When you think about maybe your preconceived notions about this matchup between the Nuggets and the Clippers, after watching 5 games of this series, what has been as you thought and what has surprised you about these 5 games?
Well, I'll start with, what surprised me about it, which was you looked at it on paper and you said the Clippers are the deeper team and their depth was going to be a real issue. And I think in the first 4 games or so, we saw that, especially in Game 3, depth was an issue. But as the adjustments have come out, this is what's fun about an NBA playoff series is teams kind of figure each other out. They figure out where the weak points are. You start to see Denver is really just 6 guys. You got Russell Westbrook, and then you get a little bit of Peyton Watson and DeAndre Jordan. But we knew that. We knew they were going to be 6 guys. But you look over at the Clippers, who had a 10-deep roster, a rotation they can go to. Ben Simmons airballed a layup last night. We might not see him again. Chris Dunn was not guarded. He did okay, but you can tell they don't trust him on the court now. Derek Jones Jr. hasn't been impactful. And so what surprises me is that the Clippers, with all their depth, Denver has been able to put pressure on so many different players and pieces of their team that now they only have a handful of guys they trust. So in a weird way, Denver has dragged them into the mud and said, no, we're going to slog this out with our 5 best players, both teams. And it turns out Denver's 5 is just looks at this moment like they might be better than the Clippers' best 5.
Adam, what do you think has led to the Clippers not shooting as well the last 2 games either? I know they weren't exactly a house of fire, but again, these teams are just so even coming in, points in the paint, shot the 3 about the same. I just feel like their shooting has gone downhill the last 2 games, and especially last night. What do you think's leading to that?
Well, I think some of this is probably just, randomness. With 3-point shooting in today's NBA, make or miss league, guys are going to get open shots. There's probably a belief factor, and that's one of the exciting things going on with the Nuggets right now is through 79 games this year, they didn't look like a team that really believed. You make the coaching change, and they've had this emotional uplift, and they're playing like it, whereas the Clippers aren't necessarily playing like a team that fully believes and is bought in. But I think the biggest thing is who is taking those shots and where those shots are coming from. Denver has found a way to slow down James Harden. Christian Brown's done a great job, but I think they're also sending very smart double teams at him. Kawhi Leonard, same thing. And they're forcing the ball into the hands of guys like Chris Dunn, like Derek Jones Jr. And those guys, as much as they can hit shots, Chris Dunn made 3 in a row at one point in last night's game. But the Clippers don't want him taking 3 in a row, let alone 6, 7, 8 threes in a game. And Denver, I think, is forcing those shots. They're kind of dictating how the Clippers have to play on offense. And it's just uncomfortable. And even if those guys can make shots, teams don't like to play uncomfortable. And I think that you're just seeing that discomfort hit them, and those shots become a little more tricky.
Talking to our pal Adam Mares of DNVR after the Nuggets win by 16 last night in Game 5. Game 6 tomorrow night back at the Intuit Dome. Adam, Jamal goes for 43 last night. It was one of those special Jamal Murray, playoff Murray nights that we all kind of live for as Nuggets fans. Besides just the obvious of, the ball goes in, what do you see as the biggest differences in Jamal when he has that kind of night versus kind of a more standard Jamal Murray performance?
David Adelman talked about this in the postgame yesterday, and I agree with him. You can kind of tell right away with Jamal how he's feeling. He had this extra pep in his step. His shot had extra elevation. When he elevated for his shots, he's jumping a little bit higher. He's pouncing a little bit quicker, getting into the paint, getting to the rim. So
I think a big one is he's dunking, which I think makes a huge
totally.
difference.
He had 2 of them in this game, and both of them were impressive dunks. And I think you just see he has this extra amount of burst to him. And, we've watched Jamal Murray here in Denver for 9 years. It's kind of the thing with him. He always gets better as the year goes on, and he even gets better as the playoffs go on. I think in part because he just becomes leaner and, more explosive. And last night was the first time we sort of saw that, the dunks, multiple dunks in a game, shaking guys, getting free. And I just think he looks quicker than ever. And the exciting part, if you're a Nuggets fan, is that I think he is probably still ascending to his truest form, his best form. Last night was a big step in that direction and one of his best playoff games ever. But I think he only goes up from here, and that should be encouraging.
All right, you got to trust somebody off the bench, not named Russell Westbrook. It feels like when they do get these wins, Peyton Watson has chipped in a little bit. I told Nate looked back at the highlights, wasn't pretty, but DeAndre Jordan did give you 10 minutes, 5 in each half, and just gave, a little bit of rest to Jokic, and they survived with him just being a +2, even though Zubats got physical with him a number of times. But are you comfortable with the limited bench that they're playing? Do you think does Julian Strawther show up at all again, whether it's this series or next, if they can get there?
I think in the next round, every series has its own personality. So I think in the next one, you probably open up the rotation early on and try some things out. As the series goes on, I always say teams add adjustments, they add new schemes. And if you haven't played in a couple games, throwing a new player into game 6 or game 7, it's like there's 10 layers of complexity that have been added through a series. To throw a player in there, they're not just having to pick up the speed, they're having to pick up all the adjustments that they have had no experience with. So I don't expect it in this round, but if you do get to the next one, everything resets. And I think Peyton Watson can be a guy that can be more trusted, or at least given an opportunity, because of his length and the way he plays defense, and it'll be needed in the next round. But I think equally as important, one of the reasons we don't even have to call it the bench, the non-Jokic minutes don't go well, is there haven't been players that have stepped up to lead that group. Jamal Murray, when he's at this level, is more capable of doing that. And your hope is that makes it easier for guys like a Peyton Watson or a Julian Strawther or a Jalen Pickett, whoever it is, that those guys now have a more coherent strategy that they are a part of that's led by Jamal Murray. So absolutely in the next round, I think Peyton Watson would be the guy to answer your question. But it's even possible that Jalen Pickett or Julian Strawther are useful in, somewhere in the first couple of games.
I also like the part where Westbrook, scores 21 on 15 shots. That
Keep
part
that
also,
going, baby.
Yeah, let's get as much of that as we possibly can. Adam, game 6 tomorrow night. Any adjustments left? Has everything been spent and this is merely slugfest basketball the rest of the way, or does anybody still have anything left in their pocket?
I think what's nice, this series reminds me a little bit of the Lakers series in 2023. If you recall, they went to the Rui adjustment in game 1. And the only reason they went to that was because it got close late and the Lakers thought, we could steal a game. Let's go to our game 2 adjustment in game 1. I think that's happened in this series where games 1, 2, and 4 were so close that both teams laid their cards on the table a little bit early because they both thought that they could steal a game. Well, I think all the cards are on the table, and we saw one last night that was somewhat new with James Harden guarding Jokic. Mm-hmm. You put Zubats on Aaron Gordon. That's something like the Rui adjustment. Smaller player on Jokic, bigger player roaming off. But they went to it last night, I think, in hopes that they could try to steal that game. Denver will be more prepared for it, but I expect it to be a bigger part of the Clippers' game plan tomorrow night.
Adam Mares, everybody. Yeah, I think they kind of keep doing that because you get strength on strength. Harden's got a big old butt. He can stand in there and shove Jokic around a little bit, and then Zubats can roam. Adam Mares of DNVR, they got pregame, they got postgame, they've got it all. Hopefully no more losers lounges, at least the rest of this series. Adam, great work as always, man. We appreciate it. Thanks, dude.
Thanks so much, brother. Have a good one, fellas.
All right, Adam Mares stopping by here on a Wednesday edition of the show on an Avalanche Playoff Ticket Wednesday, where you can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena. You have to text the word Kelly.
Kelly, 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 Kelly.
Every time, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win. Again, the word is Kelly to 303-504-0925. Ty Lue lamented it after the game. Andy, I'm sure everybody on that Clippers team, you held Jokic to 13 and lost.
Yeah, but
that's a killer, man.
You're right, but again, what I think is crazy, first off, you read the stat beginning of the show for those that missed it about how many times the Nuggets lose when he goes off for the most points.
Yep.
The plus 40 nights, I guess we should talk about.
Yeah, but you don't want 13.
No, you don't want 13, but look, I think his elbow was bugging him a bit, and I think his teammates, Westbrook included, did enough scoring that he never felt the need to force the issue. I think he would have if he needed to, but he had the luxury of everybody else. Porter chipped in. Gordon was great. Jamal was going off. Westbrook was fantastic. Brown had some key shots. I think it just let him chill a bit.
Yeah, but also 13 on 13 shots. You're the Clippers. You got to win that game. And they didn't because everybody else killed them. But this also speaks to what you love about Jokic is that at no point do you ever get like the Joker star player response of like, well, I got to get mine. I got to get my shots in. He doesn't do that. He is always exactly what the game requires out of him. He also just like flat out missed some bunnies last night.
He did.
He missed some buckets that he normally gets, but at no point is it ever like Jokic being like, well, I'm going to just shoot for 3 possessions in a row. He just isn't that player.
No, but what I also love, and you said it there, and I think this is what could take him to the next level if they can get there. I love the competitiveness of Aaron Gordon, and we talked about it. Westbrook, let's go back to the championship year. Westbrook kind of adds in, pick the KCP, pick Bruce Brown, whatever.
Yeah.
He brings that competitive fire that those two had. Get the Christian Brown competitiveness back up. Gordon has been competing his butt off all series, as you've talked about. I think MPJ's finding it because he's finding some level of comfort with what to do with the shoulder and keep it protected.
Yeah.
And Jamal, all these guys are just about winning. Not every guys are like that.
I'm truly like MPJ's performance might be the most surprising to me in this series, and I say it for this reason. The Clippers are playing so physically. And by the way, and I should say this, the Nuggets are also playing them extremely physically.
They're matching them.
Also, every series is physical right now in the NBA playoffs.
I saw an article from The Athletic that said, have we gone too far the other way now? Did you see that?
The physicality right now, like the official, this happened last year when the officials, and it started like it was post All-Star break last year, where essentially the edict came down of just like, it's too many free throws. It would just knock it off at the whistle, okay? And the physicality of the NBA has gone up, and you have seen points per game, especially in high-leverage games, kind of go down since that all happened. It's happening again this year. You can go back and slow-mo any possession. Perfect example was the play last night that was the out-of-bounds on Christian Brown, and then while David Adelman challenges it, they go back and look at it, and Harden hacked the crap out of him. That stuff's happening on every possession, every slow motion replay that we get out of this series right now. And it's like foul, 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 none of which were whistled.
I think I like it better this way, to be honest with you.
I agree.
I don't want to see 1,000 free throws.
I agree.
Now, earlier in the series, when both teams, and there's still a little of it going on, where both teams are just extended arm shoves to each other, probably that's how you get fights.
Right. And we had a brief skirmish.
Yeah, but the other stuff, I don't need to see 100 free throws a game. I just don't.
I mean, some of it last night too was just like, I think the Clippers signed up for a rock fight, and then the Nuggets just they came out shooting so well that the Clippers just didn't get to play the kind of game they wanted to play.
Well, they kept making the comment, at least Stan Van Gundy did on the broadcast. I was flipping back and forth, but I heard Stan say this a couple of times. And I'll be honest with you, I'm so superstitious now. If something good happens I'm on a broadcast, I stay. But Van Gundy said, look, the Clippers are actually playing pretty good offense. They just can't stop anyone defensively tonight, and he couldn't believe it.
Right. Harden going for 11 right now. And again, I think he's fading. I think Christian Brown has defended him well. And I think he's just 35 and tired.
Well, and again, it goes back to what you talked about. If you're going to be allowed to get physical, that old body's not going to feel great.
No.
I'm sore. I walked my dogs today. Can only imagine how James Harden feels having Christian Brown up in his kitchen every day trying to knock the dribbles away.
Did you hit the trainer's room after that? Were you?
Oh, I'll go home and use that Theragun I got. I promise you that.
Were you in the therapy pool like Landeskog?
Yeah,
in there?
I wish. No, you kidding me? I had enough time to get home, shower, and come here.
It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Wednesday, and you can still get registered to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena right here on Altitude Sports Radio. You want to text the keyword Kelly.
Kelly.
Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Kelly, as in Parker, to 303-504-0925. And you are entered. The Avalanche need you at Ball Arena for a big Game 6 on Thursday as they look to stay in the series. Every fan counts. Don't miss your shot. Get your tickets now at coloradoavalanche.com. To win tickets from us for tomorrow night's game, text Kelly along with your first and last
Woody's
name
girlfriend from Cheers
to 303-504-0925. That's Kelly, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck and go Avs.
I think that song was popular exactly when the Kelly song was popular. Anyway, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, here's the situation. Are you a man that's dealing with erectile dysfunction? If you are, you need to get the right treatment for your specific medical situation. The right treatment exists at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So if you've been dealing with erectile dysfunction, you're embarrassed about it, you find yourself not going out on date nights, maybe pulling away from romance altogether, maybe you currently have a partner you've been with for a long time, you don't want to mention that there's an issue, well, go talk to the good folks over there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you because they've got more than one option for you. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some will have you even last an hour or more if you so desire. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's only $99. It does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't get the old Evan Root cranking in the office, the visit's free. So you have nothing to risk. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado. That's in Fort Collins and the Springs as well. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Okay, I just want to point something out. And Andy, you know,
point the finger or pull the thumb. What are you doing?
I would accept responsibility if that were the case.
Okay.
And I haven't looked at the comments, so I don't even know if it was audible enough to make it onto air. But I did not fart during Andy's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic read.
I didn't notice it.
The door is sticking, and it lets out a very bubbly squeak when you open it right now.
It sounds like there's gastric distress as it closes. There's no doubt. And when it opens.
And when it opens. The door it's catching on the floor or something. But, and you know I would own it if I did.
Oh, we'd have had a whole bit made out of it. I didn't even hear it.
Okay, good.
So I don't know if anybody else did.
I had the thought, we have been talking about, we've been having problems with the door here in the studio. We've been talking about it regularly here on the show. And so I did it during the live read. I didn't even think of it, but then I opened the door.
See, I'm in the middle of deciding, am I going to be a little cheeky with my Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic read or not? So I didn't notice it. Because they give me some freedom to have a little fun if I like.
Sure.
And sometimes I try, and sometimes I don't.
Do they have anything for gas issues at all?
Well, maybe. I don't know. I haven't inquired about those products, I can say.
You know, Andy, nobody wants to be in the throes of passion.
Yeah. And the trumpets start playing in all their glory.
You want those metaphorically.
Yeah. No matter how good the results were at your visit to the clinic, something like that will kill the mood.
It will
not
probably
help things, I
change.
don't think. But to each their own. Now, every time I say something, I'm like, there's probably someone out there I'm dead wrong. There's a lot of people that make up this world and good for everybody.
Absolutely. If you're into that stuff,
whatever, have at it.
Right on, I suppose, as long as everybody's consenting adults. Nikola Jokic. As we pivot back to basketball here somehow.
Speaking of in the paint, what?
Nikola Jokic. Triple-double last night, by the way, out of the Joker. Did get that 10th rebound late. Nice job. He also, he actually got some time. He didn't have to play in the fourth quarter. Hallelujah. What a miracle. I knew they'd go back to him no matter what. Okay, go back to him at the 8-minute mark. Roll this thing until, 4 minutes and then get him out of there. I think he stayed a little bit later than that, but he only played 5 minutes and 13 seconds of the fourth quarter last night. Boom. Perfect. You'll take that every single time. A little bit of extra rest, especially because they only have 1 day and a travel day in the middle. I know the team traveled this afternoon. Jokic, though, was asked last night about having said in the past that when Jamal is their best player, they are unbeatable. Here is Jokic's reaction to being asked about that last night.
Nicole, you said something like during the 2023 playoffs, something along the lines of when Jamal's your guys' best player, you guys are nearly unbeatable. What do you think about that just now after a night like that to tonight?
I said it.
You said something along those lines. I'm sorry, it's been a long time.
I'm really smart. I'm joking. I mean, it's true. When he's our best player, we are really dangerous.
Which is 100% true.
I love his reaction.
I know, right? I said that?
Yes, you did. Not tonight, but you have.
It's been a few years since, honestly, we could say Jamal's been our best player.
You know what's funny? Scotty has said to me all year this year, he said that Nikola is their best player, but Jamal is almost the heart of the team.
Yeah.
He feels like this team goes with the emotion of whatever Jamal is feeling it. Jamal was feeling it last night. Everybody else seemed to be feeling it too.
I think that when Jokic is elevating everyone around him, it is through skill, it is passing, and it is trust. And I think when Jamal plays like he does last night, his sheer will, just the MFer in that guy, I think that lifts everybody up as well. Along this notes, and we were talking about Denver's toughness before. We never talk about this guy in this way. But if you're on this team and you're watching Porter playing with one arm and playing well and knowing everything that he goes through just to get on the floor anyway, I think his teammates feed off of that as well. And we almost never talk about him like that because he's so sort of, he's the guy that the ball has to find him. He's the guy that is sort of the dependent scorer that is out there when everybody else is going. That's when he can get involved. But like right now, if you're on the Denver Nuggets and you see what that guy's putting his body through to get out on the floor, like it's sort of that effect of just like, well, I've got no excuses. He's got one arm.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys are playing through some stuff. You know, I think Jamal's finally feeling like Jamal.
He looked great last night.
I still see points in Aaron where, and maybe it's fatigue, but I always wonder when he can't get up and dunk it, is there a little calf going on? You know what I mean?
He had some good dunks last night.
He did.
Yeah.
And I think Jokic is going through his thing, with the back and the elbow and all the other stuff. But I think you're right. When you watch a guy like MPJ saying, I'm not letting it get to me, so you better not let it get to you, I do think that's a rallying cry for everybody to play through it. Plus, it's the playoffs. But look, this team likes being together. I think they know. We either do something with this or a whole lot of changes coming after the season.
I don't think they always enjoyed each other this year. It seems like they are right now.
I think the core four doesn't want to see that part of it split up.
Jamal, after the game last night, talked about the rhythm and the confidence that he played that game with.
Just glad we got a win, man, to be honest with you. Shots are going to miss, they're going to make. I'm still going to play my game, still going to be aggressive. I'm still going to shoot the shots that I shoot, but like I said, it was a big team win. Guys are setting good screens, guys are running the floor, guys are being unselfish and passing the ball, and vice versa. So I just thought everybody was in a really good rhythm tonight, and that was a big reason why we got the win. Everybody's playing with confidence. So yeah, like I said, it was a really good team win.
His first item on the list was something that you brought up: good screens.
Yep. He was getting them last night. And honestly, like the Clippers weren't switching as much. They were trying to keep Dunn on him. And I think he's figured out, like, okay, if it's Kawhi, Simmons, Batum, Jones, whichever defender happens to be out there at that, sometimes it's Bogdanovich at that area of the floor. He's getting downhill and he's sort of splitting that. He's splitting that switch a little bit. And then once he does that, he's comfortably getting to where he needs to get to on the floor. Like his last night, that was him at his very best when he's just probing, finding his spot, and then just rising and firing. And Mars talked about it earlier this hour of like when he's got that kind of spring. God, he had a shot too. Now that I'm thinking about it, do you remember the fadeaway that he hit over Zubats? I think it was his second to last bucket. It was the one before the Heat check three. But the bucket that he hit over Zubats, that was one where it was like he elevated, didn't have a great look, but like held it and then didn't shoot it until right before his foot touched down on the floor. I mean, number one, he's in his bag when he's taking and making that shot, but also it's completely unguardable. The Clippers defended it well. Like Kawhi was in his space, Zubats was in his space. It didn't matter. He made that shot anyway.
Well, and he got so many threes in rhythm last night.
Yep.
It was so good to see. Talk about the ball moving around. When you really think about just for some reason him saying it right there, there also have been points this year where we've seen way more, and he's been guilty of it, but a lot of people just too much dribbling.
Yep.
Not enough ball movement, not enough cutting.
Ball was popping.
Not really the Nuggets basketball we're used to.
He also talked last night about the series matchup that he has had with Chris Dunn, and he managed to point out the part where Chris Dunn went 2 picks ahead of him in the draft.
You mentioned the draft class with Dunn. I think he went a couple spots ahead of you. When you're going against someone who is kind of in that situation and gets chosen over you, even if it's years later, do you use that as a little bit of motivation in the matchup at all?
100%. 100%.
Is this something that you thought about coming into the series? Is it something in game? Like, how does that kind of work mentally for you?
It's more before, now we're just competing. We're just trying to get the win right now. It's best out of 3. It's not about making it personal, nothing now. It's just, it goes for anybody, not just him. But, it's just a competitive spirit. It's like I said, I like the challenge, and I like to give a challenge too.
Andy, did you realize the Clippers have 2 dudes that were taken above Jamal in the 2016 NBA draft.
I didn't realize when we
So
go.
Chris Dunn went 5th.
Okay.
But the number 1 overall pick in the 2016 NBA draft, out of Australia, Ben Simmons.
Oh, really?
Yes. Ben Simmons went number 1 overall to Philly in that draft. Lakers took Ingram at 2. Celtics got Jaylen Brown at 3. That's a pretty big whiff there, Philly. Croatian big man Dragan Bender went 4th to Phoenix. He didn't turn into anything. Chris Dunn went 5th out of Providence. Buddy Hield was 6th out of Oklahoma, and then Jamal went 7th in that draft. That's not a elite NBA draft.
No, but it is so interesting because you mentioned Ben Simmons, and I'm just now realizing, man, that guy wasn't what he was a couple nights ago last night.
No.
Only 5 minutes.
Yeah, he
-4 for
Adam
what it matters.
Pointed out he airballed a layup in that game last night.
That was, I forget.
Sabonis went 11th in that draft. Pascal Siakam actually went 27th in that draft to Toronto. He's turned into a star. That's not an elite NBA draft, the 2016 NBA draft.
You know who's got a little Jamal in him? Josh Allen. Because I feel like every time he faces the Broncos, no matter how far away we get from it, he wants to put one on him.
And I took that personal. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up next. We have got another keyword coming up at 5:20 for you to enter to win a pair of tickets to see the the Avalanche and the Stars tomorrow night. The Nuggets are tomorrow night as well, but they're in L.A. We're not giving away tickets to that. You're not going to the Intuit Dome. Anyway.
You're not allowed.
Toilets! Yeah, you can't go to the Wall. Ballmer will kick your ass out of there. No, we have got tickets for the Avs and the Stars tomorrow night, so we'll give those away. We'll get you a keyword, and then we'll give them away before the show is over. Also, we have got our Nuggets playoff playback coming up at 5:20. All the highlights. It's going to be a damn good time. You're going to hear Kaz losing his mind coming up here at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. So we'll get you a keyword for Av Stars to text in to be entered to win Avalanche tickets for Game 6. Must win, quite obviously. Definition of it, I would say.
Literally. This is where it's not sports hyperbole.
Yeah, no.
The series is over if you lose.
Yeah, if any show tomorrow does the topic, do you think this is a must-win tonight? You feel free to drive down here and smack him in the face. Right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer.
It is the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. We have some sad news today. Nate, I'll let you take this one away.
Yeah, so, and I want to lean on the reporting of Mike Kliss of 9 News. John Elway's longtime agent, Jeff Spurbach, has died following a golf cart accident. I'm just going to read the copy, okay? Because this is what we know, and guys, we are merely here to tell you what is being reported and stay within the reported facts on this story. Jeff Spurbach, close friend and business associate of John Elway, died this morning, a little more than 3 days after he fell off a golf cart driven by the retired Denver Broncos quarterback. The incident occurred Saturday at a gated golf community in Southern California where Elway owns a home. That Elway was driving after he and Spurbach had attended the Stagecoach Music Festival was first reported by TMZ. A source familiar with the details of the incident independently confirmed to 9 News that Elway was driving. Spurbach died early Wednesday morning, according to the coroner's report at the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. A source close to Elway told 9 News he is devastated by the tragedy involving his close friend. The accident occurred at the Madison Club in La Quinta, a private golf resort community. According to TMZ, Spurbach was seated on the back of the golf cart when he fell off and struck his head on the pavement. It was Elway who called 911, according to the TMZ report. The local fire department and ambulance paramedics serviced the call. The local sheriff's department did not respond to the call, although it is now. The Riverside Sheriff's Office was informed of the incident on Monday, April 28th, and opened an investigation, according to the public information officer. At this time, the investigation is ongoing, and no details are available. Spurbach was found breathing but unconscious and transported to a hospital in Palm Springs where he died again today. Jeff Spurbach had been an NFL agent to more than 100 players, coaches, and executives. He was the type of agent and marketing rep who stayed in touch with his clients long after their NFL careers ended. Spurbach and Elway had various business partnerships, from Seven Cellars Wine to the Elway restaurants. Spurbach has been Elway's marketing representative since the latter's prime as the Broncos superstar quarterback in the early 1990s, a relationship that grew into a close friendship. Just tragic news. We will follow the reporting on this story as the facts become available. We will give them to you. We do not know at this time what's next in this story. And again, we'll report it as we know and as our buddies like Mike Kliss and others around town kind of do the digging on all of that. But an absolutely awful tragedy that has befallen Jeff Spurbach, and it just sucks. Andy, it sucks. Let's go to the next story.
High five. All right, North Carolina coach Bill Belichick called it a false narrative that his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, was trying to control an interview with CBS News Sunday morning while discussing his new book. In a statement released by North Carolina on Wednesday, Belichick said the segment presented, quote, selectively edited clips and stills from just a few minutes of the interview to suggest a false narrative that Jordan was attempting to control the conversation, which is simply not true.
Andy, CBS has released their own statement in response. A CBS News spokesperson saying, quote, "When we agreed to speak with Mr. Belichick, it was for a wide-ranging interview. There were no preconditions or limitations to this conversation. This was confirmed repeatedly with his publisher before the interview took place and after it was completed," close quote. So in other words,
not what they got.
Yeah, in other words, CBS was like, hey, you have a 24-year-old girlfriend. She seems to be working for you in some sort of PR capacity while also having been seen on the football field. We would like to ask you, hey, how do you crazy kids meet? And that was the question that she shut down.
Yeah, and it's not just happening in this interview. There's been some interesting interactions at spring practices that were going on in North Carolina.
Yep.
It's a wild story, and you can selectively, people that watch the interview, I didn't even watch the interview. Did you end up watching the whole interview? They said it was cringy. It was tough to watch.
I watched the two sections that went viral. I watched the section where he was asked about not mentioning Kraft in his book. And then I mentioned the part where they actually showed Jordan like sitting like a few feet away from Bill at the desk. Yeah, Belichick said in the statement, "I repeatedly expressed to the reporter and the producers that I preferred to keep the conversation centered on the book. After this occurred several times, Jordan, with whom I share a personal and professional relationship, stopped in to reiterate that point to help refocus the discussion. She was not deflecting any specific question or topic, but simply doing her job to ensure the interview stayed on track." Sure.
She did deflect a topic. How did you meet? That's a topic.
That's a topic.
It's literally out there. She said, we're not talking about that.
Yes. Also, she's sitting 5 feet away from you during this televised interview, and it's known that this is your girlfriend, who happens to be 48 years your junior. How'd you guys meet? I think that's a reasonable question. By the way, most couples, they love to talk about how they met.
Yeah.
It's rom-com stuff. Everybody loves a good meet cute. Apparently not Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson.
Nobody asked Anna Nicole Smith and the guy she was with way back in the 2000s, the Guess Jeans model. And who was the old guy?
Oh, what was his name?
I can't even remember.
Oh,
probably a Rupert or something like that.
It was something along those lines. Hold on, I gotta look this up.
I could see his face.
J. Howard Marshall.
There it is.
Yes,
yeah.
in 1994, Anna Nicole Smith. For those of you that don't remember, Anna Nicole Smith in the early 90s was...
she was an early 90s version of Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah,
she was a bombshell.
Top notch.
Very highly sought-after model.
In 1994, her highly publicized second marriage to 89-year-old billionaire J. Howard Marshall resulted in speculation that she married him for his money, which she denied. Following Marshall's death in 1995, Smith began a lengthy legal battle over the share of his estate. Her case has reached the Supreme Court. There was some good court TV stuff on this, too. Man, what a simpler time.
But I'll tell you what, they never had to talk about it because they didn't agree to an interview with CBS.
Also because I don't think that guy could talk. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Never was seen without a smile on his face.
The NFL has fined the Atlanta Falcons $250,000 and their defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, $100,000 in response to Ulbrich's son, Jax, a 21-year-old who prank called Shedeur Sanders during the NFL draft, saying that he had been drafted when he, in fact, had been not. Jax Ulbrich admitted the prank call and apologized in an Instagram post on Sunday. The Falcons said in a statement that Jax Ulbrich wrote down the number from his father's open iPad while visiting his parents' home to later conduct a prank call.
Okay, so this, however, this is not, we're finding out more.
Whole bunch of guys got pranked. Today it came out Abdul Carter received a fake call.
So Adam Schefter reported Carter received a prank call during the draft. The call came Thursday night when the Jacksonville Jaguars were on the clock after acquiring the number 2 pick from the Cleveland Browns. The caller said he was from the Jaguars and told Carter they were going to select him number 2 overall. How are all these numbers getting out?
Well, what I think happened was there's the list.
Yes. The iPad.
I will tell you.
How many people were in the room with Jeff Ulbrich's iPad?
I'll be pretty straight up about this. I mean, I don't think anybody would care. You and I both know Ivan Sokolsky. He was a fantastic producer that worked around here. He works for ESPN now. He was producing the Zoo when I first got there. He was basically the producer when I started my very first internship. And he showed me one time, being with connections to ESPN, this list of famous people like Alex Rodriguez, Dikembe Mutombo, Derek Jeter, you name your guy, ESPN's got the number, okay? So it's just a list. I imagine the list similar to what everybody had in the NFL to call their guy and say you're going to get drafted. Now, why the DC has every top 5 picks number, I'm not quite sure, because I don't think he'll be the one making the call to say that we're going to draft you, but whatever. So that list must have been sitting open. It looked like on one of the videos that possibly he just took a picture of the list and had all the numbers. Now, we don't know for sure that Ulbricht's kid is the guy behind it for all of these prank calls.
This kid's a menace.
But now I think you got to look into every one. Did he actually perform all of these? Are you going to fine him for every one of these prank calls that he made?
So Abdul Carter's agent is Drew Rosenhaus. He said, quote, "It's unfortunate that these private numbers are getting to the people making the prank calls. Abdul and I knew it was BS and didn't even tell his family about the call."
Mason Graham, Tyler Warren, like most of these top 10 guys, it wasn't just Shedeur. Whole bunch of guys got this treatment. If you're the Falcons, you have to think about, what do you do? I saw a few people, when I looked at the comments just to see what the reaction was, some people were like, hey, it was a good prank.
You know
Is
what,
it really
though?
this serious?
You know what one of my biggest disappointments was, though, in the Jax Ulbricht prank call to Shedeur? All he went with was just, well, you're going to have to keep waiting. That was it.
And then he hung up.
He didn't even try, like, is your refrigerator running? He didn't do any of the old classics.
Didn't have any great lines to go with it.
Any Prince Edward in a can? None of that stuff. He didn't go with any of them. Just, you got to keep waiting. That's the line?
That's it.
You went to all that trouble.
Yeah.
You got your dad fined.
You're about to have
$100,000 for.
Yeah.
You got to keep waiting. Come on.
You might be out of the will for, well, you got to keep waiting.
Yeah, if I'm Jeff Ulbrich, I'm docking that kid $100,000 in the will. Okay, sorry, you're paying my fine for me. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It's playoff playback time. When we come back, we have got all of the highlights of the Nuggets Game 5 victory with Kaz losing his mind last night here on Altitude Sports Radio. Plus, we also have your third and final keyword of the afternoon to be entered to win a pair of tickets to Game 6 Avalanche Stars. That is all coming up next. It's time for your 5 o'clock hour keyword because it's 5:20 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 because it's an Avalanche playoff ticket Wednesday. And you can win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Game 6 against the Stars at Ball Arena. You just have to text this keyword, Kale. Kale. As in the hockey player. Kale.
But it's also like the wannabe lettuce. What is it? What's kale?
Isn't that with
vegetable?
a K? I think that's.
Is it?
It is. Yes.
That disappoints me. I don't eat a lot of kale, as you probably have gathered from
No,
that.
you don't.
You know what? I've been on I've done 10 salads in a row.
How's it treating you?
Fair to middling.
Kale with a C, not kale as in the green leafy vegetable. Kale with a C, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. The Avalanche need you at Ball Arena for a big Game 6 on Thursday as they look to stay in the series. Every fan counts. Don't miss your shot. Get your tickets now at ColoradoAvalanche.com. But if you want to win tickets from us to tomorrow night's game, text Kale. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Kale.
Is he still the greatest person in the world?
I believe he is. Yes.
Cale Makar.
I think he still has that distinction.
Best person in the world.
Uh-huh.
Cale Makar.
He does not have the best plus-minus rating.
He does not. But when Gabriel Landeskog deems you the best person in the world, when he takes the sword and touches it to both of your shoulders and says you are the best person in the world, I believe that's what you are.
A sword? Sword?
Sword. That's Kale, along with your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. Good luck, and go Avs. By the way, I watched the other night. I've been catching up on the clean sheet. I've been diving into it since Gabe got back.
It's got you fired up, got you interested?
Well, the episode when he goes to Calgary and he hangs out with Kale and they play golf.
Oh, I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, you haven't watched it?
I've got them all recorded, but I've been lazy. I got to watch it now.
We've
got a lot of games to watch there, Nate.
You can knock the whole thing out in one night. They're like 24 minutes long. The episode where he goes to hang out with Cale Makar is very entertaining because even Gabe, they go play golf.
Okay.
And Cale beats him on the 18th.
Do they relive their commercial shoot too, where they just insulted each other for 5 minutes?
I mean, they do the whole thing where Gabe interviews him about how do you feel about being the guy that, caused all this for me. Yeah.
We have uncomfortable conversations.
No, it's I exaggerate. That's not really what it was. It was like, have you thought about it?
We quit being polite and we start getting real. So it was the real world.
They do start getting real. They do get real about it.
So I take it Cale handles it okay? Because, Matt Lepsis never ever wanted to talk about taking out TD's knee.
You want to know why he handled it well? Because he's the best person in the world. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like he did it on purpose.
And Landeskog handled it great. It's fascinating to listen to him talk about it. But yeah, then they play golf and then Cale beats him. He sinks his birdie putt
and tells him you can never bring it up again.
And Gabe is just like, why did he win? Because he's Cale Makar.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty much how they feel about it. I think everybody just looks at Cale and they're just like, you're better at everything than we are. So everybody's got to have that friend. Even NHL superstars like Gabriel Landeskog have to have that friend.
They're just guys.
Yeah.
They just have better paychecks and nicer faces.
There's just some of those dudes out there.
Play at better golf courses.
You know who one of those dudes is? Fellow Canadian Jamal Murray.
Is he a golfer?
I would assume
No, I'd want to
so.
know. Does every athlete just have to be a golfer for the inevitable celebrity tour?
I mean, probably, but like Jamal's also like he's really into the MMA. That's where I think he's
right. I don't know that like Jamal is so intense. I don't think golf would be good for him. You know what I mean?
Point.
By the way, Kale. One more time, Kale.
Kale.
Send us the keyword Kale winner at 550.
CALE.
Let's get nutty.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from Jamal Murray.
That's nutty.
This bucket in the first quarter, a little playoff playback time. Let's play some highlights from last night. This is Jamal's first bucket of the game last night, and to me, this was a good sign when you get your first bucket like this.
Murray has it, the logo on the high left side, brings it back out over the point, turns the corner, he's got a gap, dunk! Right-handed Murray. Got it right back, 6-4, Denver leads it by 2.
Got the ball screen from AEG, Clippers didn't switch, he turned the corner and boom, he went right down Main Street. He exploded on that dunk.
That was elevation right there. That was like, okay, the legs are under you. I like to see that.
Yeah, which is a good sign.
Yeah. I like when he dunks.
Dunks are good.
That's a good.
If you land, all right, dunks are good.
That's a good sign for him.
Has he dunked less since all the stuff?
Yes. He still does, but he's more judicious in picking his spots, I would certainly say. But to me, it's evidence of, okay, the explosiveness is there tonight. And he absolutely had it last night. All right, let's go late first quarter. Because naturally, and it shouldn't surprise anybody, the first substitution into the game was Russell Westbrook. He was on the bike to start the game, trying to get himself warm. Came in with under 5 minutes to play, and he was good immediately. Let's hear from Russ, late first quarter.
Westbrook has it up the right sideline. He throws top of the key over to Michael Porter Jr., loops it inside the arc to Jokic, knocked out of his hands from behind. He gets it back. Down the lane is Westbrook, layup. Good, and a foul as well. And now he's barking at the Clippers bench.
He was doing that all night long. Bogdanović blitzed Jokic and stays on him. Basically, the Clippers didn't guard Westbrook on that play, and he goes right at Derrick Jones and Bogdanović and gets the layup. Last night, Andy, would you define Russell Westbrook as aggressively effective or effectively aggressive?
That's tough.
Yeah.
Maybe the other way. I feel like he's always aggressive, so aggressively effective.
Aggressively effective.
Because he's never not aggressive.
Very
Would it
much
be better
so.
than he's effectively aggressive?
You want to be effectively aggressive.
What would you go with?
I think he was aggressively effective last night.
Okay.
He forced his way onto the game. Let's go to the second quarter and let's hear from Westbrook again.
Kawhi takes a three in transition. That one's short. Rebound comes down to Peyton Watson. Watson has it up the left sideline. In the front court over to Westbrook, another three. Yes! 12-point lead for Denver, 42-30.
Immediate release on the catch from Peyton Watson. Zubats let him have the shot. He buried it. Andy, take me through your personal mental process when you see Russell Westbrook launch a three.
No! I must have did it 10 times. We were all yelling no in the room.
Yeah.
And every time, well, I'll say this, we only seem to yell no on the ones he made. I don't know why. I kind of kept quiet. I even yelled no on one of the mid-rangers that he tried and went in.
I know. It
doesn't ever look good coming off his hand. That's the problem. It always takes like a funny arc to me. Is that fair?
Sometimes they miss the rim altogether.
Yes.
Or
you're just like it's too early in the shot clock, or you got a different pass.
I feel like I make the Dempsey noise when he shoots a three, usually.
Unless it's corner three. He has been more consistent on the corner three.
He's been very good on corner threes. So maybe we should
I'll lay
shut
off
up.
it there.
That was at 9:51 of the second. Let's now go to 9:13 of the second. This one was off the dribble. This one was like, okay, Russ is feeling himself.
Murray has it at the point. He drives with the right hand. He's at the free throw line. Throws back behind him over to Westbrook. 10 on the shot clock here for Russ. Westbrook gets a pick there. Now he's one-on-one with Batum. Shoots a three. Jumper's good again. And now he's really yapping at the Clipper bench. 13-point lead by Denver. Their big lead of the night. They shouldn't have got him going.
No, they shouldn't have. He got engaged in that game last night because he got to talk. He hit shots and then he started talking.
Who's more effective, Mad Russ or Mad Jamal?
Ooh. Yeah, Jamal's great when he's mad.
He is.
Yeah.
He really is.
He is.
But so is Russ. Like, Russ is always edgy,
right.
But I'm talking mad.
Yeah.
He had a problem with Bogdanović falling down on one of those fouls.
Yeah.
And he kept jacking at Bogdanović to where I don't know technically why Russ got the technical. Bogdanović left the free throw line to go start stuff.
7:51 of the second quarter, and Chris Dunn just doing a thankless job last night trying to guard Jamal Murray.
Inbound goes on top over to DeAndre Jordan. Jordan has it inside the arc. Hands off behind him over to Murray. Murray has it at the point. He goes to the right hand, takes a tough two. Got it again! Jamal Murray's cooking in the first half. He's got 16 points.
He's feeling it. Like, that was the bucket for me where it was like, oh, this might be special.
He jumps kind of funky sideways in two different angles when he gets that. That's when you know he's really feeling it. And he's not so, like, robotic with his jump shot. It was going last night.
Good screen by DJ. Chris Dunn had to chase him. He was activated by that point. All right, I want to play two highlights in the same cut right here. This was under 2 minutes to go first half, and this was back-to-back baskets that were created out of the Jokic-Murray two-man game. And when it works like this, the yin and the yang of it all, I don't know. Like, this is where I think the Clippers are running out of answers in trying to defend the Nuggets.
Murray has it at the midcourt circle, guarded out there by Chris Dunn. He gets a pick there from Jokic. Pick and pop, Jokic 3. Yes! 11-point lead for Denver, 64-53. And here comes Jokic for the Nuggets. 90 seconds left to go in the first half. Jamal Murray has it at the midcourt circle. Guarded out there by Chris Dunn. Right side over to Jokic. Jokic guarded by Powell. He puts it on the floor, throws out of it over to Murray for 3. Money! 12-point lead for Denver, 67-55.
Yeah, that was just, both of those were reversed, but both of them had assists on those respective threes. Nuggets were then up 8 at the half. Jamal had 19 in the first half. Westbrook had 16 points. Jokic, 11 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists in the first half last night. Again, Nuggets were up 8. They had led, they had a 12-point lead after that Murray 3 right there. It got back down to 8. I didn't feel super comfortable with an 8-point halftime lead last night.
Oh, no. And Charles Barkley went so far as to say halftime on TNT, I think the Clippers are in the perfect spot. He said they survived the storm. They're only down 8. And it was funny because Kenny immediately jumped in and goes, yeah, you don't want to have the lead?
Yeah.
But Charles predicted at half he thought the Clippers would win.
We also had to see Shaq's feet at halftime.
Yeah, dude, brutal. Those shoes look cool.
Does anybody in the world have grosser feet than 7-foot-tall former NBA players?
Some of the former football players.
Yeah, those are pretty gross, too.
I mean, one of the guys I used to think of was Prime before he lost, unfortunately, a couple of the toes.
I bet hockey players have some nasty feet, too.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a hockey player's foot, and I don't want to. Catchers, probably.
Yeah. Baseball spikes are not terribly comfortable. That's probably the catchers. Their knees are destroyed too. Also, one more thought on TNT. And again, I was like you, Andy. I was back and forth on Marlo and Scotty, and on the TNT telecast as well. And I even tweeted this. Okay, if Peyton Manning is shoveling popcorn into his face, just give him his space. You don't have to put him on right then.
Well, what I thought was funny was the guy next to him said like 3 things. And he just kept eating popcorn.
Just hammering it.
And I'm like, Peyton, it looks like he's trying to engage you, and you're just having at the popcorn.
Popcorn, it's tough to look cool while you're eating popcorn.
Yeah. Hey. Yes, it is.
And Peyton was getting after it,
and I like that. Makes him an everyday guy.
Absolutely.
Likes a Bud Light and a popcorn.
Get a Bud Light in my mouth. Let's go to the third quarter. Michael Porter hit 3 threes last night. This one was my favorite. A little Jokic rip and run off the rebound.
Norman Powell has it at the midcourt circle. Left side over to Kawhi Leonard. Denver switches the pick and roll. Now guarded by Jamal Murray. Goes to the right hand. Tough 2. Jumper rims out. Rebound down to Jokic. He beats Zubats off the floor with the dribble. Right side Porter 3. Buckets.
Love the rip sound.
Yeah, nice job with the effects mic right there. That sounded really, really good. No hesitation on that shot. Keep playing the game that way, Mike. That's when you're at your very best. This next one, this is a fun highlight right here. Aaron Gordon getting a lob from Jamal Murray. This is the part of the game where Murray's gravity started completely destroying everything the Clippers were trying to do defensively.
Here comes Aaron Gordon. Outlet pass off over to Christian Brown. Brown gets a pick from Jokic, hands it off over to Murray. Picked up by Leonard. Alley-oop. Dunk! 2 hands, Aaron Gordon! Denver back in the lead by 17. He climbed the ladder to get that one. Oh, my goodness. Aaron Gordon's elbows were at the rim.
Jamal had just hit a 3 a possession or 2 before that from the exact same spot. You go back and watch this highlight. All 5 defenders from the Clippers are like left of the nail, staring at Jamal Murray, and Aaron Gordon is just like, you're really just going to let me do this? And Jamal saw it all the way and was just like, okay, here we go. Boom.
That was sweet,
Yeah.
though. That was one of the – did they have the zip line cam on for that one?
Everyone forgot AG.
I don't know how – well, I do know how. Jamal was on one.
Mm-hmm.
That was a sweet pass, though.
Here's another. This is a Murray 3. I highlighted this one because this was assisted by Jokic. This was one of the plays. I counted 4 defenders within 5 feet of Jokic. The Clippers, Ty Lue and Van Gundy last night, they wanted to stop Joker. They didn't count on Jamal being this hot.
Christian Brown has it across the timeline. He's got it out there by Norman Powell. Throws it off over to Jokic at the mid-post, guarded by James Harden. Take him to the rack. He gets double-teamed. Kick out 3, Murray. Yes! That's a big bucket there. That'll calm things down for a moment.
Yeah, that was just prior to that. There was a bad sequence for the Nuggets. Adelman challenged and out of bounds, got the foul on Harden, but CB missed both free throws.
That was a frustrating moment.
You got a Bogdanovich 3, they got a bucket, then a bad inbounds pass and a turnover and a Powell layup, like a 7-0 run, immediately cut it to an 8-point game. Bad. Jamal hits that corner 3, kind of calms everything down. I want to get the last 2 threes of the third quarter. Nuggets went 2 for 1, and naturally, when you want a quality 2 for 1 at the end of a quarter, you look for threes from Russell Westbrook and Christian Brown.
Murray jabs once at Harden, takes a 3. Short, no good. Rebound swatted out, grabbed by Christian Brown. Westbrook 3. Good! 14-point lead for Denver, 96-82. One more free throw for Harden. No good. Rebound tipped out and grabbed by Christian Brown. 6 seconds left for Denver. Christian has it for 3. Yeah! 16-point lead for Denver. 2 seconds left. Inbound Zubats. Knocked out of bounds by CB. You rock him, you chalk him, and then you steal from him. And that's the Kansas way.
That was a Connor McGahey quality from Kaz right there. Hero ball 3 from CB to end the quarter.
We might have to compare the two.
Unbelievable. I'm just curious which one went longer.
Okay, quit. I also want to know.
length.
We've yelled at the Russell shots. I yelled at the CB shot, too. I won't lie. First off, I thought he took it about a second too early and 2 steps too soon. And then I just was thinking after he'd missed those free throws, I'm like, bro, you're not it. Okay, never mind.
Ball
Good for you.
Arena absolutely exploded right there. By the way, Spring, do we have did you hear Kaz's inflection when Russ let that last 3 fly? Give that to me, Spring.
Westbrook 3.
That was Kaz's version of no.
That's intrepidation. That is not sure about this.
But it went down.
Yeah.
Nuggets are up 16 going to the fourth. We actually got fourth quarter non-Jokic minutes. DeAndre Jordan was on the floor, and he swatted James Harden.
Harden has it at the midcourt circle. He gets a high pick from Zubats, moves off of that. He's inside the arc. Guarded down by Westbrook. He gets the paint, little floater, blocked by DeAndre Jordan. Loose ball Murray, he's got a breakaway against Kawhi. Dunk with the right hand. Jamal Murray, you the man in game number 5. 35 for Murray. Timeout Clippers.
22-point game in the fourth quarter. What could possibly go wrong?
It tried.
But
it didn't.
16-4 run. I think the Clips ran out of gas last night. 2:14 to go. I've only heard Marlowe's call of this 3, by the way. I have not yet heard Kaz's call of Jamal's heat check from just inside the logo.
Catch and go for Kobe Brown. Brown back over to Bogdanovich. Down low to Miller. Layup reverse side won't go. Rebound down to Jamal Murray. Now the Nuggets can get it down to 159 and still get Murray 3. Why not? Jamal Murray's got 43 in game number 5. And the Denver Nuggets lead this thing by 20. Kill clock or do that, I guess.
Yeah, you might as well. Jamal was feeling himself on that bucket right there. That was a 31-footer, Andy, on what the NBA's official play-by-play is calling a running pull-up shot. We got some garbage time minutes at the very end. Hey, Zeke got to play. Hunter Tyson got a bucket. And the Nuggets win last night, 131-115. Your final score, Game 6 tomorrow night. We got all day tomorrow to be nervous, okay?
You don't have to be nervous until 7:30. We got plenty to be nervous about.
Waiting all day to be nervous?
We got two. How do we have 2 Game 6s same night? Come on. What are you doing?
What's
your problem?
It's going to be tight sphincter time all over town tomorrow night.
How are you and I going to pull this off?
I don't know.
Should we force the old, for the sake of sanity, should I make you watch hockey and you have me watch basketball? Then maybe we won't be quite so angry. I don't know.
You know what?
No.
That would be an interesting social experiment.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah, here's the thing is like my game, while it has its inherent pressures, is not nearly as nerve-wracking as the Avalanche game.
I'll just say this as quickly as possible.
Okay.
You don't know how many goals you're going to see, so I need to see them start to finish. I could check in on the last 5 minutes to most NBA playoff games and get a feel for how this sucker wraps up.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Unless it's a blowout.
Oh, we shall see. Keep it within 44 tomorrow night, fellas. That's all we ask. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we have got a winner. We have got a winner of a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Stars tomorrow night. We will announce that winner when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You have been waiting. See what I did right there? Waiting to find out who is going to win tickets for Avalanche and Stars Game 6. And you will wait just a moment more because first we have to tell you that the Kreckman and Lindahl show is brought to you by our friends at Good Times. Stop into Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet, the fish fry sandwich, available for a limited time at Good Times. Oh, you have been getting entered all afternoon long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You've been texting McKenzie and maybe even spelling it correctly. You've been texting Kelly. You have been texting Kale. And one of you is about to have your name read, and you are going to win a pair of tickets from us here at Altitude Sports Radio for tomorrow night's Do or Die Game 6 for the Avalanche against the Dallas Stars. Final home game of the series. Hopefully not the final home game of the postseason. Spring, can I get a drum roll, please? The winner, who, with a +1, will be attending Game 6, Avalanche Stars, coming up tomorrow night. Ball Arena. Big Game 6. Spring.
Our winner is Travis Ryan.
Travis
Ryan.
Not Ryan Travis. Travis Ryan.
Ryan Travis sings country. Travis Ryan is an Avs fan.
I thought you were going to say Travis Ryan's a defenseman for the Blue Jackets.
Yeah, well, he could be. Or an outfielder.
Congratulations, Travis Ryan. You're going to the game tomorrow night with somebody, but enjoy it. Travis Ryan, have yourself a very good time. Andy, the New York Mets in action right now against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Right now, no score in the third in that matchup. By the way, Rockies did win earlier today 2-1 to get to 5-25 on the year, so they avoided the worst 30-game start in Major League history. Saw this tweet last night from the Mets official account. They sent this out last night. I'm going to just read it.
Yeah.
I'm not making up
I thought that somebody was.
This was a real tweet from the Mets Twitter account. At Mets tweeting yesterday, quote, "We are saddened to learn of the passing of Seymour Wiener." Again, I repeat, we are saddened to learn of the passing of Seymour Wiener. In memoriam, Seymour Wiener. This is his name, Andy.
I'm aware.
He died.
I went to search it because I sent it to you guys, and I was like, is this real? Did the Nets account get hacked? So I was like, I better see if this is a real person.
You Googled it?
And the first thing that popped up was, is Seymour Wiener a real person?
So I've got a report here from the Daily Mail, Andy.
Sounds like a good time.
Mets announced death of superfan Seymour Wiener, who loved all the jokes about his name. Seymour Wiener, the beloved New York Mets fan who embraced jokes about his name, has passed away, the team revealed. World War II veteran who lived to 98, Wiener, pronounced Wiener, told The Athletic last year that his name never really was an issue. The Wiener part of it, he said, was something that in my childhood I was teased about, but there was never the thing of Seymour Wiener. It wasn't until the Mets honored his military service on opening day in 2024 that fans first saw his name spelled out on a scoreboard. Reactions ultimately poured in from Queens to Queensland. Wiener told The Athletic, quote, "Did you even see they picked this thing up in Australia?" Well, that's substantial. He said, "To me, it's been so enjoyable. In no way does it annoy me. Just look at all the notoriety I got out of it." The Mets later ran a successful hot dog promotion featuring Wiener. Mets chief marketing officer Andy Goldberg told The Athletic, quote, "We had this idea of Dollar Dog Night, and we were like, well, what would be better than Seymour Wiener?" Like many Mets fans, Wiener's love of baseball began with the Brooklyn Dodgers, and it was in 1947 that he witnessed Jackie Robinson's first hit at Ebbets Field. Only 12,000 people were at that game in Ebbets Field, Wiener said, so I may be the only person who was there and saw it who is still alive. Adding, he wasn't the greatest baseball player I ever saw, but he was certainly the most exciting. And just who was the best? According to Wiener, it was the center fielder for the rival New York Giants, Willie Mays. So Seymour Wiener was a big Willie Mays guy. Seymour Wiener liked Willie. Mays finished his career with the Mets, who would inherit the abandoned Giants and Dodgers fans like Wiener after their inaugural season in 1962. Fans mourned Wiener online, where more than a few continued to poke fun at his name. Get the jersey patches printed, one fan wrote on Twitter. Rest in peace, Ween, another added. Many others simply offered RIP to a legend. 98 years of age, World War II veteran. Pour one out for Seymour Wiener.
Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack.
Still don't hear it. Gone back and forth on this 1,000 times. How old was he again?
What would Drew Goodman say about that one, Spring?
Drew refrains.
I'm waiting for
Second dick shot.
There it is.
What? How old was he again?
98.
So do you think when his parents pulled out the name
Seymour Wiener?
Yeah. It was not a euphemism as it is now? Just was a name?
It was just,
Just flowed off the tongue? Maybe some family connections there too?
I mean, they could have been German immigrants.
Sure.
Wiener.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different times, all I'm saying.
All
I'm saying.
Fewer smart Alex out there. Yeah.
Radio shows didn't exist. Back to the beginning of the show.
As we know.
You said 98?
98 years of age. Yeah.
So he was born in 1923?
27. Yeah.
27. Went the wrong way there with the 2 years.
You sure did, but that's okay.
Did we have radio in 27? No, I don't even remember.
Probably.
When was radio invented? Was it before Seymour Wiener?
R.I.P. to a legend.
1896. So Marconi was.
He was.
So he did have a favorite. Do you think they were the Mets around in the early times?
They were not. The Mets.
In 27. No, the Mets were an expansion team. I forgot.
We didn't get the Mets until 62. Uh-huh. Seymour Wiener.
When did he find his way?
R.I.P. to a legend.
To New York? Just born there?
Yeah, he grew up in Brooklyn. Grew up a Dodgers fan,
When did they begin the call-in show?
When did Mike and the Mad Dogs start?
Was Radio Marconi guy just going, flash? Mets lose today. Let's take a couple calls. Well, when the hell was a telephone invented?
Seymour Wiener and Yonkers. Anyway, that's going to do it for us this afternoon. Thanks again to Adam Mares. Thanks again to Nick Kosmider for stopping by the show. Thanks to Seymour Wiener. We are back
just existing
tomorrow. Yes, God bless that man, and thank you for your service. We are back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to chatting with you then. For Mark Springer on the other side of the glass, for Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. The Seymour Wiener of Denver Sports Radio.